He did not return, later seen outside the Rams locker room on crutches with a walking boot on his left foot. Hall, for his part, absolutely, in quotes, plans to appeal the suspension.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Welcome, everybody. It's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. Happy Friday to everybody out there. Hopefully everybody's had a great week. There's much to discuss in light of quite a game last night. We'll get into all of it. Paul Moyer will join us at 2:30 for his weekly conversation. Ray Roberts will join us at 4 p.m. And then we've got Mean Text coming up today at 4:45. We'll turn you over to the college football playoffs at 5 p.m. So a little less time to get creative with your Mean Text at 866-979-3776. Before we get into all the particulars of the game, Dave, I hadn't heard this news about Derek Hall, and I got to tell you, I don't recall seeing that play.
Me neither.
Dude, I don't know. Did anybody out there? You can text in. I don't remember a flag being thrown or him doing anything or seeing I saw a couple of dust-ups certainly throughout the game, but maybe that was one of the moments because you know how it is in the press box. We don't have any audio. You're not hearing the commentators, so you don't know what's being said. But
I don't remember Rabes saying anything about it. So yeah, that was weird.
Yeah.
I mean, there were some things I didn't like. The Ty Okada hit. I sound like a broken record.
Yeah.
You know, it just pisses me off. And again, I feel like I've earned the right to complain about that. And I think that's one thing that the NFL is getting wrong.
Yeah.
That was annoying. But I don't think Steve mentioned it.
Yeah.
Anything about Derek Hall.
Yeah, he just, in quotes, it says Hall, in quotes, absolutely plans to appeal the suspension. If it's upheld, he'll be eligible to return to the Seahawks active roster on Monday, December 29th, a day after Seattle's Week 17 game against the Panthers. So you wouldn't have him for the Panthers. You'd have him for the 49er game if it's upheld.
If it is, okay. Yeah, I mean, he's a fiery player, and I remember seeing, I think it was last year, that him and Jaron Reed got into it on the sidelines.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, and I think, you know, and I've heard kind of in like a joking way that like, DeMarcus Lawrence is kind of the guy that keeps D. Hall in check because he's outspoken. How about that? We'll put it that way. Very outspoken guy, but he's a very intense guy. And he's a guy that you have to have, man. You have to have, and somebody tell me, and I thought that's a perfect statement. It's like you have to have some goons on your defense.
Yeah.
You know, kind of like in hockey, you send out the goon out there that's just a little bit on the edge. And I say that in the most positive light that you can.
You were the goon in basketball, right? Did you say that? You were out there to commit your 5 fouls and
that's right.
send a message and you'd be fouled out of the game.
Yeah. I remember one time I was setting a screen for our guard, and then all of a sudden this kid is guarding the guy, and I'm saying guard because it's basketball. Not football. And he was coming towards me, and I'm like, at some point, I'm like, he's going to run me over. I'm not going to allow that to happen. Yeah. So I just kind of rolled the hips and got kicked out of the game.
Yeah.
So you got to have a goon.
Yeah.
No question. So, and I probably was in the NFL as well. I got fined a couple of times. So, but yeah, I mean, I think that's just the fire that Derek Hall has. But I don't remember. And if you go back and look at it and check it out, I'm sure it's out there I think Mike showed me a clip of it, and I didn't really see anything.
Oh, really? They've got video of the.
So yeah, Michael Sean Dugar found the play. I think it was on that second drive, because it looks like the Rams were about to score that drive that ended with their field goal in the first quarter. And Hall, after the play, steps, and it does look like he steps on the leg of the Rams guard.
Yeah, I just looked at it. Schefter tweeted it. It looks like it doesn't look intentional, though. It looks like he's getting shoved around. He's moving. You see him kind of hop after he steps on him, like trying to get away.
Well, hopefully they fight it tooth and nail, because, I mean, look, D. Hall, they've got a good, rotation of guys coming off the edge with Lawrence and Uchenna and Boyer and him. And, I feel like, they really need him, though.
Dude, that's totally unintentional when you look at it, because the guy got pushed into his feet, and you see him kind of jump up. Like, he's not looking down at the ground. You see him as soon as he sees him at his feet, he jumps up to get over him. So there's no intent there. They can't uphold that.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be different if he were like looking down. We've seen intentional. We've seen Ndamukong Suh. We've seen his work.
Yeah, that's right. Mike mentioned that today, and I was like, oh yeah, I forgot about Ndamukong Suh.
Oh, you
did
see
the stomp.
Yeah, and you see intent.
Yes.
This anybody. I just retweeted it for anybody that wants to see it. I think it's pretty clear that this is not an intentional. And in fact, it looks like he's trying to hop over him. But
well, and for D Hall's defense, I would say that there's lots of times where the guy on the ground does like grab your foot or whatever and try to trip you or stick a leg up or whatever just to be an irritant.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe that was going on as well. But I would think that they would appeal the heck out of that and hopefully get off.
Yeah, I've got to believe that'll. Because there was no penalty on the flag, or no flag on the penalty. Let me put that in proper order.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. That's weird. I didn't notice it during the game, certainly, and we'll see what happens there. Meanwhile, how do you explain what we watched last night, Dave? I mean, easily the most improbable win since 2015, the NFC title game against the Packers that had Jermaine Kearse the target of 4 passes that were picked off by the Packers from Russell Wilson. And it looked like all was lost, and they recovered the onside kick. Chris Matthew, we know how it all ended.
Right.
That was maybe the most improbable win in Seahawks history, certainly that I can remember. This is a very close second, I would say. They were getting their doors blown off. They were not doing anything well. And the Rams looked like they were having an easy time of it. The building was starting to empty. Fans were leaving in droves. It felt bad. And you're talking about you're into the fourth quarter down by 16 going, ugh, we're going to have to come in here today and talk about, well, I guess the Rams are just a better team, and that was on display last night. And then all of a sudden here comes Rashid Shaheed, and that was like the switch got flipped.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, and you look at the stats that they had on the broadcast that they're 0-172 all time when trailing by 15 plus points in the fourth quarter, and I thought the Seahawk media department did a really funny thing. They said they're now 1-0 when. What was the tweet that came from
in their last one game? The Seahawks are 1-0 when trailing by 15 plus points.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. That was NFC Championship against the Packers type of win. It felt terrible when they were down 16. I'm just thinking, no way. There's just no way.
Nothing was going right. They weren't. Yeah. The defense was getting their butt kicked. Mm-hmm. The offense couldn't do anything. Sam Darnold's turning the ball over. It just felt bad. And I remember I was sitting next to Stacy. I'm going, look at the stands, and you just saw people start streaming out. Yeah, going up the aisles. I'm beating traffic. Cold night, rainy. I'm getting out of here. The team's just flat as can be, and it's a Christmas miracle. Yeah, that they won this game. It's just
and it felt so bad, and it wasn't. Yeah, it was kind of interesting, and I heard Moyer talking about this. When are we talking to Moyer? Moyer coming up here
2:30.
2:30. Yeah. Yeah, and Paul was saying, and pointing this out, and I hadn't looked at the average, but it felt like they were just running the ball down our throats.
Yeah, especially on first down. Felt like they were picking up 7 yards per attempt.
They averaged 3.2 yards. Their average at the end of the day. It just felt
I'd like
bad.
to see what their average on first down was.
Yeah.
Because it really felt like their first down carries, at least through a good portion of the game, were really effective. Like they were in a lot of second and short.
Yeah. Well, but then, and then on the other side of it, felt like we couldn't really run the ball. We ended up 6.8 average. Now, I know you got the long run from Shaheed for 31 yards and, of course, the K9 55-yarder.
Yeah.
There was the other one that went for like 16, where the one where people started to boo when they ran it. I think it was on third down.
Oh, from Walker, yeah.
Yeah,
because they're basically bailing. It looked like they were like, let's get good field position. Let's give Dixon some, some room here.
Well, and it was an unbelievable run by him. I mean, you talk about contact balance. I mean, that's exactly what that's the poster for contact balance. I mean, he does an entire 360 basically on one leg. I mean, it was just, but it just felt bad. The other thing was couldn't get to Stafford very much. And the times when they did, man, I said this on my update, I've never seen a quarterback when he does get, I think we had some quarterback hits and pressures, but he just looked terrible when they could. I mean, he was throwing some of the most inaccurate passes when he got pressured. And it was just if we have them down the road, they've got to find a way to get to Stafford because, and I don't know, maybe that was his plan. Like, hey, I'm just not going to take a sack and I'm gonna dirt it or whatever. But he just, any time that he got any kind of pressure, it just, the accuracy just plummeted.
He had that one big hit from Uchenna where you saw him holding his midsection. I don't know, he knocked the wind out of him. He got up wincing and everything. But no sacks. He was getting rid of it. And I mean, we'll go through all the details of the game, but it was just unreal that they were able to pull this out and come up with what turned out to be the game-winning touchdown in overtime. Now, you were still down a point after this.
So here's a 1st and goal from the 4. Darnold under center with Charbonnet in the backfield. Play fake. Sam steps, looks, throws back in the end zone. Touchdown! Seahawks! Jackson, Smith, and Jigba running from left to right under the goalpost. Sam zips it in from 4 yards out. And the Seahawks offense stays on the field. It's a 37-36 Rams lead. A 4-yard touchdown reception by Jackson Smith and Jigba, his 10th on the season.
So huge moment to say the very least, especially considering how the majority of that game had gone. And just to get in this position and fire that ball in there, and it was a great pass. And then, no doubt, no discussion, we're going for the win. We're not tying it.
Yep.
We're going for the win here.
Darnold has time, looks inside, it's caught, touchdown, make an extra point, make a conversion. I don't care what it is. The Seahawks win the game again on the last play of the game. The Seahawks win 38-37. It's Sauber with a 2-point conversion catch. Holy cow.
Rabe's going through all possibilities. Touchdown, extra point, conversion, whatever. I don't care.
That was a great call, man. And I'm so proud of myself for shutting the hell up during that. But yeah, I mean, that was really exciting. And got a chance to talk to Eric Saubert afterwards. That's the guy that they just extended, I think, another year. They got him a contract. And, he's somebody, and I texted Bumpus afterwards because I know Bump has been talking about him a lot and how instrumental he has been. And, tight ends are, and that's where, all they talked about during the broadcast was the 13 personnel that the Rams were running. But, tight end is such a versatile, position that, if you have any kind of skill and, hands, whatever, and you can block, I mean, it just makes for kind of almost like a Nick Emanwari type of player, you know. And Saubert, was I asked him to describe the what the play call was, and I don't even know. I couldn't tell you. I couldn't repeat it. It was like 6 words. But and there's a good breakdown online that Ray Roberts just sent me as a guy who was a former coach. But he's talking about all the different concepts and everything. But really, what he did and what was so instrumental in that play was that Saubert, had a chip block, and he really sold it for a long time. And what happens is on the defense is you just kind of check that guy off, right? I mean, you see him blocking, and you're like, okay, I'm looking at someone else, and then he leaks out into the end zone, and it was a beautifully run play.
So was this, I know what they're saying in L.A., but I'm curious out here, and you guys can weigh in on this, 866-979-3776. Is this a lucky win, or is this a team that's good, got off to a just atrocious start, just horrible, but gutted it out, and that's what good teams do. They find a way. Now, I feel like we've been saying this every week because the offense has been off kilter and just saying, hey, they gutted it out. They found a way to win. They've been finding, I mean, they've won 5 in a row with the offense every week. It feels like we're coming out of it going, how do you feel about that? That was interesting, and this is no different. So is it luck? Is that just this team is just solidifying the cliche that is there's no quit in this team. They never give up. They kind of solidified that cliche.
Yeah.
I mean, they fought. They down by 16. What was it, with 8 something left in the fourth quarter? And you're going, everybody's leaving. Crowd's just pissed. It just looks like a debacle of a game, and you found a way to pull that thing out of the fire and win?
Yeah. Well, I think all those boring things that we hear from the players, from Mike McDonald about, hey, we're just taking one play at a time. We're not looking past this or that, and all the cliches and everything just kind of came to life in that game. I mean, it felt really bad. And even from the beginning, I'm like, and there was a couple of things like, seeing Gray Zabel get beat that badly.
Yeah, he got.
Man, I was like, oh, I think this is going to be a rough night, but you just hang in there. You hang in there and you just keep playing, and we'll find a way to get back in this game. And sure enough, they did. So
I got tired of seeing Kobe Turner in his dance. I can tell you that.
Yeah, the conductor or whatever.
I don't know what he was doing. I mean, he's a hell of a player, but I was like, all right, I've had it with him. I've had it with Puka Nacua,
oh my God,
who's just got a whole different set of problems going on. But yeah, it was just, man, it's still hard to put into words what we watched last night, because you couldn't have a more extreme change in emotion and what was going on. And Sam Darnold was in the middle of all of it. This was the game. Does Sam Darnold silence his critics? Does he finally win the big game? Does he prove the doubters wrong? Does he, get the ghosts are gone, get the monkey off his back, whatever cliche you want to throw on it? And I came out of the game going, I don't know. I don't know if he did or not, because it was so bad through 3+ quarters, and he was proving them right. He was giving them ammunition. I mean, those picks were terrible.
Yeah.
They were bad. He turns the ball over a lot. That's just what has become the truth about him. But
yeah,
he came up with the big plays when they needed him. I mean, obviously, Shaheed got it started with that return, but you look at the big plays on the TD drive in the fourth quarter to get it tied, and then in OT, he goes 5 for 6, 49 yards, the TD, and then the 2-point conversion. I mean, he came through when it mattered most.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, he got sacked 4 times, and he threw away 2 interceptions. And the one, they really earned that one. I have much respect for Chris Shula, the defensive coordinator, because they really made that look like press man on the outside, and then the one guy that's up on the line, he just sprints towards the other one, and just entirely, that was by design.
Yeah,
basically. And so they got him on that one. The Kobe Turner one, interception, I was like, it was kind of like last time we played the Rams. It's kind of like, how did you not see that guy? He's also huge.
You threw it right to him, right between the numbers.
So I mean, so we were talking about this because it's like, okay, do the Rams have his number? Whether it was with, Minnesota, where he took the 9 sacks, or the 4 interceptions he threw last time. He gets sacked 4 times and throws 2 interceptions, but he won the game.
Yeah.
So I guess, and I said, hey, if we have a similar result like that, I'll say, yeah, they do have his number, but he won the game. And he helped win the game. So
it's a confusing game to gauge. Like, all right, he proved everybody wrong, because he did in a sense, because ultimately he won it. He made the plays. He got him in a position to win the game, and he came up with the plays to pull off the win. But he also got him in the hole. He was part of it. It was not a single effort by any means, because nothing was that's the worst game of the season for the defense.
Yeah,
they got abused.
That was a record for the Seahawks all time, giving up 500. Now there's an overtime period in there, so you got to account for that. But 581 yards. I mean, I thought, ooh, no way. But again, it felt really bad, just because we have high expectations for this defense. But their longest run that they gave up was 9 yards.
Yeah, it just felt like they gave up a bunch of 7 and 8 yard runs in before that, and then
then they end up only averaging 3.2 yards per carry. I mean, you can live with that.
Yeah, we'll talk more about the defense, because it really was, they kind of like Sam Darnold when it came down to it. All of a sudden, Rams go punt, miss field goal, punt, and then you're in overtime, and it was so. Things definitely shifted for them, much like it did for Darnold, and we'll talk all about that. Football Fridays are powered by the Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Let's take 2.
Well, Mike McDonald this morning said Kobe Bryant and Rick Willen will have MRIs on their knees. Did not venture any more information. We'll hear from him on Wednesday. Jeremy Fowler, ESPN's Jeremy Fowler, gave Perhaps a slightly more concerning update on Kobe Bryant. He said, according to sources, Kobe Bryant expected to miss, quote, sometime based on initial tests. And then Nick Eamon did clear concussion protocol last night.
No, that's
great.
He's been huge for that defense.
Yep.
Bryant was the one, when you saw how he reacted and how he left the field, you're like, ooh,
Looked pretty bad.
Yeah, that didn't look good.
Well, he had an offensive lineman basically fall on his ankle.
Yeah.
So,
well, but it's his knee, right? It's the issue.
Yeah.
it looked like, if you look at the replay, I thought it was ankle, but yeah, I mean, that was a lot of weight on that knee there.
Yeah.
So a little worried about that one.
NFL Network's Mike Garafolo reports today that Puka Nacua was fined $25,000 for his comments about NFL officials earlier this week. We'll hear from Puka again later in this show. And then Sean McVay today said he doesn't anticipate Devontae Adams playing next week against the Falcons.
Maybe the Falcons can pull off an upset. That'd be really helpful.
That would be nice.
Puka Nacua is a tremendous player. I mean, he's ridiculous. But he seems to be a bit of a dimwit.
A bit?
I don't.
Yeah.
I don't know what he's doing, man. You're already in hot water. He was on that with the streamers. I don't know anything about Adin Ross, whatever the guy's name is. Apparently, he's got a reputation. I know nothing about it, but he came out with an apology for what he said or did on that whole thing, and then he gets fined for ripping the officials, and then immediately after the game, he rips the officials on social media again, deletes the tweet. It's like, dude. Do you have any thoughts going on up there or anything that makes sense to you up there? Or do we need to walk you through how this is going to be perceived?
You look into his eyes. There's nothing going on there.
It's vacant.
He's got doll eyes, Bob.
Yeah. It's I don't know.
Like the shark in Jaws. Yeah, I have no clue what's going on in that tiny brain of his, but man, the contested catch that he made on I think it was Josh Jobe was crazy good and just weird. He might be the devil. He might be the devil.
I don't know.
What do you think?
He's tremendous. I can appreciate watching him. I don't like seeing him do that against the Seahawks by any stretch, but he's a tremendous receiver. But you hope he doesn't become one of those guys that the story is always about. Yeah, he's great, but you got to deal with this element of, the myriad of knuckleheads that have been receivers in this league who are brilliant on the field, but they have this other element to their personality that becomes troublesome. Hopefully he doesn't become that guy.
I have lots of things to say about him, but I don't want to get fined by the NFL.
Yeah. Take Two is brought to you by Swedish Cyberknife. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife. Swedish.org/cyberknife prostate. He's a man of experience, Dave, and hopefully one that can put it into proper context, everything that took place last night. Paul Moyer will join us next for his weekly conversation. That is coming up with Wyman and Bob, Seattle Sports on 710.
Here we go. Darnold has time. Looks inside. It's caught. The Seahawks win the game.
Playoff berth?
An instant classic. This is who we are. That's Seattle football.
Check.
Probably the craziest game I've ever seen.
With the playoffs looming, what's next?
We're always going to fight.
Complete coverage at seattlesports.com.
They now have the inside track on having the best record in the NFC.
And the home of the Seahawks.
I think this is the best team in the NFL right now.
Seattle Sports.
I go to Starbucks every day. They introduced the app a number of years ago. I was a very early adopter to mobile ordering with their app. I don't need the cashier experience. I don't need standing in line. I can bypass all of that. That's an efficiency for me. Customers want the same thing. We video inspect all of our cars when they come in for a service appointment. So when we're doing a maintenance visit here, we do a video inspection of your vehicle. The technician shows you what your tires are at, what your brakes are at, what your filters are at. That's what we're sending to people. They open it, they look at it. We generally give them 3 choices. Hey, you can do the minimum, do something in the middle, or do it all. They're in a meeting, but we've met them where they want to be met for quick and efficiency. And that's meeting a lot of new tech customers, but also just transparency, because they can see that video inspection.
The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. Touchdown! Seahawks! Ken Walker III! Get everything Seahawks at seattlesports.com.
Dave Wyman here, joined by a very special guest, Dr. Daniel Landis, a multiple-time recipient of the Seattle Top Doctor Award. He's on the Swedish CyberKnife team treating prostate cancer and accepting new patients. Dr. Landis, how does CyberKnife compare to other prostate cancer treatments?
So one of the advantages of the CyberKnife platform is that the treatment can be concluded in just 5 days, as opposed to other treatments that require anywhere from 26 to 42 days of radiation.
How do patients feel about their experience?
Patients overall tell me that their experience was really amazing. They had minimal disruption of their lives. They didn't have to take time off work. And they tell me it's like Star Trek, where you push a button and the cancer can go away.
That really is amazing. It's almost too good to be true. If you, a friend, or a family member is diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider treatment with Swedish CyberKnife. Go to swedish.org/CyberKnifeProstate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
So what are you reading?
I'm checking out the ratings on the new TVs, and it looks like Samsung, LG, and Sony got the best scores.
Just like last year. What about those new high dynamic range TVs?
They got the highest scores of all, but their prices are really high.
Did you check online?
Yeah, their prices were about the same.
Well, there's one place where we can get a hot deal on those top-rated models.
Where?
At Video Only. Check out the ratings on TV stores.
I see. Video Only scored better than the others.
So, if you want the best deal on the best TVs,
then we should take our TV ratings and head over to top-rated Video Only.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In South Center, Bellevue, Linwood, Federal Way, and Tacoma, Video Only.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund.
This is the moment many wait for.
The most entertaining.
The man of wisdom. The man of experience, Dave.
The most informative.
To bring light to a dark subject. To bring positivity to a negative world.
The incredible Paul Moyer.
Moyer out. The man of experience, Dave.
I know it all too well.
He was
Paul
actually
Moyer.
playing the role of counselor last night because I was peppering him with questions in the press box. looking for solace, looking for wisdom, and he provided some of that for us. And he's going to do it again with us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. He's with us each and every week. He is Paul Moyer. How are you, man?
I'm fantastic. Matter of fact, everybody I've talked to today seems to be in a very good mood. That's what the Seahawks can do for this great Northwest. But yeah, great, just a great day.
How do you sum up what we watched last night? Because as I just said, I was up there talking to you in the press box going, what in the world are we watching here? What is happening? And you weren't happy. Nobody was happy. It was really looking awful. And for that to turn around the way that it did and turn into a win is a minor miracle. But how do you sum up how things went versus how it ended?
Well, I wasn't discouraged in the first half. It's the NFL. Right? I mean, there's human beings. They're smart coaches. Every week's a new week of adjustments. It's matchups, all those things. And just as when we played them the first game 5 weeks ago, we beat the you-know-what out of them physically, statistically, everything, but lost the game. We obviously last night that got reversed. But the first half, I was like, we're just a team that stays in it. We're not playing well. The Rams are playing fantastic, and they did play fantastic. And I'm like, we're one score away. And then, obviously, first drive, we take the lead in the second half, and things got away from us a little bit with some turnovers. But I was never discouraged as long as we were then within, a score or, no more than two. Obviously the ending and what happened afterwards, improbable, greatest game. I'm going to say greatest game in Seahawks history. Maybe not the best played game, maybe not for a Super Bowl, but it was the most entertaining game I can remember playing or watching in Seahawks history. So just look, it's NFL, Bob. And you come to me and you ask me, and when we're in the press box, I'm like, they get paid too. They got really good players. Doesn't always go perfect. And I know this is what I say a bunch, and it sounds crazy at times. When you go watch the film, it's an even matchup other than big plays. The big plays really tilted the game, for the first three quarters. And we need to make adjustment. And, look, they've done this all year. I mean, our coaches make second half adjustments. They made fourth quarter adjustments and gave our Seahawks a chance to win the game.
Hey, Paul, I was referencing this earlier. I heard you talking on the post game about the run game and how, it just didn't, it felt bad early on. But then, it ended up being, you only gave up 3.2 yards per carry. And then you look at our run offense, 6.8. It didn't really feel that great until I think, when K9, obviously the 55-yarder, but then also he had the one spinning on one leg run. But where do you think the run game is, and how much of kind of a breakthrough was that, do you think?
Well, I'll talk defensively first. Because we were saying, some people were saying, we're not doing great at stopping the run. I said, no, we are. Matter of fact, their longest run, they had 39 carries.
Yep.
And their longest run was 9 yards.
Right.
That's good defense. But it was 3 yards. It was 2.5 yards. It was 3 yards. So it was never 2nd and 12. There was a few 2nd and 10s. So we just weren't in a great position when it would come to third down, because here's what we knew. The Rams were going to play 4 downs. And so if they got to 4th and short, they were going for it. So that's a different game plan, too, for a defensive coordinator and head coach going into that. And so they were always in really good positions, and obviously they converted a couple of those 4th downs early. So I felt good about our run defense, particularly against the Rams, who I think their run game is the best we've seen. It's different compared to other run games. But I think what they do and how they execute it is phenomenal, and they put a lot of pressure on you. And now for play action and bootlegs, and a lot of plays got opened up because of that. I've been encouraged though with our offensive running game. I keep saying, it's close. It's close. We're just one guy off, or one guy didn't quite sustain it. I was on the running backs a little bit too. I thought sometimes their angles weren't how I would coach it. And sometimes they weren't helping the offensive line as much as I thought they could. They did yesterday. Big explosive plays. I think for the most part, we weren't getting negative plays either. I would like for us to maybe even run it more, but I think the way the game was played out, it didn't give us the opportunity to run it quite as much as we'd want to.
So, Paul, how do we feel about Sam Darnold after this game? Because I felt like for 3+ quarters, 3.5, whatever it was, he gave his critics and doubters ammunition. He did.
Mm-hmm.
And then he came to life. And when it mattered most of the game on the line, he won the big game. So you come out of it going, all right, so you're never going to silence all the critics, even if he went out there and threw 5 touchdowns and they blew the doors off him. But does it change the perception of him at all? Do you think it changes anything in his head, maybe the pressure he felt to win the big game or at least beat this team?
You would think so, Bob, for him. But I also think he's that guy who's really pretty calm. I don't think he's real high, doesn't get real low. Here's how I take it. I've been singing his praises. I think he is incredibly talented. He's got a very quick release, very accurate. He's got a cannon for an arm with touch when need be. He can make every throw. And for 9 games, 10 games, man, we were seeing it. And again, the Ram game, the first time we played, I don't know what happened. I don't know if the coaches, that tightened them up, if it tightened Sam up. He hasn't been as good. And I would even say this game, he was good. He was really good. It wasn't his best game until when the game was on the line. And you go look at that final drive in overtime. I mean, it's being played a bunch on social media, on X. The corner route that he threw to Cooper Kupp. That thing is insane how good a throw that is. He gets hit right in the chin. I don't even know how he threw it. With cover 2 and a corner kind of in position, he could throw it in one spot only. When I say one spot, I mean an inch shorter, an inch longer. That's not a completion. And so he made some big-time throws. We know he's capable of it. I know the team has confidence in him. I hope this is that moment where he goes, all right, enough of that. I've got to cut it loose. And he's talked about that. But here's the stat that just keeps jumping out at me. He's the winningest coach or quarterback in the last 2 years. He's had more come from behind victories in the fourth quarter and overtime than any quarterback in the last 2 years. He's won 12 games twice in a row, 2 different teams. That's never happened in history. The guy's a great quarterback. And when he has time and everybody runs their routes, man, he's dangerous. So he's a guy that we can win a Super Bowl with. I'll close it with that. We play really good football defensively and run. Everybody does their job. We can absolutely win a Super Bowl with him as a quarterback.
Yeah, I think that's all people want to know. Right now is can he take you to the Super Bowl? Can you get a win? Paul, you made a brash prediction a few weeks ago. When was that, Lefko? I think we just figured that out.
There were 6 games left in the season.
Yep.
When Paul made his prediction.
Paul Moyer, Nostradamus, calls it.
How am I doing?
You're doing good so far.
So far, so good.
What do you think about the next couple games?
Well, injuries are starting to creep up a little bit. Watch Carolina. I can't see Bryce Young beating us. I just can't. Yeah. He had a really good game against the Rams. I watched him the game or two before that, and I said, this guy that's not their answer. He's had some up and down moments. They got good players. It's on the road, but I just feel like we're on a mission. Now, if we got a bunch of injuries, if I'm losing 3-4 defensive backs, if Charles Cross continues to this thing linger, I'm less confident, but we're going to win this game Saturday. It's going to be for all the marbles against the 49ers, who I do believe we're a better team than. I think defensively they're I think they've got 19 sacks this year defensively, Dave. I think they're dead last in the league.
Wow.
That bodes well for us. That's the kind of matchup that we can exploit because we play great defense. We do match up well with the 49ers. They don't have a Puka. Puka's in another stratosphere. They got McCaffrey, but I think we got the players to manage that. We need Warry, and we need some everybody to be healthy on that. We're going to win Sunday, and it's going to be for all the marbles. 14 wins, a franchise record in the regular season, number one seed on the line, and I think it's going to come down to that 49er game.
Well, we're hoping you're right, and we can celebrate your predictive skills once again, Paul. We're all rooting for that to be true. So
it's gonna, Bob. It's gonna happen. I already told you it's gonna happen.
Okay. Well, if you're that certain, let's get a trip on the books to Vegas, and you can tell me about what's going to happen out there. How about that?
I did say if. There are a few ifs in there. So,
Paul, we appreciate you. Great stuff as always. Have a great weekend, and we'll talk next week.
Have a great Christmas if we don't chat, guys, because we're off next week.
Right.
It's been a fun year, and let's continue this ride.
There you go.
All
There's
right.
Paul Moyer, everybody. If you didn't catch all of that conversation, you'll be able to find it on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. Meanwhile, what was the defining moment of last night's win? We'll get into that coming up next with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710.
The Mike McDonald Show.
Even for me, I've been in a lot of places, but last night, I don't know if it was the watches, I don't know if it was the drones.
I've never been a part of that before, man. Multiple times throughout the game, I was like, man, this is incredible. I actually said in the headset, I was like, man, guys, like, this is freaking awesome. Like, you could feel the 12s kind of get back rolling and the energy, and then our guys needed a little pick-me-up, and then they got it. You know, we talk about 12 as one, and it really is 12 as one. It's like it's us and 12s all working together.
Get the podcast on the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, it's Bob Stelton here, and I can see clearly now. It's amazing. Let me tell you about one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. That's when I went to K2 Vision for Refractive Lens Exchange, or RLE. Dr. Kopstein started K2 Vision with Dr. King from King LASIK, the most experienced LASIK surgeon in the Northwest. King LASIK plus K2 Vision equals freedom vision for every stage of life. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. So if you're somebody that struggles with distance vision and now you always need a pair of reading glasses, K2 Vision RLE could be your perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the capper. You're never going to develop a cataract. I'm somebody that needed readers in every room of the house. I needed to see the scoreboard out at ball games. I just couldn't see clearly. That has all changed thanks to RLE. Whether it's LASIK, EVO ICL, or RLE, trust the most experienced team of doctors to point you in the right direction. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com. That's K2VisionRLE.com.
Stacy here. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, and when they resell it, they share half their profit with you. That's right. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, Isuzu, and Auburn. They'll pay you today for your car, and once they resell it, they'll share half their profit with you. WayscarFord.com.
What does VA mean to me?
A place for my daughter to call home. Thanks to the VA Home Loan.
A new lease on life. The best healthcare team I've ever had is here at VA.
And education, and the opportunity to open doors I never thought possible with my GI Bill.
The financial support I need to manage the disabilities I developed because of my service.
Get what you earned. Visit choose.va.gov.
Not all veterans are eligible for the type or amount of benefits mentioned here.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
The rainy season's here, Seattle, and your roof can't wait. Schedule your free estimate at 3treeroofing.com and get $500 off today. Costly repairs and Band-Aid fixes won't hold up and just drain your pockets. Our technicians replace roofs year-round, backed by the strongest warranties. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
As a quarterback, you cannot run a winning play with a messy playbook. And most companies' data, well, it's a mess. AI is changing the game, but if your data is scattered, you're stuck on the sidelines. Brock Heward here, and this is where my friends at Marquee Data come in. They get your data in shape, clean, connected, ready to perform, so you can finally put AI to work for your business. Whether sales, finance, or operations, every smart move starts with the right data. So head to mydataqb.com to draw up your game-winning data play today. That's Marquee Data or mydataqb.com.
Want more Seahawks content? Join me, G. Scott, on The Reset. New episodes of the podcast every Monday and Thursday on YouTube or on the Seattle Sports app.
When you're at home and next to your windows, do you notice cold air or a draft when the wind blows? How about moisture or leaking during a rainstorm? Dave Wyman here, and after 20 years in our home, our window seals started breaking. A failed window can do major damage to your home, and the older the window, the more likely it is to fail. That's why right now is an excellent time to have Harley Exteriors come by for a no-charge consultation. That's exactly what I had done over the summer, and not only were they extremely knowledgeable about all things windows, I found them to be polite, professional, and respectful. In other words, people you want to do business with. Harley Exteriors has a special offer for Seattle sports fans. Buy 3 windows, get 1 free. No payments or interest until 2027. And take an additional $200 off your project. Call 833-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com. Schedule your free consultation today. They'll give you an honest assessment and quote. Go to harleyexteriors.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Our thanks once again to Paul Moyer, who joined us in the previous segment. In case you guys are just tuning in and missed that conversation, you can find it on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. Click the podcast tab, scroll down to our picture, click on that. It'll be right there waiting for you after the show, as it is each and every night. And you can click subscribe. That way it shows up for you every night. You don't have to do a thing. You don't even have to remember. It just does it on its own. It's completely free. Meanwhile, it was... there's a lot of moments in this game we can talk about, good and bad. But for you, Dave, what was the play of the game, the most impactful play? I know the most controversial.
Yeah.
But for me, it's hard to get around the Shaheed return.
Yeah.
I think that was where things started turning.
4th touchdown on special teams. 4 touchdowns, 2 for this guy. Punt return and a kickoff return. And, to me, I think the play, Shaheed had another carry that was for 31 yards. And that led to the Sam Darnold throw to Barner. Barner ran an excellent route. Mm-hmm. It was kind of like a post corner. And if you look at the replay on it, he kind of shakes the guy down to the ground, and the guy falls down.
You're talking about on the touchdown grab?
Yeah.
Yeah. It was a heck of a grab by him, by the way.
It was high. And so he just made a very athletic play just all the way around. I think that was my favorite play, but really it was that sequence where, you get the 31-yard, end around to Shaheed, and then that throw there, and then that leads, of course, to, the 2-point conversion there.
Yeah. Yeah, the Shaheed thing is where things started. That was like, I think, 8-something left in the 4th quarter. They're down by 16, and then this happens.
This is a high, wobbly kick. Shaheed has to run up, makes the catch at his own 43, starts up the middle. Now he has a gap on the left side 40, turns upfield. There he goes, 20, 15, 10, 5. Holy catfish! Touchdown, Seahawks! I'm telling you, the coach is next door breaking the glass. Rashid Shaheed does it again. Just when the Seahawks need a big special teams play, they get it. A 59-yard punt return for a touchdown. The Seahawks right back into this one. They're going to go for 2 as they trail 30-20.
You know what I like about that? I got a big smile on my face. You can't hear some idiot in the background grunting and groaning and whatnot. By the way,
8:03. By the way, left in the fourth quarter when that happened, and you're down by 16.
Yeah, and they punted to him. So
58 yards.
Yeah, that was amazing. The guys, I got to introduce myself to one of the coaches because he basically sits like 2 feet away from me, but there's plexiglass in between them.
Yeah,
and whenever there's a big play, we both kind of celebrate like by pounding on the glass. And I don't even know the guy's name, but
you've just developed a bond.
Yeah, exactly. But those guys were going nuts. Yeah, in the room next door, and especially when you had the Barner touchdown.
Yeah, well, and speaking of which,
play fake to Walker, rolls to his left, looks, fires backside, wide open, reaching up, touchdown, Seahawks! Pull that one out of your bag of tricks. Roll to the left. Darnold stops, throws back to the right. Barner in the end zone, and he had to leap. He used every bit of his 6 feet 7 inches to pull that ball down. From 26 out, his 5th touchdown reception of the season, and the Seahawks are going to go for 2 to tie this bad boy up. Holy catfish, the Seahawks have come back in a big way.
Hell of a catch by him, because again, it was high, and he was at his maximum.
Right.
Any higher,
yeah,
that's not a catch.
He is a huge dude. I ran into him after the game downstairs, and he still had his uniform on and everything. And that is a big dude, and he is really athletic. He's a great blocker, and that was a really good design. So you had Sam Darnold kind of a little rollout away from where he was throwing the ball, and so that's why it was perfect timing when Barner put the little jab step like he was going to go to the post, and then turns around and goes to the corner of the end zone. And yeah, he had to extend for that one, but it was such a well-run route. And they were talking about how that's his career high now. Well, it's his 2nd year, so
yeah.
I mean, that was like, oh, it's a new career high for him. Well, he just came to the Seahawks last year and had 4 touchdowns.
Yep.
So that's 5 for him this year. But I think Barner is such a great weapon, and obviously they put him in there in the short down situations, and then which led to the controversy as you mentioned.
The ball is teed up by Jason Myers. He was ready to kick. I wonder what they're reviewing the play is what we're told now. The 2-point conversion try.
Whether it's going backwards or not?
So if it was a lateral, if that ball was going backwards and got tipped, then it's a fumble. Yeah, because it's a lateral.
After reviewing the play, the quarterback threw a backward pass, which was recovered in the end zone by the offense. It is a successful conversion.
I'm telling you what, sometimes it just pays to live a good life.
Yeah, that was the most confusing thing, because again, we're in the press box, so there's no audio. So we're going, what are they reviewing? And then we're seeing the review, and then people started catching on, going, oh, is that a backward pass? And then, the most casual recovery ever.
Right.
Charbonnet just picking the ball up, and I don't think he knew.
You think he was just doing it to be polite to the ref?
I think he just picked it up. Like he was already, you said, when they were showing the slow motion replay, you see the ball get tipped by Verse, goes off of Verse, and you see another Ram dive for the ball to try to intercept it. It hits the ground, and then you see he was already running toward it. Charbonnet was during that moment. It hits the ground, so it was like kind of his momentum. He walks over, picks it up, looks around. You know what I mean? It wasn't like, I got it. He didn't dive on it. There was no urgency to the pickup. It was, I think he was just, yeah, I'm here. Let me pick the ball up and whatever. And then it turns out to be maybe the most critical play of the game. And it's controversial because I saw a lot of people tweeting out the whistle blew. They blew the whistle. The play should be dead. we again couldn't hear it up in the press box. We got no audio.
Did they?
It's some of the people were taking videos of their TV, like rewinding, playing. And it sounds like you could hear perhaps a whistle in there.
Yeah,
I don't know. It's maybe the Seahawks just got lucky. Maybe there was a whistle and they rolled with it anyway. I don't know, man.
Maybe
I'll take it.
Maybe that'll become a thing because that's kind of in the same area of the end zone where Golden Tate made the catch against the Packers on Monday night.
The Hail Mary?
That wasn't.
Yeah. Yeah. Don't get it started, Dave. We're going to get people sending us pictures telling us it was wrong. It was his the whole time. He caught it. We don't need it.
Like all good plays, this one has a name. Now, I think you guys will agree. I actually hate the name of this, and I assume you two will agree that this is a terrible name. They're calling this the Zachwards Pass.
Yeah, that's dumb.
Yeah, I agree. It's awful.
Well, what am I supposed to say now?
You're supposed to say it's dumb.
Bob's calling me
We
dumb?
need a better name for this.
I think it's a dumb name. You're not dumb. I think the name's dumb.
Well, let's try to find something else. How about that?
Much like their jerseys. Dumb.
Yeah, you don't like those?
No,
I did
they look like they're wearing Oregon Ducks. The helmets are kind of cool looking.
The helmets were very cool.
Yeah,
I have to say.
The jerseys, no, not good.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was this play is being debated nationally, the recovery, and did the Rams get screwed? Did you got half the audience going, they got screwed, and the other half going, nope, they made the right call. And
yeah,
I don't look. If they did get screwed, oh well, I'll take it. I'll take it. So yeah, I don't think that conversation is going to die anytime soon, and that's what got Puka Nacua, I guess, fired up to tweet once again, and then somebody probably got to him and said, yeah, I'd take that down if I were you, which he did.
Speaking of dumb.
How did our Call It Now picks do in the midst of the chaos of that Seahawks comeback win? We'll recap the glory of it all. Coming up with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710.
Here we go. Darnold has time. Looks inside. It's caught! The Seahawks win the game!
Playoff berth?
An instant classic. This is who we are. That's Seahawks football.
Check.
Probably the craziest game I've ever seen.
With the playoffs looming, what's next?
We're always going to fight.
Complete coverage at SeattleSports.com.
They now have the inside track on having the best record in the NFC.
And the home of the Seahawks.
I think this is the best team in the NFL right now.
Seattle Sports.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, Accurate Auto Body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, Accurate Auto Body.
Okay. Only 10 more presents to wrap. You're almost at the finish line. But first... There. The last one. Enjoy a Coca-Cola for a pause that refreshes.
Emerald Queen Casino Event Center presents the main event. Powered by WFC, Friday night, February 6th. A night of professional boxing where champions are made and every punch counts. Contenders from the region go toe-to-toe, ready to prove they belong at the top. Tickets at EmeraldQueen.com. Don't miss Fight Night, February 6th at Emerald Queen Casino, the boxing capital of the Northwest. 21 and older, need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit EmeraldQueen.com.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
The Oki Golf Platinum Players Card is $50 off with the Friends and Family Holiday Discount. The best value in golf. Get 7 prepaid rounds, 7 50% off guest passes, and unlimited discounted green fees at every public Oki golf course. Play favorites like the Golf Club at Newcastle, Washington National, and Harbor Point. This is the only time you'll see a deal like this. So whether you're gifting it or grabbing it for yourself, don't miss your chance. Visit okigolf.com and save $50 before December 31st.
Breast cancer is a tough battle for anyone to fight. But when you can't work, care for your kids, or even put food on the table, that diagnosis can be devastating. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda, a plastic surgeon who is proud to support Northwest Hope and Healing. Our mission is to provide a lifeline for breast and gynecologic cancer patients. We cover essentials like food, utilities, and childcare, so patients can focus on healing. For more than 25 years, Northwest Hope and Healing has distributed over $3 million to thousands of local cancer patients, and you can help make a difference in our community. Join us on Saturday, January 31st for Cork, Fork, and Support, an afternoon of fine wine, gourmet cuisine, and inspiration at Mary Hill Winery in the heart of Woodinville wine country. Get your tickets now for Cork, Fork, and Support on January 31st. Go to nwhopeandhealing.org to learn more. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off. Because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, the NFL is suspending Seahawks outside linebacker Derek Hall for one game without pay for what they call an act of unnecessary roughness and unsportsmanlike conduct. They made that announcement today. They allege that Hall unnecessarily stepped on the leg of Rams guard Kevin Dotson while Dotson was on the ground at the end of a play in the first quarter of the Seahawks win. By the way, Dotson left the game with an ankle injury, did not return. He was later seen outside the locker room on crutches and a walking boot on his left foot. For Hall's part, he said, in quotes, absolutely plans to appeal the suspension. So we'll see how that one turns out. Meanwhile, in the world of baseball, the Pirates finally landed a player. They acquired two-time All-Star second baseman Brandon Lau from the Tampa Bay Rays as part of a 3-team trade that includes the Houston Astros. Rays sent him along with left-hander Mason Montgomery and outfielder Jake Mangum to the Pirates. The Pirates will deal right-handed pitcher Mike Burrows to the Houston Astros, and Tampa Bay is acquiring a pair of prospects from Houston as part of the deal.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour of Wyman and Bob is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
We will get to our Call It Now picks in just a moment, but I'm getting a few people texting this in, and I looked it up on Twitter as well. Terry McCauley, who is a football rules analyst, in his bio on Twitter says, I don't have a team, nor do I care about your team or the team they play. So just eliminating any accusations of bias on his part. So he's the rules analyst. He said, in reference to that 2-point conversion, When a backward pass is ruled forward and incomplete, replay can reverse it if there is a clear recovery in the immediate continuing action. The recovering team is awarded the ball at the spot of recovery. Let me make this perfectly clear. Whether a whistle is blown or not is completely irrelevant.
Nice.
So,
okay,
that's from the rules analyst. You don't have to like it, but apparently that's what it is. And he talks about, that the rules competition committee, consider, because somebody's saying, hey, we teach you play to the whistle. We teach that from grade school on up. And he said the competition committee considered this many years ago when the replay rule was added for fumble/backward pass recoveries during the immediate continuing action. They're shown no inclination to reevaluate, and I'm certain it will not change. FYI, the college rule is the same, he says. So there you go. Whether you agree with it or not, apparently them's the breaks. That's how it goes.
Yeah, so the whistle is irrelevant.
According to Terry McCauley.
All right.
Yeah, and he does not care about your team.
I like the way you put that.
Yeah, just right in his bio there, just to eliminate anybody going, you want this team to lose, or you're a Seahawks fan, or you're a Seahawks hater, or whatever anybody would say. But all right, let's get to our call it now picks, Dave. Okay.
Do we have to?
Well, I'm happy.
I'm not quite sure.
I'm happy to be wrong. We said this when we made the picks that, look, you can't go through and predict a 17-0 season because it just doesn't happen. Outside of the 72 Dolphins, and it wasn't a 17-game season. Talking regular season.
Right.
So anyway, figured the way they were playing, it wasn't looking good, and boy, I was bummed that I was feeling like we were going to be right about this, because it was just, the game was just trending in such a bad direction, as we talked about. But the question we always ask in our Call It Now segment, the first one and the most obvious one, do the Seahawks win or lose this game?
You're right. I mean, I have predicted a win every single time, so I'll just say it'll be an L.
Flat out wrong. I like the default. I mean, I got to put a loss somewhere. I can't have them going 17-0.
Well, you've kind of shamed me. You think the Seahawks are going to win?
No.
Yeah.
I don't.
No.
I love it. I love that we were wrong about that. That's the best, because they won it in the most improbable way. I mean, it'd be different. I'd still be happy even if they went out there and just blew the doors off the Rams. I'd still be happy. That's my team. I want them to win. But I'm happy because it looked like we were going to be right, and I didn't want to be.
Yeah.
I didn't, and it looked like we were going to be really right because the Rams were doing whatever they wanted on both sides of the ball, and we were just all up there going, what is going on out here?
Yeah.
What was the broadcast like, by the way? We'll get to the other predictions here, but what?
It's always positive. Like, hey, maybe they can, come back here and this and that. It's never like, oh, I mean, I think the most harsh thing I said was when I described Gray Zabel's, when he got whooped.
Yeah.
Like, I think it was Kobe Turner.
Yep.
Yeah, but it just felt bad, and we were just kind of like, man, they just need a break. They need to get a play here, and then the Rashid return happens, and you're thinking, okay, here we go. But I don't know, it just felt so bad because, and again, I thought the run game was kind of the sort of the, I don't know, that was the sort of temperature. Like it really wasn't that bad, but it felt bad.
Yeah.
And so that. Yeah, and I did not think for 1 second about this, okay, about Call It Now.
Oh, yeah. Why was this not at top of mind? Come on.
Yeah, I was just, yeah. I mean, yeah, it was also like Puka Nacua having a really good game. That
really good game.
That actually did benefit me in some way that I won't mention.
Yeah, nobody cares. Yeah, so we got that wrong. Glad to say.
I didn't think about that either.
Then we moved on to Seahawks. Do they score over or under 19.5 points? And that was based on the first matchup. They lost 21-19. So we set the line at 19.5. Here's what we said.
I'm going to go over.
Bingo! How fun!
I'm going to take the under on this. Again, my questions, my concerns, my I guess lack of belief sits with the offense right now.
Not great, Bob.
Yeah, they put up more. Yeah, a lot more.
Well, they were just how many total yards? I mean, it was ridiculous. You know, the Seahawks gave up over almost 600. My gosh.
That was a lot. I know there was overtime, but overtime accounted for what, like 80 yards, 70 yards total, something like that. So even if you remove overtime, it was dreadful. Seahawks allow over or under 21.5 points.
Yeah, I'm going to say over. Affirmative. Yeah, again, I don't think it's going to be so much about our defense. I just think it's going to be about their offense.
Yeah, I'm going to take the over on that slightly as well. That should have been wrong too, slightly. Jeez. 37 points. Yeah, it was slight, but all right, we'll take it. Here's one, because we had just come off a game where they had 6 field goals, could not get the ball into the end zone. And it was just, again, not sure what to expect out of this offense. So the question was, do the Seahawks score over or under 1.5 touchdowns in this game?
I'll go over on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Boy, do I hate being right all the time.
Go over. Maybe Jason Myers he gets a little rest.
I'm going to take the under.
You are living in a fantasy world, pal.
Yeah, I'm getting crushed in this one. Just didn't come in with confidence. Didn't feel good about it at all. All right, so you got that one. I got it wrong. Do the Seahawks commit over or under 1.5 turnovers?
So I'm going all negative here.
He's out of line, but he's right.
Going Doomsday Dave.
Doomsday Dave.
That's worked out well in the past, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For the team, not for me.
Yeah. I'm going to take the under. I think they turned it over once.
I was right. You were wrong. I am smart. You're dumb. I am skinny. You are fat, and there's nothing you can do about it.
This is my worst effort ever. They turned it over 3 times. I thought all right, they may lose, but it's not going to be because of turnovers. Well, they won, and they turned it over 3 times.
You know, the Cooper Kupp one, I was like, man, I got to give him a break on that. I mean, he had good ball security. He didn't see the guy coming. It's not like he was holding it out there. And was it Kinchins or was it Cam Curl?
I don't remember who hit him.
It was one of the safeties. He put his helmet right on the ball. And, you know, he didn't see him coming. So I don't know. I didn't think that sometimes you can't avoid it. And if you get hit hard enough, and if it's like, you know, right on the football, yeah, I give him a break for that one. But that one was really disappointing because I think that was right before half, right?
Yeah, they were moving the ball, and you're like, okay, they're going to get some momentum, and they're going to.
Yeah, he would have been inside the 5-yard line. I mean,
that one hurt.
That one was brutal.
That one hurt. All right, so moving on. Seahawks allow over or under 235.5 passing yards. And again, this is kind of based on. They held him to 130 passing yards in the first meeting that they lost. And Stafford barely completed over 50% of his passes in that game. And this was a different story.
Yeah, I'm going to say under on that one.
Wrong! Yeah, I'm going to take a slide under on that as well. I think he's certainly going to be better than he was in game 1. Talking about Stafford, 130 yards. He'll get over 200 yards. But I think he could come in under that.
I'm stupid. You're smart. I was wrong. You were right. You're the best. I'm the worst.
This is just a train wreck here. He went way over. He went way over. Oh my goodness. All right.
Well, what was it last time? 130?
130 yards.
Yeah. So all together in those 2 games, like 590, something like that. So
yeah.
That's pretty good.
He had his way.
Yeah.
He had his way in this game. It was, and that was. I saw people going, well, I mean, come on. Reek got hurt. Kobe got hurt. Wyman Moyer got hurt. Like, yeah, he was lighting them up before those guys went down. He was doing what he wanted.
But again, man, I mean, if we play the Rams again, they got to find a way to get to Stafford because Stafford,
he had all day.
Yeah, but, you know, the times where he did get pressured, he just threw some horrible passes. And I don't know if he was trying to throw them away, but he was missing, even if somebody was anywhere close to him. So, yeah, that was definitely absent the other night.
Yeah, 457 yards, 3 touchdowns. Seahawks, do they rush for over? This has been the hardest one all season, trying to figure out what the Seahawks do with the running attack. Do they rush for over or under 119.5 on the ground?
I'm going to go optimistic there and go over on that one.
Over 119.5.
Yeah.
coming off a 50-yard rushing effort.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's right.
It's the hardest one. This is the one I've been missing all year. Their rushing game, their attack. Every time I think they're going to break out, they don't. And
Yeah.
I'm going to take a slide under.
Oh, you're taking it on the chin.
Oh, this is epic. This is just a beating I'm taking. They ended up, what was their total? 171 on 25 carries. So
didn't feel like it.
Well, 2 runs accounted for 86 of those yards.
Yeah.
So it's, but hey, it is what it is. So there you go. This was a big one. Puka Nacua. Does he go over or under 90.5 yards?
I'm going to really annoy you with this answer, Bob. I'm going to go under because he's on my fantasy team.
Yeah, it sounds super dumb. I'm going to take the under as well, and it has nothing to do with your fantasy team.
Yes, I know.
Oh, boy, we really missed on that. He ended with 225. 12 catches on 16 targets, 2 touchdowns, 225 yards. In case you're wondering, that works out to an 18.8 yard per catch average per reception.
Yeah. Now, has he eclipsed JSN? I think
No.
JSN stayed a little bit ahead of him.
Yeah, he's still ahead of him.
Yeah. I mean, those two are number 1 and number 2 in the entire NFL. So just going back and forth. And the one contested catch that he made, I think, on Josh Jobe, I felt sorry for Josh Jobe just because he was on coverage a few times and he just found a way to make a play, man.
Yeah.
He's got strong hands.
JSN is at 1637 and 10 touchdowns. Nakua's at 1592 and 8 touchdowns.
Yeah.
He's number 2. So JSN still number 1 in the league. Nacua number 2. George Pickens number 3. So there you go. That all remain the same. But there you go. There were the predictions, and you had a decidedly better day than I did. That was the worst effort of the season for me. And
all just
happy
because I
that
went negative.
I'm just happy that I was the first one.
Yeah.
That's the one I'll embrace being wrong on that. Them finding a way to win again was this more Nah, it still doesn't eclipse the NFC title game. But that looked, I mean, come on. 4 picks, no touchdowns. Russell was terrible. Looked like the Packers were on their way to victory, and somehow, some way, they found a way to win that game.
Well, I have to go back and look at the play-by-play to even remember how that whole thing went down. But I just remember talking to guys like Bob Condotta and Danny O'Neill at the time, and there was a whole bunch of writers that already had that story written.
Oh, yeah.
You know, they were like
dreadful.
Yeah, it was all about the negative things and Russ getting crushed on the interception return, and oh man, it was just.
And all 4 of his picks were targeted for Jermaine Kearse.
Yeah,
Kearse was the target,
right.
and then Kearse ends up being the one to catch the touchdown.
Yep.
So so that still is the king. That's the most improbable win in Seahawks history, especially when you consider what's on the line. Trip to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So this is a close second, though. Again, the team was dead in the water. Nothing was good. And now here we are talking about a big win. But we brought up the run game. You know, two carries. They had 25 carries for 171 yards, 2 touchdowns. But 86 of those yards came on 2 carries. So if you remove them, and they're still part of it, but if you look at the rest, they had 85 yards on 23 carries at 3.6 yards per carry.
Mm-hmm.
So do you feel like the run game is fixed? How do you view the run game coming out of this one?
Yeah, I think that it's TBD still. I mean, you still got some work to do there. I love that Shaheed's part of it, because that's really the intent when they brought him in here, that that you can use him in all kinds of different ways. And I'm just looking at the 10 longest plays, something I reference quite a bit. The longest play was a run, which was Kenny Walker's 55-yard touchdown. So, you look at that's in there.
Would you like to hear it?
Yes, I would love that.
1st and 10. Here's a handoff to Walker now. He starts up the middle. He breaks it outside 50. He's down 40. He's on the run. 30, 25, 20. He's going to go 10, 5. Touchdown! Seahawks! 55 yards, a And the way Ken Walker III started the game on the opening drive with a screen pass for 46. This time he goes 55 on a handoff. His long for the season, and he takes it in for 6, and the Seahawks have tied this baby up at 13 apiece.
Yeah, big night for K9. He brought up the 46-yard reception earlier in the game. That was a little screen pass. He had 3 targets, 3 catches, 64 yards.
Yeah, and that can be considered almost like part of your run game.
Yeah.
You know, because getting him just a little smoke screen kind of over there and get him in open space and everything. So, yeah, I mean, you could throw that one in there really as a run. But, yeah, 55 from K9, then the 46-yarder, then the 17-yarder. Where, you know, that was the one where people started booing.
Yeah.
Because they went for it on, what was it, 3rd and 16?
3rd and 16, and it was...
And they ran a running play.
That's usually when that happens, there's no expectation they're going to convert. It's like, let's improve our field position for the punt.
Yep. And everybody started booing until K9 he did like a 360 on one leg. I mean, it was just incredibly talented. So, yeah, I like that those are starting to be more, prominent, I guess. Because if you do want to count that little screen as a run, the top 2 longest plays are run plays. So I feel better about it. I do. I feel like they're finding ways to kind of get guys in space, and and I think it's starting to make sense to K9 a little bit more. But it sure is good timing and nice to see that at this point in the season that they're still able to kind of fix their run game a little bit, because I think that's really what they want. And remember, we talked a lot about the preseason game against Kansas City, and there was a lot of those like slashing type of runs that were going for 17 yards, 20 yards, 25 yards. So they're getting close to that.
Yeah, I was just looking at the Rams, because I believe they were a top 10 rush defense going into this game. They were
number 9, yeah.
And now they're, what are they? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. They fell to 11. So they were in the top 10. Now they've gone to number 11 against the run at 105.7 per game.
Yeah.
So you give up 171, that's going to bloat your average a bit. Yeah. So that was, point being, they did that against a good run defense. It wasn't, you did this against the Commanders. You did this against the Bengals or the Giants, teams that are just horrible against the run. So, hopefully it leads to more. Hopefully you got 2 huge games left, to say the very least, and we'll certainly be talking about those. But, yeah, it's crucial to get that element of your game going and take as much off of the plate of Sam Darnold as you can.
Yeah. What do you think about Poona Ford? I mean,
I forgot he was on the team before the game.
I know. Yeah, and I remember last time I was talking about him, and I think he's got like 1 sack or something. But, I haven't seen all their games.
He had 1 in this game.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't seen all their games, but he does. He's very disruptive and hard to move. And that was a guy I remember. Was it Justin Britt that was said that he's like Hall of Fame type of talent or something like that?
Yeah, I think he set a weird expectation after those comments. I don't even remember hearing his name called in the first game.
Yeah,
certainly played, and I'll look up the box score. Maybe he had a couple of tackles, but I don't remember hearing his name or noticing him like, hey, this guy's a problem.
Right.
But, good on him. Good on him. Hey, watch high school basketball live tonight for the Seattle Sports Game of the Week, presented by STSPN, as the Lake Stevens Vikings take on the Glacier Peak Grizzlies at 8 p.m. You can watch the game exclusively on the Seattle Sports app, seattlesports.com, and Seattle Sports YouTube page. For more info, visit seattlesports.com/high school. What happened to the Seahawks defense last night? And more importantly, how were they able to fix it when it mattered most? We'll get into that next with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710.
The Mike McDonald Show.
Even for me, I've been a lot of places. But last night, I don't know if it was the watches. I don't know if it was the drones.
I've never been a part of that before, man. Multiple times throughout the game, I was like, man, this is incredible. I actually said in the headset, I was like, man, guys, like, this is freaking awesome. Like, you could feel the 12s kind of get back rolling and the energy, and then our guys needed a little pick-me-up, and then they got it. We talk about 12 as one, and it really is 12 as one. It's like it's us and 12s all working together.
Get the podcast on the Seattle Sports app.
What does VA mean to me?
A place for my daughter to call home, thanks to the VA Home Loan.
A new lease on life. The best healthcare team I've ever had is here at VA.
and education, and the opportunity to open doors I never thought possible with my GI Bill.
The financial support I need to manage the disabilities I developed because of my service.
Get what you earn. Visit choose.va.gov.
Not all veterans are eligible for the type or amount of benefits mentioned here.
At Bible Law Group, we understand what it means to be local legal representation. From shopping at the Bon Marché, picking up gear at Chubby and Tubby, crying for Joey Cora, now for Cal, grabbing a burger while JP Patches clowns by. We live here and fight for you. That's why Bible Law gives local representation to those facing legal problems too big for prayers, even if you can't pronounce Squim or Puyallup. Our legal team has secured more than $40 million in settlements for our clients. We're ready to fight for you. Find us online at BibleLawGroup.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
FIFA World Cup 2026 is coming soon, but your opportunity to be there starts now through an exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card. For a limited time, become a new customized Cash Rewards or unlimited Cash Rewards Visa credit card holder, and you will be eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more at BofA.com/cardFWC26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America N.A. in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. Rights reserved.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Holiday shopping got you stressed? The Mariners have you covered. Grab a season ticket membership for the super fan in your life, and they can lock in the best seats and benefits like guaranteed postseason access. Or mix and match with single game tickets for everyone on your list, from opening day on March 26th to must-see matchups against the Yankees, Phillies, and more. This holiday season, make Mariners.com your one-stop shopping destination.
Oh, he makes the catch! What a snag by Julio Rodriguez!
This is the home of the Seahawks. Going to let one fly deep. Got a man out there. Ball is caught down at the 10-yard line, and it's JSN Seattle Sports.
It's always such a pleasure for me to catch up with you, Shannon O'Kelly, President and CEO of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. And as I understand it, calendar year is wrapping up. There's never a better time to take care of your aches and pains. Why?
Well, it's always a great time to come see us here at IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. We'll take care of your aches and pains. We'll get you better. But particularly, Brock, at the end of the year, most people have met their deductibles. They may have HSA, may have FSA funds. So use the opportunity to use your insurance to treat those aches and pains so you're not taking them into the new year. So you're healthy, fit, and you're excited about the new year. That's what it's all about. Here at IRG, we are so dedicated to making sure our patients really understand the insurance because it's a complex world. So when you call us, we're going to help you navigate your insurance. But I will tell everybody listening right now, if you've met your deductible, get your aches and pains treated here at IRG. We'll take care of you. We'll take care of your insurance. We'll take care of your family. We'll take care of everybody.
Clinics up and down the Puget Sound for you to go visit or see them online at irgpt.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and
I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
This hour of Wyman and Bob is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Text line is there for you at 866-979-3776. We got mean text coming up today at 4:45. At 5 o'clock, we turn you over to the college football playoffs. So shorter show today, so you got to get creative a little earlier. How they doing, Lefko?
Well, let's just say I flew back into town only to be disappointed by these morons. So I should have just stayed away. I don't know. If I was going to come back to this, I would have just not shown up to work today.
Just extended the vacation a little longer.
I mean, an hour earlier, nothing.
We've really
Friday before Christmas.
We tried to get Matt to play your role when it came to insulting the texters, and he was very reluctant.
I just don't have any interest in that. I don't care enough about the texters to make.
Oh, there we go. That's good.
Oh, 866-979-3776. You guys can weigh in on that. I do appreciate everybody that tweeted in the rule from Terry McCauley on that 2-point conversion with the whistle. Some of you are repurposing it as if you didn't know that. Everybody knew that. Stop it.
I was going to say, let me guess.
Stop it.
There was a whole bunch of experts out there that knew that rule already.
That's how they sort of present it.
Yeah.
Like, doesn't matter. Whistle blew. It doesn't matter if the whistle blew. Yeah. It's this, it's that. I'm like, come on. Stop it. You didn't know that. You did. And by the way, I have to say there was one texter out there last week who's, I think, a Rams fan, because they kept saying, when we come out there and whip your butt, the Seahawks are going to be crying, blah, blah. Just a lot of smack talk on the text line from what I think is a Rams fan. But surprisingly, I don't see any text from him.
Oh, that's weird.
It's a weird thing. It's a weird thing. Just absent. Come on. Don't be that person. Don't hide. Your team lost. It's okay. It happens.
Yeah, I like, what was the guy's name? Terry, the official? McCauley.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like the way that he put that. Don't care about your team, whatever, but this is it. But that was a pretty specific rule for some texter to just have, in their back pocket.
Yeah, just like, what are you, dummies didn't know that? Pfft, you don't know ball.
Right.
I haven't seen that. I haven't seen that phrase yet, but it's probably not far behind. Yeah. Meanwhile, we talked about the defense. I mean, the defense has been the most consistent element of this team all year. They had one hiccup we've talked about against the Bucs, and outside of that, they've been fantastic.
Yeah.
Couldn't rave more about this defense. The fact that this defense we've been raving about, asking, is it Legion of Boom Part 2? Are they going to need a nickname? Are they developing into that kind of defense, that kind of stature? For them to now hold the franchise record for futility, if you will, the yards given up, they surpassed a team you were on, Dave.
Yeah.
In 1988 against the San Francisco 49ers. They bested that. How is it possible? What happened last night? And again, I know that Eamon Warry got hurt and Reek got hurt and Kobe got hurt. They were getting their butts handed to them before all of those injuries. What, in your opinion, is a defensive mind, a guy that played on that side of the ball? What in the world? How do you explain it?
Puka Nacua just happened. I have no idea. I think the biggest problem that they had was that they only had 4 quarterback hits and they did not sack Matthew Stafford, and that was job number 1, man. And you talked about last week as well. What did we get? 1 sack, I think, against Phillip Rivers.
Yeah, there's been 1 sack in 2 games.
Yeah, so I can understand that one, just because you don't want to send pressure on a guy. They didn't really know what they were going to get out of him and what kind of, what was he going to do. It looked like he was probably going to get the ball out of his hand early. So, you don't want to commit a whole bunch to, trying to hit him when you're not going to get there. And so I understand that one, but this one, yeah, it's kind of interesting. And I think that was part of the bad feeling when I was watching that game. Again, like when, they were running on us, it just felt so bad because I'm like, yeah, but really when you look at it, and just like Moyer pointed out, they had a 9-yard run and an 8-yard run. But I think it's my expectations, and probably for a lot of fans too, also, is that, they're just going to entirely shut people down. And that just doesn't happen in the NFL. And really, at the end of the day, you go 3.2 yard average. That didn't, I don't know, it felt worse than it looked. But the Puka Nacua thing, I have no explanation for that. I mean, the next closest receiver was Xavier Smith, and he had 2 catches for 57 yards.
Yeah,
but
and
it was all Puka.
It was Puka, and there were times, though, that it seemed like when it was, everybody seemed wide open.
Yeah.
There were a lot of guys that were uncontested, not a defender in sight. And I saw a couple, like one looked like Spoon passed the receiver off. He obviously thought he had help over the top, and there was nobody there.
Yep.
So that's miscommunication. I don't know whose fault it was. I saw Drake Thomas covering in one where he was trailing. He got beat.
Yeah.
I don't know how he ended up on this guy. And then
saw Ty Okada one time in the wrong zone.
Yeah, I saw Job get worked.
Yeah.
So, I mean, some of them, you got to credit the Rams. They're a very good team, and Puka's an outstanding player. But there were just some that were inexplicable and just so. There was one that Stafford missed. I can't remember who the receiver was. Might have been a tight end.
Oh, on the crosser?
Wide open.
Yeah.
There was not a defender within 15 yards of him, and he missed him.
Right.
I'm like, I mean, that could have been a huge play for them, and I don't know what happened on that, how he missed him as badly as he did. There was nobody around him.
Yeah.
So is that something you talk about? Well, miscommunication. Somebody blew coverage there. I mean, to be that wide open.
Yeah.
Is that a communication thing?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. So, I mean, they've got to get that worked out. And, so every once in a while, I guess I would say on the bright side is that you have a game like that with a lot of teachable moments, screw ups, then, you get a chance to address it, and, you see different offenses, and realize that you can be had a little bit defensively, and so that one was kind of discouraging. The 457 yards, and even without Nacua, I mean you had this kid Mumfield.
Yeah.
I mean, he had 3 catches for 40 yards, but it just seemed like he was open, just wide open. Xavier Smith with 2 catches for 57 yards. I mean, there was a lot of holes in the defense downfield. Yeah. So, and look, I have no idea what they were trying to run or what the miscommunication is. Sometimes you can figure it out, but just on the fly, it was hard to, you could see a guy turn around and look like, okay, why are there 2 guys in one spot? Saw that with Ty Okada a couple of times. Mm-hmm. So, you've had some injuries there. I'm worried about Kobe Bryant. Just because he is such a good player, and he really has had a good year, and his injury, that's going to be tough.
Yeah, it looked concerning. But as far as defense couldn't have looked worse. And then you look at it in the fourth quarter. They gave up a touchdown on the Rams' first possession of the fourth quarter. Then the Rams go punt, 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 missed field goal, punt. What changed there?
Yeah.
I mean, you're talking 3 and outs, and then Mike McDonald was asked after the game, about what changed for the defense in that fourth quarter.
Well, I mean, it's hard to rush the passer on 2nd and 1. And we had a lot of 2nd and 1s, and they were running it, and they were running it effectively, and we were trying to figure out solutions. And the second half, we figured out some solutions. I thought our coaches did a great job of finding some adjustments, and can't be taken to the second half. We got to be a little faster on that front. But when you're getting into more pass situations, now you can do what we do.
And then real quick, Leonard Williams, talking about the same thing, breaks down the adjustments they made that helped them late in the second half.
I mean, I think it definitely wasn't up to our standards in the first half. They were, especially in the run game, they were running the ball too well. And I think, our defense thrives on, stopping them on 1st and 2nd down and getting to our 3rd down packages. It was hard for us to get to our 3rd down packages when we can't stop the run. I think we made some good adjustments in the second half, though. At halftime, we changed the way we're going to play the front a little bit, which gave us a little bit more one-on-one blocks, allowed me and Murph and some of the guys up front to gap and a half style defense, and it helped us stop the run a little bit better in the second half.
Yeah, so I know Paul, brought out they didn't have any 10-yard runs and everything, but you hear everybody there going, we weren't doing a good job stopping the run. You look at the box score, their very first play from scrimmage, 8-yard run. And then a 1-yard run, then a 3, then a 7-yard run. And then a 4-yard run. And then you look at their next possession, there's a 5-yard run, and then another 5-yard run. So yeah, they're not busting off big plays, but they're putting themselves in good, but they're on schedule, if you will.
Yeah.
All of a sudden they're in a 2nd and 5 or a 2nd and 2. And so maybe they weren't giving up the big runs, but they were just getting punched.
Yeah, it just seemed like in the first part of the season, for the most part, that our second level linebackers were in the right spot. Lately, the last couple games, even going back to the Atlanta game, where guys are kind of running under blocks, or some of the stuff that where you see Drake Thomas shooting gaps. I think people are taking advantage of that with like cutbacks and things like that. And so you didn't see a lot from Ernest Jones and from Drake Thomas, and usually those guys are really good and have lots of tackles, and it's been leaky there as far as the inside part of the line of scrimmage. And Byron Murphy's still up there doing they always talk about he's the best A-gap player in the NFL, and he's still very stout at the point of attack, but they're doubling him, and then they're getting guards up to the linebackers and just getting them covered. So it doesn't look the same as it did, 2-3 weeks ago when we were talking about Drake Thomas and EJ with all the tackles.
Meanwhile, one guy provided plenty of material for our WHYMAN of the week. That's coming your way next with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710.
Here we go. Darnold has time. Looks inside. It's caught! The Seahawks win the game.
Playoff berth.
An instant classic.
This is who we are. That's Seahawks football.
Check.
Probably the craziest game I've ever seen.
With the playoffs looming, what's next?
We're always going to fight.
Complete coverage at seattlesports.com.
They now have the inside track on having the best record in the NFC.
And the home of the Seahawks.
I think this is the best team in the NFL right now.
Seattle Sports.
Hey, it's Dave Wyman here, and we've been fortunate to hear from 2 Swedish CyberKnife patients this year, Andy Ryder and Tim Hunter, and both heard about CyberKnife from our radio ads and completed successful treatment, and both were raving about their experiences. Tim was impressed that treatment took only 5 days, and Andy hosted a large international delegation just 2 weeks after his treatment. Many options exist for prostate cancer treatment. Swedish CyberKnife is the only one combining a 5-day treatment course with fewer side effects compared to other treatments. It's non-invasive, and you don't need a physician's referral. And when I spoke with Andy Ryder about his experience, he compared it to Star Trek. The technology made his cancer disappear. And Swedish has added a second CyberKnife to keep up with demand and serve patients from all over the state. So if you, a friend, or a family member is diagnosed with prostate cancer, schedule a consultation with Swedish CyberKnife right here in Seattle. Go to swedish.org/CyberKnifeProstate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
Hey, Mike Salk here for my friends at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, and obviously New Year's is coming up. Can you believe it? Book your stay at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel for an evening of elegance at a night at the Grand Ball. This New Year's Eve celebration includes the legendary DJ Super Sam. And sports fans, you got to check out the Hawks Peak, your home for game days with great food and drinks, more than 60 TVs, so you won't miss a play, and a heated, covered outdoor deck with those great views of the Snoqualmie Valley. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Ready for your next chapter? At Edmonds Village, discover independent living that's truly exceptional. Premium apartments, all-inclusive chef-prepared dining, and a vibrant community in beautiful Edmonds, Washington. Call to learn about Edmonds Village end-of-year incentives. It's time to say yes to more connection, more adventures, more you. Tour today, reserve your spot, and start living fully on your terms at Edmonds Village. Call now, 425-534-5100 to learn more. There is so much to love at Edmonds Village.
Stacy here. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, and when they resell it, they share half their profit with you. That's right. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, Isuzu, and Auburn. They'll pay you today for your car, and once they resell it, they'll share half their profit with you. WayscarFord.com.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering. so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ready to deck the holidays? Win a brand new free deck, courtesy of one of the most trusted exterior companies in the Pacific Northwest, State Roofing and Exteriors. Don't miss out. Enter now at mynorthwest.com/win. That's mynorthwest.com/win. Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. Touchdown! Seahawks! Ken Walker III! Get everything Seahawks at seattlesports.com.
Okay, only 10 more presents to wrap. You're almost at the finish line. But first... There, the last one. Enjoy a Coca-Cola for a pause that refreshes.
More than 4,000 women are diagnosed with breast cancer every year in Washington state. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda with Northwest Hope and Healing. We provide a lifeline to breast and gynecologic cancer patients, and you can help us make a difference. Join us for Cork, Fork, and Support, an afternoon of wine tasting and inspiration on January 31st at Mary Hill Winery in Woodinville's Wine Country. Get your tickets now for Cork, Fork, and Support. Go to nwhopeandhealing.org to learn more.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/Investor Day.
With Steel, batteries are included. This holiday season, give a gift that's ready to go right out of the box. For everything from cleaning up the yard to cutting up firewood, Steel tools check off the wish list and knock out the to-do list. And right now, buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for holiday deals and gift ideas. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
Why, man? Why?
Lunch has been canceled today due to lack of hustle. Deal with it.
He's a habitual line stepper.
What were you thinking? What are you doing?
Why are you the way that you are?
It's the WHYMAN of the week.
WHYMAN presented by Mazda of Everett. And today's star is Puka Nacua.
No kidding.
Yeah, boy, it's amazing how he's taken on a different character now.
Yeah.
You view him differently.
Greg Roman.
Oh, he was the one. Okay.
We were having just so we'll fill everybody in.
Everybody's going, huh?
Yeah, there was some chippiness between the coaching staffs, and you heard it.
Oh, I heard it. I thought
Last
it was
night.
Yeah, after the game in the hallway of, right behind the press box.
Yeah.
Fans are exiting out there, but that's also where the coach is going. You heard after the game some aggressive yelling, some aggressive conversation going on, and everybody in the press box was like, heads turning around like, what the hell is going on out here? And some people from the Hawks ran out there, and apparently there were coaches that were going after each other.
After it, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, sometimes those guys all have to go down that long hallway, and you see a lot of times they're running down there, right, to make the elevator or whatever. And, but we were talking about how Greg Roman, when the Niners came up here, and this is in the midst of that Harbaugh rivalry with the 49ers, and he screams out, "Merry bleeping Christmas," really loud out there.
Yep.
And so, I mean, haven't really had anything like that since then.
Until now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess that maybe that rivalry with the 49ers is on the back burner, and the Rams have assumed position of the most hated rival of the Seattle Seahawks. So good. Good. I don't know who it was. I didn't see it. I could hear it, but I didn't see who it was. But
see if I can figure some things out.
Yeah, I was told about it. But our Y-Man entry number 1 comes from Puka Nacua explaining that the refs make calls to get attention.
The refs are the worst because there's just some of the rules aren't, and like these guys are lawyers and like they want to be on TV too, bro. Like the game, you don't think he's texting his friends in the group chat like, "Yo, you guys just saw me Sunday Night Football." Like that was
no way.
Like that wasn't PI. Like, but I called it. I was like,
seriously, they do that?
I mean, these guys are normal human beings too, bro. Like these guys.
I mean, they do a better job than them. Dude, am I joking? Yeah.
I like how he says it's just kind of a statement of fact. Like, what, you don't think he's texting his buddies saying, "Hey, man, did you see me on Sunday Night Football? That wasn't PI, but I called it." See me?
That's so stupid. That is the dumbest. That's not what's going on with NFL officials. They're the best in any sport, first of all. But nobody's doing that. What do you want to lose your job?
They want to be on TV, man. You don't think they're shining for their friends? They're like, you know what? He's implying that they're like the guy behind home plate who's on his phone waving. And you see me?
Oh, yeah.
You see me?
Right.
Yeah, I'm on TV right now, right? Can you see me?
What was the game where it got really chippy and there was a side judge that went over because JSN went, it was this year, he went kind of tumbling into their bench and he came over and
the Texans game.
The Texan game.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, and he came over and like protected JSN.
Right.
Put his arms around. That's an NFL official. That embodies what those guys are all about, and they're not. That's the stupidest thing I've heard from a player in a long time.
Well, he's got more.
I've heard lots of stupid things.
he's got more stupid things he said and tweeted. Was that on that stream
Yeah, I mean, he's got a lot more. We had to parse it down to like 2 we could use on air here. So
yeah,
you could go watch the dumbness in its entirety.
Who do you know who those guys are, by the way?
No, and I'm glad I don't.
Apparently they're very popular, and I'm not sure why they're popular, but apparently they are. I don't know. So I guess it's cool to be on that stream and talk smack. Apparently, is this from the same stream?
Oh, yeah.
All right, same stream with those guys. He's insulting the Los Angeles Chargers.
What team like owns LA?
Football wise?
Yeah.
Oh, it's definitely us. So, like, that's
100%.
That's little brother. Like we charge no, like for real. We charge them like rent for. Like, we charge them like to play at our stadium.
That part's true.
Yeah, I can't disagree with what he's saying there. The Chargers don't appear to have the strongest fan base out there.
Yeah.
Neither do the Rams, to be honest. Did you see many Rams fans in the stands? I mean,
I didn't.
Usually it doesn't matter who it is. You're going to see the jerseys here and there in some more than others of the opposing team. But last night, I don't recall seeing.
The Rams fans don't even go to their own games at home.
That's what we were saying last week.
Yeah.
Like, they don't have a home field advantage there.
Right.
Their stadium gets invaded by the opposing team's fans, whether it's the Chargers or the Rams.
Yeah. So the Chargers do rent space in that building and everything, but it's not like the Rams own the city or anything. I mean, sometimes they don't even show up. And I remember looking last year at the film for the Steelers, and there was like 75% black and gold in the stands. So yeah, I don't think there's much to brag about there if you're talking about Ram fans.
Yeah. It's not like he can point at.
This is the one. I'm sorry.
It's not like he can point at the Chargers and their fans and go, well, their little brother. Everybody comes to see us. No, they don't.
Yeah.
No, they don't.
I'm excited for this next one.
Are you?
Yes.
Zaire Franklin?
I think Gray Zabel might be one of those dirty dogs that we like to have on offensive line.
He's ripping Gray Zabel for talking trash at the end of the game.
Don't not say nothing the whole game. It's a whole lot of gang war going on. And then you want to tag in on the last play?
Yeah.
You're a nut. And I should never see you anywhere. Like, what are we talking about? Slob. I really be grinding these up, like really be burning me out, like real rap though. I ain't gonna hold you.
We gotta say his name, bro.
No, he don't deserve that because he know who he is and he wouldn't even speak to me. I really walked by and doinked him in his face, like, bro, watch him off when you talk to me. Like real rap, bro.
But see, you be talking crazy.
Facts, but I stand. Look, Henny, this is what I'm gonna say though. This is what I'm gonna say, Henny. I stand on it though.
Yeah,
I stand on it.
Bro.
Anything I said to you, I'm gonna come holler at you afterwards, or you know what I'm saying. I'm gonna give you the credit, and I ain't gonna lie to you.
Okay.
For those who don't know,
they
he's a
never talked-
linebacker for the Colts.
Right. Zaire Franklin. Yeah. So did he? I'm sorry. Did I hear Gray Zabel in there and just miss it, or did he ever point it out?
He mentioned him later on. People kind of figured it out based on. I don't think he did not mention him by name, but then people were going back to look at the final play of the game. So when the Seahawks had the kneel down, people were looking at Gray Zabel, and he walked up to talk to Zaire Franklin, and then they inferred that Zaire Franklin was saying this just days later.
Yeah. Oh. All right. Well, hopefully he can get over it.
Well, yeah. No, I mean, poor guy. Jeez.
Come on, let the healing begin.
Words can hurt sometimes, Bob. But yeah, I just like it because we heard when he was mic'd up, he was talking to
Calais
Campbell, and the dialogue was something about I got 105 sacks in this league, and Gray's like, you're not getting one on me, and and then they were going back and forth, but it was all like friendly, so. Yeah, he's making Gray Zabel sound like kind of a punk, and he's not. He's just not.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a really good guy, and he gets fired up. But I like that you do want to be kind of a jerk on the field. There's no question about that.
Yeah, and I like it specifically if our O-line were nasty.
Yeah. Yeah,
right?
You want that.
You want some nastiness. You want some of that edge with your O-linemen. I do. I want those guys to be mean out there.
No question.
Meanwhile, what did he take away from the Seahawks run game, and how did the O-line hold up without Charles Cross? Big Ray Roberts will join us next to break it all down. That is coming up with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710.
The Mike McDonald Show.
Even for me, I've been in a lot of places. But last night, I don't know if it was the watches. I don't know if it was the drones.
I've never been a part of that before, man. Multiple times throughout the game, I was like, man, this is incredible. I actually said in the headset, I was like, man, guys, like, this is freaking awesome. Like, you could feel the 12s kind of get back rolling and the energy, and then our guys needed a little pick-me-up, and then they got it. We talk about 12 as one, and it really is 12 as one. It's like it's us and 12s all working together.
Get the podcast on the Seattle Sports app.
I know a lot of you guys are listening from your phones right now, so it's the perfect time to give a shout out to my friends over at AT&T. The other guys will make claims saying this and that about how great their network is, and I'm just here to set the record straight that AT&T is America's fastest and most reliable wireless network. I don't know about you guys, but it just gives me so much peace of mind when I'm going to do the things I love, and I know my wireless networks got me. Like if I'm going to a concert or a basketball game or even something outdoorsy, knowing I'm going to have fast service and can share what I'm up to is a game changer. You want to know you can post what you want to post, call who you want to call, and with AT&T, it literally doesn't matter where you're going. I promise you, they're already there. Don't just take it from me. Actual tests prove AT&T is America's fastest and most reliable wireless network. When you compare, there is no comparison. Based on RootMetrics' United States Root Score Report, 1H 2025 tested with best commercially available smartphones on 3 national mobile networks across all available network types. Your experiences may vary. RootMetrics rankings are not an endorsement of AT&T.
Have you tried the dining district at the Bellevue Collection? Grab lunch with friends, meet up for happy hour, and stay for dinner and beyond. You can sample international flavors and local favorites from talented chefs. Try a new cocktail on a rooftop bar or watch the game with friends and explore the lively nightlife scene. The Dining District at the Bellevue Collection, where your taste adventure begins. Learn more at BellevueCollection.com/dining district.
Bump here. Seattle U's men's basketball is hosting big games at Climate Pledge. Come see Washington State, and Gonzaga. Next game is December 19th against UW. Tickets as low as $20. Grab your tickets at GoSeattleU.com/tickets. Red Hawks rising.
Don't miss the Daniel Jeremiah Show, presented by Marquee Data.
I think he's been awesome.
Tuesday mornings at 8:30 with Brock and Salk.
If this is where he is right now, he could win an MVP.
Only on Seattle Sports.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
The clock's running out on December deal drops at Lowe's, but there's still time to wrap up something they'll love. Shop great gifts under $50, like the DeWalt Elite Series 100-piece bit set. Plus, if you order by 2 p.m., you can get same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Shop December deal drops while you can. Lowe's, we help, you save. Same-day delivery on eligible in-stock items, subject to availability. Fees vary. Details at lowes.com/same-day delivery.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, the Dodgers are winning World Series, and they're buying up every free agent out there, but it does cost them. The Dodgers will pay a record $169.4 million luxury tax after winning their second straight World Series title, raising their two-year total to $272.4 million. The Mets have the second highest tax bill amongst the 9 teams that pay. They're going to pay $91.6 million despite missing the 12-team playoffs, raising their tax owed to $320.3 million in the past 4 years under high-spending Steve Cohen. Dodgers pay tax for the 5th straight season. The Dodgers total, by the way, broke the previous high of $103 million that they had set last season.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is serviced by the Lee Johnson Auto family.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Seahawks get a huge, improbable win last night based on how things have gone. We've been talking a lot about that. And, there were some things that went well and things that didn't go well with the O-line. And you got to bring in an expert, Dave. You got to bring in a man who knows what he's seeing when it comes to O-line play to really tell you what was good and what wasn't. And we got that guy. He's with us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Our buddy Big Ray Roberts is here. How are you, man?
I'm hanging in there, brother. How you guys doing?
We're good. We were just sort of confused on how to feel about this game because it was so extreme from one way to the other way. I mean, they couldn't have been worse through 3.5 quarters. I mean, everything the Rams seemed to want to do, they were able to do. They're down by 16 with just under 9 minutes to go in the game, and somehow, some way, they find a way to pull it out of the fire and come away with a win. Before we get specifically into the O-line, what were you feeling at that point before the Shaheed return?
I don't really know exactly what to feel. I was just kind of thinking back to what Coach McDonald had said earlier in the week and what he said last week after they beat the Colts is that, wins come in all shapes and sizes, and great teams find a way to win. And so they try to go from play to play, quarter to quarter, game to game, and each of those things have their own history. So you don't carry one to the next. And so after every play, they're trying to find a way to win the next play. And so that's what I was thinking about when that was happening. Like, what are they going to do to win the next play? And then the thing that was crazy was that Brian Walters was sitting beside me, and he goes, man, they're down 16. The only way they can get back in this game is if they allow, like, a punt return for a touchdown. And then they punted the ball to Heed, and he returned it for a touchdown. But, the way I look at it, Bob, is like, people will look at the game, and they'll go like, oh, man, the game was, like, all over the place, and they were out of it, and there's improbable win, and blah, 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 blah. Well, that's why you play until there's no time left. Like if you play until there is no time left, and then that determines who wins and loses. And even there was someone in the press box that was like, oh, my gosh, this game, and this is when the Seahawks were up by 1 point. And I told him, I'm like, dude, you only have to win by 1 point. If you have one more point when that thing hits all zeros, you win the freaking game. And so after the game, I went to him and said, 1 point. That's all it takes. And so, you can get caught up into, like, all the this, that, and the other thing, or the running game, or the passing game, or the pass rush, or the yardage, and all that kind of stuff. At the end of the day, as Herm Ed would say, you play to win the game. They played until they won the game. And so that's the way I look at it.
By the way, was it the goofball sitting in the row in front of you?
If it was, I'd have been on ESPN today, because it'd have been like, da-da-da, da-da-da. Ray Roberts drops the elbow on the
there's a frequent perpetrator of loudly complaining about things that don't go.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah,
a certain expert.
Oh, yeah, super expert.
Hey, so Ray, the answer to this may just be no, but and if it is, we'll move on. But was there some kind of some screaming and yelling and hollering with the coaches after the game or something like that in the hallways? I heard.
No, I don't know if I heard that, Dave.
Okay.
I know that. Unless you're talking about the celebration type part of it.
No. I think Ray was already on set for the post game.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, I honestly, like, I stood in the press box for a minute and was just like, did I see what I just saw? You know what I'm saying? Like, it was, I was like, man, they went for two, and it's a great play and all that kind of stuff. And I just was watching the fans go nuts. So I may have missed some of that stuff that was going on, outside of that.
Yeah. I love that they're building this rivalry against the Rams, because I loved it back in the days when it was the 49ers and Harbaugh, and, him and Pete kind of had a prior little dust up or whatever you want to call it. But yeah, it's kind of cool to have that. I feel like the Rams, because you kind of got, first of all, a couple of football geniuses, one on offense and one on defense, and they're going at it. So kind of like that. I like this rivalry.
Yeah, I even like some of the pushing and shoving that was going on during the game. Like, the Seahawks fans will say that the Rams are being jerks, and the Rams fans will say the Seahawks are being jerks, and I just go like, hey, everybody's being jerks. I'm cool with it. You know what I'm saying? So, like it's an emotional, violent football game. So of course, you're going to get a little overwhelmed by your emotions at times, and push or shove or punch or push or take a cheap shot or what. I mean, it's just part of the game. I don't get bent out of shape by that type of stuff, because it's just kind of it happens. It's like you're going into like a hand-to-hand combat. I'm not saying it is war, but I mean, you're going in a fist fight with a person, and you expect everyone to keep their emotions and stuff under check. And I love it that it got a little chipper. I love it that there's some pushing and shoving, and everybody's talking back and forth to each other. I mean, that's what football is all about. And people are debating like who's the best team and all this other kind of stuff. Like, man, the best team are the teams that figure out a way to win. I think both of these teams are equally as good. They win different ways. They have different strengths and weaknesses. But I think both of these teams could easily, go deep into the playoffs, into the Super Bowl. And I don't say that one is better than the other. They just have different ways that they find ways to win. And I'm glad that we won this one.
So what was your take on the O-line? They were without Charles Cross. We saw some moments on replay that didn't look great for some players. Looked like Gray Zabel had a tough time with Kobe Turner there on a play or two. But overall, what was your assessment of how the O-line played?
Yeah, Bob, sometimes you look at the game and you can go play to play, and critique, every single person on every single play. And then sometimes you just got to look at the complete body of work and what they did in crucial moments. And to me, in those crucial moments where they had to score, they had to get a first down, they had to protect, they had to complete a pass, all those types of things, they were able to do that. K9 rushed for 100 yards, and so they were creating lanes for him to run the football when they needed to run the football. On that last two-point conversion, they created enough time for Sam Darnold to get to his fourth read to make a pass to win the football game. And it's like I was trying to think of all this data analysis that they have. Like, what analysis do you have for that? Like, what do you have for, like, situational toughness? Like, what do you have for situational mindsets? Like you can't measure that. Like, people either rise in those moments or they fall in those moments. And the Seahawks have been rising in those moments, and they did in this game and was able to win. And so when I look at the offensive line, that's the kind of way I looked at this. Like, sometimes you can't just go by the stats and all this crazy data. It's like, when I look at the complete game, did they do enough to win the football game, especially in those 5 or 6 or 7 plays that usually account for how the game is going to turn out. And in those plays, they showed up and did what they had to do. Gray Zabel had a tough day. It sounds like I heard maybe he had had tweaked his back a little bit, so he was probably not playing as athletically and as strong as he possibly was. But there were some plays where he was being a little too aggressive, and the defender was able to kind of use that against him. And then I think Jones, held his own. I mean, he's a guy that's been around for a while. He's going to have some good plays and some bad plays. That was kind of to be expected. And this team always gives this offensive line a tough time. It goes all the way back, from since I can remember covering this team. So I wasn't surprised that there were times where it didn't look pretty, but they showed up in times in those 5 or 6 or 7 plays that determined the game. They showed up and did what they had to do.
Ray, I think one of my favorite plays was, I think it was early on with the little smoke screen over there to K9. And then, you saw Gray Zabel, like, he looked like a sprinter going downfield, man. I love that. And I don't know, I kind of count that as a run play. And I love that. I just think it's a great idea, and if you can get that executed, it's like, you want to hand the ball off inside the box where there's 7 dudes, or do you want to get them out where you beat 1 or 2 guys and you're off to the races? I love seeing that. I wonder if we're going to start to see more of that.
Well, I hope so, because if you watch the Rams, a lot of their running game is almost exactly what you just said. They get all of your eyes and attention going one way.
Yes.
But then, like, let's say they look like they're going to the right, but on the backside, they maybe have 3 guys to block 2. Yep. And that's actually where they're running. And so then they run to that place where they have the advantage. And on that play, Dave, I'll just say this, man. Like, I tip my hat to Gray Zabel, because a lot of times the big 300-pound ugly dudes, you get out there and you run hard as you can, and you're trying to search people up, and then you remember that you're 300 and some pounds, and they're like maybe 185, 90 pounds, 8 times more athletic than you are. You're probably not going to get within 2 feet of them, but you're working hard. So sometimes you get a good effort because you ran hard. But Gray Zabel actually got his hands on someone and took him to the ground. And so I was just like, man, like, the cool thing about that is that he got to a player to block, and then he went back to the huddle. I would have gone to the sideline, Dave. I would have been so tired. I would have been like, hey, can somebody – what was it, Anthony Richardson for the Colts who said, hey, can someone sub me out this time? I'd have been like, hey, man, can someone, like, let me get to the oxygen for a little bit, and I'll come back in? There's no way I could have run that far and then went back to the huddle for the next play. I'd have been like, hey, timeout, injury timeout. Ray needs oxygen timeout, something. But that was pretty impressive that he ran that far, made a block, and then also went back to the huddle for the next play. That was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Ray, what about the right side of the line? We know you and I talked the other day, sitting there eating in the lunchroom, about the critiques of Anthony Bradford, and sometimes this deserves. Sometimes people don't know what they're looking at. So I'm curious what you saw from him and Abe Lucas, who I want to get your take on just how you think his season has gone individually, because we haven't really mentioned him a ton this season.
Yeah, well, I think Anthony Bradford is pretty much a lot of the same of what you're going to get. It's a mixed bag of things. You're going to get some plays where you go like, holy cow, this dude just like put a guy on his back and all he did was extend his arms. And then there's going to be plays where you go like, what was he doing? Like who was he looking at? Why is he turning back, looking at the quarterback? And then there's going to be some plays in between. And I saw a little bit of all of that last night. I tried to watch him a little more just so I can, make sure I know what I'm talking about, because he has been playing some better football, even though he's still going to have his moments where you kind of scratch your head. And then Abe on the other side, I don't know what's going on with Abe and the neck thing with the big neck roll. What I heard is that they told him he should wear it. I guess he must have some type of shoulder neck kind of thing going on, but that he can play with. But to me, it makes him less athletic. He looks very stiff, and so he hasn't looked as fluid and as dominant, like strong as he wants. Because Dave and I used to, like after games, send each other clips of just how strong he looks on the field. And I don't know that I've seen all of that this year. So I think he's kind of been, I would say, kind of mid playing, like what the kids say, kind of mid. But like I said, in moments where he's had to buckle down and make a block and keep someone off the quarterback, he's been able to do that. And so I'm just glad that he's been in every game and he hasn't missed games, with the knee thing that was going on last year. No one quite knows what was going on, but he was able to get back and play, and he's been in there for the whole season. But I think for the most part, the whole entire offensive line, I think, has kind of been in the middle, like all of their. So they're going to play against teams that can scheme them up and run games and get some pressure. They're going to not always be the best run blockers, but I do think that in some moments when they have to get things done, for the most part, they've been able to get that done.
Hey, Ray, Sam Darnold, I'm not sure. I know what to think about him. I think he's a great leader, and I think he is very resilient and everything. But I don't know. Maybe there's something about his body language or something that people, think that maybe he gets overwhelmed or whatever. But I haven't really seen that this year. I mean, and people were talking about coming into, this game and whether or not the Rams have his number. I mean, he came right back out there with, after having some, there were some bad plays in that game, and he kept coming back out there and got it done eventually. So, yeah, I mean, I feel like I wonder if there's something about his body language or the expression on his face or something that people think that he looks overwhelmed or something. But I think the proof is in the pudding with him, man. He is able to come back from that deficit. I have no doubt that he thought they were going to win that game when they were down by 16 points.
Yeah, well, the thing to me, Dave, is that people don't understand how hard it is to have bad plays and then line back up because the team is dependent on you to make plays, and you have to go back out there as if those plays did not happen. Right. And so sometimes for certain people, they have to put themselves in a mindset to be able to absorb all of that. And some people can do it by being super frustrated and slamming the video pad down and all that other kind of stuff. And other people can just stay a little more, even killed. And I think that's what Sam is. Like when you look at the expression on his face, it doesn't get super excited and it doesn't get super low. He's just kind of a calm dude. And I will say this, it takes a tremendous amount of ability to just put things behind you to come out and still make some of the throws that he made. I played with a quarterback in Detroit that in the pregame warm-up, you were praying that he completed like his first 2 or 3 passes, because if he didn't, he was done for the entire game. So and this is in the pregame warm-up, throwing to your own guys in 7-on-7 basically. And so it's like, man, if he misses his first 2 or 3 passes, man, I hope Barry has his shoes tied on tight today, because we're going to have to run the heck out of the ball. And so for Sam to be able to have these hiccups and then still come back, and then also for the coaching staff to still believe that he can do it, and then also for the team, the players to know that he can do it. Like no one, when they interviewed the defensive players, they interviewed the offensive players about Sam Darnold, none of them say, "Oh man, we think he can do it." They just go, "No, we got his back. We know he's going to do it." Like that's a totally different thing than like, man, I think he can do it. I think Sam is blah blah blah. They talk about what they know about him, and that's something different. And so that speaks to his leadership. It speaks to his mental approach to it, and it speaks to all those things, Dave, that and Bob, with the ultimate fighting, and we talked about all that kind of stuff. It speaks to all the stuff that the data can't measure. You can't measure that. Yeah. And I think that's where people miss with some of the data stuff. And that's where they miss with, like, how the heck did the Seahawks win that game? Because there is a mental part to this that is bigger than the data. if and you can keep yourself in a place where you can find yourself in these tough places, and you don't look at it. You look at it as an opportunity, and not as an issue or a problem. It's like we have an opportunity to still go win the football game. So we have to be able to do that, and they did it. And to me, that's the mark of a great team. That's a mark of a team that has unbelievable leadership. That's a mark of a team that has unbelievable connectedness. And I think this team has all of those things.
What was your reaction to that 2-point conversion that was recovered in the end zone by Charbonnet? Because that was, the stadium seemed confused. You know how it is in the press box. We don't have audio, so it took a while for people to understand, what are they looking at? What's going on here? And then for it to work out the way that it did, I know Rams fans are claiming that's BS. It shouldn't have gone that way. Terry McCauley, who's the rules analyst, tweeted out today that is absolutely the rule, and even if the whistle blew, that it was called correctly. So I guess Rams fans can live with that or not. But what is that was going on? Have you ever seen anything like that?
I've never seen anything like that. Like when they in the press box, obviously all you can hear is that the play is under review for an incomplete pass, and I'm like, well, it was clearly incomplete. Incomplete. Like, what the heck are they talking about? I was so confused. Like I was trying to understand. So then I'm like, well, let me watch the replay. Did someone catch the football? And then I saw the ball on the ground. I had no idea what was going on. And then when they started talking about the ball maybe being thrown backwards, I'm like, oh, okay, well, that's different, And but then I didn't know that after the whistle is blown and everybody stopped playing, I don't know if he had picked the ball up before the whistle blew or after the whistle blew, but it seemed like the play was dead and he picked the ball up. That's the part that's kind of weird to me. Like, if I was a Rams fan, I'd be like, well, you blew the call dead. Like, so it shouldn't have counted, but I'm glad it did because we got a chance to win the football game. And then even Brian Walters, in our post game, was wondering, like on a fourth down, if you fumble the ball, you can't advance it. It goes unless you're the person that fumbled it, I guess. If you're someone else, then you can't advance the ball. And so then he was saying, why isn't the 2-point play the same way? Because otherwise you could go for 2 as you're running the ball, and if you're going to get tackled short, you can kind of come up with a fumble scenario into the end zone. Hopefully someone recovers it and you get the 2-point play. It's almost like no harm, no foul for you in that situation. So it'll be interesting to see what this one play sparks around the conversation around how that rule is officiated on that particular play.
Yeah, I think what was that? What did they call that play when the Raiders kicked the ball? It was back in the 70s, 80s.
Fumblerooski?
I don't know if it was that.
Fumblerooski, I don't know. It was like Ken Stabler or somebody, 15 different people kept pushing the ball forward. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
But he made it very clear, and it was just I don't know. It was just we were kind of comparing it to the NFC Championship game. It was just like that felt pretty low there for a while when they were down by 16. Man, I'm like, okay, they can score 2 touchdowns and get 2-point conversions, but that's going to be tough to do. And that was, I think a lot of people had that story probably written early.
Yeah. The thing that I was going to say, the thing that was interesting is that on all the kickoffs, they kicked the ball away from Shaheed. They were clearly not trying to give him a chance to return the football. So either they just thought hey, we're up 16, this game is over, punt it to him, or the punter mishit the ball because it also was kind of a line drive. It didn't have much hang time. So for a guy that's that fast, he gets ahead of steam and he can see the defense and weave his way through it. So then you look at McVay and you go man, was that a miscue? Or did he mishit the ball, or did you just underestimate the ability for Shaheed to return the punt? And then when you listen to some of the defensive players, the Rams were out there joking them, they had the game wrapped up. And to me, that speaks to this whole mindset thing. The Seahawks didn't stop playing, and it sounded like the Rams may have started playing a little bit. They took their foot off the gas a little bit, even if that was a coaching decision to kick it to him. He took his foot off the gas a little bit, and then all of a sudden, here we are in a tie football game, and the Seahawks have a chance to win it. So, to me, the way I see the game, it just epitomizes what it means to be an elite professional athlete playing at the highest level, and sometimes the things that all of the pundits want to talk about, the different metrics and all that stuff, man, you can't measure heart, you can't measure determination, you can't measure mindset, you can't measure toughness, you can't measure all that stuff. You see it, and you know it when you see it. And I think the Seahawks have shown it time and time again that they have those things. Even in the games they've lost, they've played really hard, tough, football, and tried to the last play to win the football game.
Big Ray, as always, great stuff. We appreciate you, my friend. Thanks so much for the time, as always. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, Happy New Year if we don't talk to you before then, and have a great one, man.
I appreciate you, man. I might wrap up some of these atomic elbows for some people in the press box. Maybe that'd be a cool Christmas gift.
Yeah, just make sure I'm there with you.
I know. Like you open the box and an elbow just comes out. Bam! Right in the face.
I like it.
We appreciate it, man.
Thanks, Ray.
All right, you guys have a good one.
There you go. There's Big Ray Roberts with us. Always fun talking to him. If you guys miss any part of that conversation, you can find it on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. Football Fridays are powered by the Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. There was an uncomfortable moment during Sean McVay's press conference last night. We're going to hear about that when we sweep the dial. Coming up with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710.
Brock and Salk.
Shahid is smooth, man.
Morning 6 to 10.
Explosive. He just covers so much ground on these kickoff returns. If they're going to win the number one seed, if the playoffs are going to go through Seattle, and every opportunity is there. With the Green Bay loss of Micah Parsons, the West is likely going to be the number one seed. Rashid Shaheed is going to play, I think, a prominent role over these next 3 weeks and into a playoff run as well.
Only on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
The holidays aren't just about giving gifts. They're about giving memories.
I'm Diamond Dave, and nothing creates a memory like the sparkle of a diamond.
The Cantor family has helped families find the kind of gift that takes her breath away.
And the truth is, this isn't just about one holiday. It's about every holiday, every anniversary, every moment she looks at that diamond and remembers how she felt the first time.
That's why now is the time to do it. Whether it's a custom piece designed just for her or something perfect and ready today, you'll find it here.
Don't wait until the last minute. Come in, call, or DM us at Cantor Diamond. Let's make this season unforgettable.
From our family to yours, happy holidays.
Call Diamond Dave at 253-272-7007. That's 253-272-7007. That's 253-272-7007. Or follow them on Instagram at Cantor Diamond. That's at Kantor Diamond.
At Bible Law Group, our team reflects the same lessons learned by our founder, James Bible, while playing for legendary Husky coach Don James. Coach James always said it's amazing what gets done when nobody claims credit. That's the philosophy we carry into every case, because your victory is what matters at Bible Law Group. When your legal problems hit biblical levels and you feel like you're stuck in a lion's den of litigation, you need a legal team that won't back down. At Bible Law, we've secured over $40 million in settlements for our clients, and we're ready to fight for you. Find us online at BibleLawGroup.com.
So Pure Talk just had their best year ever and asked me if I'd like to thank their customers on their behalf for being so awesome. I said sure. It's important to say thanks, especially this time of year, which is why, as one of their many satisfied customers, I should probably thank Pure Talk first for keeping their customer service in this country and for providing hundreds of American jobs. I appreciate that. I also appreciate their Roundup program, which makes it easy to support America's Warrior Partnership and join the fight against veteran suicide. And I love that Pure Talk donated 1,000 hand-sewn Made in America flags to veterans around Independence Day. And of course, I really appreciate their generous support of my own foundation, MicroWorks, and their commitment to help us train the next generation of skilled workers. Having said all that, it's now my pleasure, on behalf of everyone at Pure Talk, to thank you sincerely for choosing to do business with an American wireless company that actually stands for something. And one more thing. Merry Christmas.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real real cash back. If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Want more Seahawks content? Join me, G. Scott, on The Reset. New episodes of the podcast every Monday and Thursday on YouTube or on the Seattle Sports app.
Does your yard need shade, privacy, or a little brightening up? Look no further than Big Trees. I'm Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. At our 30-acre location, there are thousands of trees to choose from and knowledgeable staff, including a board-certified master arborist, to help you find exactly what you're looking for. Visit the nursery and learn more about Big Trees at bigtreesupply.com.
Deck the halls with $80,000 in Christmas cash. Join the holiday fun and unwrap your share every Sunday in December at Silver Reef. One jolly new winner drawn every half hour starting at 4 p.m. with one guaranteed $10,000 winner and 10 every week. Now that's a whole lot of money. Don't forget, your Reef Rewards card can save you up to 25 cents per gallon at Lummi Bay Market next to Silver Reef. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5 exit 260.
Our friends at Mazda of Everett always offer you their best deals. Mazda of Everett is the West Coast's largest Mazda dealer for a reason. They sell more new Mazdas than any other dealer on the West Coast. So come check out the Mazda More to Move You sales event now. Shop over 300 new Mazda CX-5s with 0.9 financing for 60 months, available on approved credit. Located on Highway 99 in Everett, or shop MazdaofEverett.com based on Mazda USA's retail sales reports 2025.
What does VA mean to me?
A place for my daughter to call home, thanks to the VA Home Loan.
A new lease on life. The best healthcare team I've ever had is here at VA.
And education, and the opportunity to open doors I never thought possible with my GI Bill.
The financial support I need to manage the disabilities I developed because of my service.
Get what you earn. Visit choose.va.gov.
Not all veterans are eligible for the type or amount of benefits mentioned here.
This hour is serviced by the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Scanning the airwaves for the most interesting and entertaining stories of the day. Sweeping the dial. Every afternoon at 4:45 with Wyman and Bob.
Presented by Silver Reef Casino Resort.
All right, I'm going to play you a two-parter here. We don't often do this, but a two-part first sweeping the dial. This is Ernest Jones, the Thursday Night Football post-game on-the-field interview afterwards. Very brief here, talking about the Rams.
They were laughing in our face. They thought it was over with. Excuse my language. They thought it was over with. But around here, we played to the last snap, last whistle, and we showed it up today.
So that was just on the field. And then afterwards, in the press conference, he kind of reiterated that and went into more detail.
Crazy when they were up, because they thought it was over. 30 to, was it 30-14 at one time? Yeah, they thought that it was over with. It's disrespectful. As a defense, that's disrespectful. Disrespectful to the game, because, it's too much time left on the clock for you to be thinking it's over. I won't put no names on it, but they know. They know, and we won, so it don't matter. Are they saying anything? Yeah, they were saying stuff. Yeah, they were saying stuff. I won't repeat what they were saying because it's not really good, but they were talking.
Come on, put names on it. I want to know who.
Name names.
I want to know who to hate on that team.
Yeah, they had some guy on their, maybe it was guys that on the defensive side that were shouting on the field.
I was guessing well, if it's Ernest Jones saying it, it's got to be the offensive players, right?
Well, yeah.
Unless they were chirping from the sidelines.
That's what I mean.
I'm just assuming it was like Puka Nacua because he likes to talk. I don't think it would be Stafford. Who else would it be on the offensive side for
them? How long's Puka been there? Because we're EJ. This is his second year away. Anyway, I probably knows him, and that would be the first suspect, I would think.
Well, yeah, because he just seems to be making it a habit of chirping these days when he probably shouldn't.
And then picking his nose vigorously. God, that interview was so weird. Where he just all of a sudden would just like grab his nose and start I don't know what he was doing.
Maybe it was just from being out in the cold and coming into the I don't know. This is his third season, by the way.
Yeah. Okay, so he was with him at one point.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I mean, I I like the way he put that. It's disrespectful.
Yeah.
Sweeping the dial.
So we're talking about Puka Nacua. Well, after his whole week, and it was a short week, his week in the headlines, for some reason, right after the game ended, must have been the second he got to the locker room, he fired off a tweet that said, "Appreciate you, Stripes, for your contribution, LOL." Now, it's since been deleted, but Sean McVay, during the post-game press conference, was asked about it, and he had no idea what was going on.
What are you talking about?
You just put something on Twitter a couple minutes ago.
So what are you asking me right now?
Are you okay?
I can't answer questions about something that I'm not aware of.
Okay, but are you okay with players kind of expressing frustration over things like that? Or is that something that you hope that they kind of keep to themselves?
I gotta have more information before I answer any of those kind of questions.
a little irritated there. Yeah, well, what's your question now? And the guy was trying to get to it.
Yeah.
So, yeah. You know, I have a fear that as respectful and everything as I am of coaches and everything, that if somebody like up on a podium started like getting after me, and that I might get really pissed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just don't talk to me like that. I don't know. Like with Bill Belichick, I could always see that happening. You ever been in that situation? Have you ever had anybody bark at you or
just Lou Piniella?
Lou Piniella.
Yeah.
Did he used to call you in like one-on-one, or
no?
It was always
that was always it. He called me out in front of everybody, but
he called you son, right?
Yeah, that's when I knew I was in trouble.
And
son.
What was it about?
How long you been managing?
Yeah.
I don't manage Lou. All right.
Yeah.
Who's got a question? It was, I don't even remember. I think I asked something about a player, like bringing a guy out of the bullpen earlier or later than he did. I don't know. Something about a decision he made in a game. And did you consider this, or were you thinking of that, or he didn't like it.
Yeah.
He made that clear.
Sweeping the dial.
I think we were all equally confused about that 2-point conversion that we talked about for a long time. I'm not going to call it the name that's going around.
Yeah,
we won't mention it again. But Sam Darnold, certainly the one who was on the not receiving. He was the one that started that all. He threw the pass, and he was asked about it as well. About, hey, what did you see? What did you think happened on that 2-point conversion?
Yeah, it was like kind of right on the side, and I'm glad Sharps picked it up, and that obviously was a game-changing play.
Was that designed to be a backward pass, or you threw it that way?
It just happened to be backwards. It wasn't necessarily talked about. We were just going to try to get it in down there on the goal line.
Wow. So that sounds like, no, it wasn't intended to be that. It just was.
That kind of scares me because, well, there's lots of what ifs.
Yeah.
But you know what? We were owed that, right? Because of all the what ifs that happened in that first game. I mean, there was a lot of things. Like if that ball touches the pylon on the way out on the punt, if J-My gets a good swing on the final kick.
A little more air under the ball to Shaheed in the end zone.
Then the holding penalty on the K9 touchdown. I mean, so, yeah, we were owed some breaks there.
Well, and again, according to the rules analysts, they nailed it. They did what they were supposed to. It did look weird. I mean, look, if I'm a Rams fan, I'm going, what is that? Everybody stops playing. The guy just casually, Charbonnet, again, good on him, but he didn't jump on it like, whoa, I got the ball. He just went, he was already running that way, and plays over, just picked it up, looked around. I mean, it wasn't like,
here you go, Mr. Official.
I'd like to give him the credit. Man, what a heads-up play by him. He jumped on that ball, but it was just more like, I'm already running there, and there it is. I picked it up. You know what I mean?
Well, and they showed him on the sidelines, and it's not like he was pumping his fist. Going, yeah. He was kind of like, they're funny.
Well, that worked out pretty cool.
You don't have that still from the rules, the officiating committee or whatever that quote was.
Yeah.
If you can read that again. Somebody was asking for you to read that again, but
this is from
made it very clear.
Yeah, Terry McCauley, who is football rules analyst. I don't have a team, nor do I care about your team or the teams they play. So making that clear. But he said, when a backward pass is ruled forward and incomplete, replay can reverse it If there is a clear recovery in the immediate continuing action, the recovering team is awarded the ball at the spot of recovery. And then he wrote, let me make this perfectly clear. Whether a whistle is blown or not is completely irrelevant. So
there you have it.
There you go. From the rules analyst. And there's no gray area there with him.
Right.
And he doesn't give a damn about your team.
Right.
So there's that.
Love it.
All right, last chance to get him in. Mean text, 866-979-3776. That's coming your way next with Wyman and Bob, Seattle Sports on 710.
Here we go. Darnold has time. Looks inside. It's caught! The Seahawks win the game!
Playoff berth?
An instant classic.
This is who we are. That's Seahawks football.
Check.
Probably the craziest game I've ever seen.
With the playoffs looming, what's next?
We're always going to fight.
Complete coverage at seattlesports.com.
They now have the inside track on having the best record in the NFC.
And the home of the Seahawks.
I think this is the best team in the NFL right now.
Seattle Sports.
Hey, it's Dave Wyman for Harley Exteriors, and when you're at home and next to your windows, do you notice cold air or a draft when the wind blows? How about moisture or leaking during a rainstorm? After 20 years in our home, our window seals started breaking, and a failed window can do major damage to your home, and the older the window, the more likely it is to fail. That's why right now is an excellent time to have Harley Exteriors come by for a no-charge inspection and consultation. That's right, it's free. That's exactly what I had done over the summer, and not only were they extremely knowledgeable about all things windows, I found them to be polite, professional, respectful. In other words, people you want to do business with. And Harley Exteriors right now, they have a special offer for Seattle sports fans. Buy 3 windows, get 1 free. There's no payments or interest until 2027, and they'll also take an additional $200 off your entire project. So schedule your free consultation today. They'll give you an honest assessment and quote. Call 833-HARLEY. That's 8333-HARLEY, or go to harleyexteriors.com.
Breast cancer is a tough battle for anyone to fight. But when you can't work, care for your kids, or even put food on the table, that diagnosis can be devastating. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda, a plastic surgeon who is proud to support Northwest Hope and Healing. Our mission is to provide a lifeline for breast and gynecologic cancer patients. We cover essentials like food, utilities, and childcare, so patients can focus on healing. For more than 25 years, Northwest Hope and Healing has distributed over $3 million to thousands of local cancer patients, and you can help make a difference in our community. Join us on Saturday, January 31st for Cork, Fork, and Support, an afternoon of fine wine, gourmet cuisine, and inspiration at Mary Hill Winery in the heart of Woodinville wine country. Get your tickets now for Cork, Fork, and Support on January 31st. Go to nwhopeandhealing.org to learn more. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
It's about grit.
Leonard Williams drags him down.
Running through whatever gets in your way.
The handoff to Charbonnet. Stiff arms a man, turns, first down. Oh my goodness, what a blast!
Fighting for every yard.
The handoff to Walker. He breaks a tackle, comes back to the near side, stumbles across the 10, breaks the tackle, touchdown, Seahawks!
And a drive that never ends. Celebrating 50 seasons of Seahawks football. Visit Seahawks.com/tickets today.
This is the home of the Seahawks. Gonna let one fly deep. Got a man out there. Ball is caught down at the 10-yard line, and it's JSN Seattle Sports.
Hey, Mike Salk here for my friends at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, and obviously New Year's is coming up. Can you believe it? Book your stay at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel for an evening of elegance at a night at the Grand Ball. This New Year's Eve celebration includes the legendary DJ Super Sam. And sports fans, you got to check out the Hawks Peak. You're home for game days with great food and drinks, more than 60 TVs, so you won't miss a play, and a heated, covered outdoor deck with those great views of the Snoqualmie Valley. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
This is TV's Dr. Travis Stork for Eggland's Best. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, make sure you're choosing wholesome ingredients like Eggland's Best eggs to plus up your nutrition. With more than 6 times the vitamin D and double the omega-3s and vitamin B12 compared to ordinary eggs, Eggland's Best supports a healthy lifestyle. Available in so many delicious varieties: classic, cage-free, organic, free-range, and pasture-raised. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs. Visit egglandsbest.com to learn more.
Hey, Ryan Reynolds here for Mint Mobile. You know, one of the perks about having 4 kids that you know about is actually getting a direct line to the big man up north. And this year, he wants you to know the best gift that you can give someone is the gift of Mint Mobile's unlimited wireless for $15 a month. Now, you don't even need to wrap it.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan equivalent to $15 per month required. New customer offer for first 3 months only. Speed slow after 35 gigabytes if network's busy. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
Storm damage can hit your home hard. Your roof, siding, windows, and even your deck. That's why we're here 24/7 to respond when you need us most. Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. From emergency repairs to complete replacements, State Roofing and Exteriors has the team, the skills, and the experience to protect your home after the storm. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 19...
Moyer and Big Ray Roberts for joining us on the program. If you missed any part of today's show, you can find it on the podcast page at seattlesports.com. Click the podcast tab, click on our picture. It's right there. Have a great night, everybody. We'll talk to you on Monday with Wyman and Bob.
The Mike McDonald Show.
Even for me, I've been in a lot of places. But last night, I don't know if it was the watches. I don't know if it was the drones.
I've never been a part of that before, man. Multiple times throughout the game, I was like, man, this is incredible. And I actually said in the headset, I was like, man, guys, like, this is freaking awesome. Like, you could feel the 12s kind of get back rolling and the energy, and then our guys needed a little pick-me-up, and then they got it. You know, we talk about 12 as 1, and it really is 12 as 1. It's like it's us and 12s all working together.
Get the podcast on the Seattle Sports app.
Well, it's pretty hard to believe the holidays are here, and now is a great time for fitness gifts for your friends and family, or maybe even for yourself. Hey, Brock Ewart here, and from weight sets and accessories to the complete home gym, my friends at Top Fitness is the place to shop, and doing it right now. Top Fitness got certified pre-owned, pre-core commercial treadmills that are the same models used in hotels and clubs that typically sell for over $13,000 and available for you. You ready for this? For $3,300. They look like new and they come with a full warranty. So don't settle for that lightweight, cheaper treadmill when you can get a deal this good. As always, you get free delivery and assembly on those Precor treadmills, ellipticals, and exercise bikes. It's no secret why everyone from personal trainers to pro athletes love Top Fitness. You can visit them in Tukwila, Linwood, or Bellevue, or go to topfitness.com for all the fitness enthusiasts on your holiday lists. Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. At Bail Arm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bailarm.com today.
Hi, I'm Emily, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where a small box with a burgundy bow will help you win the holidays. As an in-house designer, I love creating meaningful, fine jewelry gifts. Choose a necklace with a gorgeous infinity charm to symbolize your everlasting love. Or go for a personalized piece with an engraving, their zodiac sign, favorite color gemstone, or their initial accented with pave diamonds. Because a friend wants you to be a holiday hero. Stop by or shop now at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Bump here. Seattle U's men's basketball is hosting big games at Climate Pledge. Come see Washington State, and Gonzaga. Next game is December 19th against UW. Tickets as low as $20. Grab your tickets at goseattleu.com/tickets. Red Hawks rising.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
Getting more as a MyLowe's Pro Rewards member is easier than ever with the Lowe's app. Download it today and earn 500 points the first time you log in. Plus, your digital wallet helps you scan, save, earn, and access what you need to manage it all in one place. Download the Lowe's app and take advantage of your Pro benefits today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid 12/1/25 through 1/7/26. Offer valid for first login per organization only. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Additional restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for more details. Subject to change.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
Nugget Bills, Nuggets all the way.
Hi, I'm Kylie.
I'm John.
And I'm Garrison.
And a little thing we love about the 30-count Chick-fil-A nuggets
is sharing them when we cut down the Christmas tree.
We will pack the car with gifts. And of course, we go and pick up our family's favorite nuggets.
Every nugget is tasty times quadrillion.
And we get all the sides.
Yeah, the ooey gooey mac and cheese is a big hit.
Share the nuggets, share the joy. Order the 30-count Chick-fil-A nuggets on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Incident impacting 10 or more towers must be connected to impacted tower at onset of outage. Restrictions and exclusions apply. See att.com/guarantee for full details.
This college football season, show your school spirit every time you pay. Introducing college-branded Venmo debit cards. Rep your team on and off the field with custom designs that let everyone know who you're rooting for. Whether you're tailgating, grabbing stacks for the watch party, or celebrating a win, you can unlock 15% cash back at ESPN, 1 free year of Perplexity Pro, and more. This college football season, score more with the Venmo debit card. Get yours now in the Venmo app. Learn more at venmo.com/collegecard.
Max cashback varies. Terms apply. The Venmo MasterCard is issued by the Bancorp Bank N.A.
Paying extra for tire care is BS. You know, bad service. So at Midas, we're rolling out our BS-free tire guarantee. Included with paid installation and tax on every purchase. You'll pay nothing for flat replacements, nada for flat repairs, and zilch for tire rotations every 5,000 miles. That's $0 for all that. So with this limited lifetime tire guarantee, you'll pay a whole lot of nothing compared to what the other guys charge for tire care. That's the BS-free tire guarantee, only at Midas.
At Wrangler, we know the essential question for any guy is, can I go like this? It could be date night, boys' night, work, or your nephew's school play. It could be anything. And the last thing you want to do is change. That's why Wrangler makes jeans, shirts, jackets, and tees that answer yes to life's essential question. You can go in Wrangler. Check out our latest styles today at Wrangler.com. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
This is the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Coming to you from the All-State Studios, Jim Basketball back on College Football Live, taking you to kickoff for Alabama and Oklahoma. First college football playoff matchup. This game and the Tulane-Ole Miss game will be the third and fourth in-season rematches in college football playoff history. In 21, Alabama won the SEC championship against Georgia. Dogs won the national title last season. Oregon won in the regular season, but Ohio State won in the first round of the college football playoffs en route to a national title. We pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to the college football playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
Again, we have a trio of college football playoff games for you on ESPN Radio, with coverage coming your way tomorrow at 11:30 a.m. Eastern. It starts with Miami and Texas A&M. The winner plays Ohio State in the Cotton Bowl on New Year's Eve. Marcel Reed, A&M quarterback, 25 scoring strikes this season, fifth most in school history, 2,932 pass yards. That's sixth most ever by an A&M signal caller. He joined our Ryan McGee.
Is Marcel Reed, the freshman from Nashville, going to come in relief?
It's a keeper by Marcel. He runs to the left. He gets outside. And Marcel gets in. Touchdown, Aggies.
Marcel Reed has ignited this offense.
That was a crazy moment. It was a surreal feeling. You know, obviously, first snap I get in, I score a touchdown. I came in, sat, waited behind. And once my name's called, I'm going to be ready.
Marcel Reed spins, and he's pushed forward. Touchdown, Aggies! Marcel Reed has jump-started this offense.
Surely enough, you know, I got my time last year, and now I'm a starting quarterback.
Somebody light me up! Keeper Marcel tucks inside and scores. Touchdown, Aggies.
There's a narrative on A&M that we're not supposed to win more than 8 games a year. I honestly don't really pay attention to it.
Tucks and runs. It's his turn now.
I feel like we can play any style of football on any given Saturday and go out there and dominate.
Marcel Reed, he's the guy.
This team is believing in number 10.
What would it mean for you to be the guy that finally got this program to the promise that's always been there, but they haven't closed in a while?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it would mean a lot. I'm just out here trying to do my job. My job is to go out there and play my best and try to win games. And I feel like, I've been doing that my whole life.
And Marcel, are you telling me that all these people on the internet don't know as much about football as you do?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm telling you. And Coach Elko will tell you the same exact thing.
Can we put to bed the story about our quarterback not being able to throw?
Tell me about Coach Elko. What's it like being around that guy?
He'll tell you what it is and he'll tell you what it isn't. And he keeps it straightforward with everybody on his team.
He's a straight-up Jersey guy, right?
Yeah, he's a straight-up Jersey guy for sure. He makes jokes, and sometimes I don't even know if he's joking. It's hard to tell sometimes, but I love him to death.
You went viral because this video of you signing autographs and signed for a long time. Like, they had to call you in. Hey, man, we're trying to celebrate. Get in here. Why do you do that?
I tried to get as many people as I could for all the ones who stayed, just because, I love how much they support us on the road. They bring a lot of juice to the team. I love putting a smile on people's faces, especially after a big win like that.
We welcome you to Baton Rouge. The Aggies look to remain undefeated, taking on the LSU Tigers. Reed throws it end zone, touchdown!
People don't know this about me, but I love playing away games.
The 12-man travel. The Aggies come to Death Valley and pummel LSU. That's a playoff team right there.
I love our home crowd, but I love being in a hostile environment. I want all the noise.
Marcel throws, end zone, caught! Caught!
I want you to bring all of it, and at the end of the game, I want you to be silent, so I can hear myself and my teammates when we're celebrating.
What would define success for this football team when we get to January?
A national championship would define success. That's what everybody's reaching for. We're striving for perfection every single day, so we can go out on Saturdays and be our best selves.
A&M Miami gets a trio of college football playoff games started tomorrow, but the playoffs start tonight. Winner gets Indiana in the Rose Bowl on New Year's Day. It's Alabama and Oklahoma kicking off these college football playoffs. For the call, we send you to Norman and our team of Cole Kubelik, Max Starks, and Mike Cousins.
Jim, thank you so much. When folks talk about the pageantry of college football, it's exactly what we're witnessing now. The lights are down. Flame towers in the south end zone welcome the Sooners onto the field. Of course, the Sooners schooner riding out first. And we get ready for game number 1 of the college football playoff in 2025. It's number 8 versus number 9. Alabama on the road here against Oklahoma. And Max, for these Oklahoma Sooners making their 5th college football playoff appearance, 0-4 in previous visits to the college football playoff, where they've lost by an average of 18 points a game. If a team scores 18 points tonight, I think we're going to be surprised with how good these defenses are. But this has been a big step forward for the Sooners and Brent Venables in his 4th season at the helm, because last year they beat Alabama, played spoiler, and essentially knocked the Crimson Tide out of playoff contention. Now they're the team that has the upper hand coming into this game and can eliminate Alabama overall from the 2025 season.
And it's going to be a monumental task, because Alabama, when they've been faced with playing a team 2 times in the same season, it's usually been a split. They've never been swept in one of these games. So for Oklahoma, you have history that you can be made on top of kicking them out of the playoff, but beating them twice in the same season, and you get to do it on home turf. You went to Alabama about a month ago and had a very stellar defensive game. Tonight, I think you're going to have to use your offense a little bit more and not live and die off of those turnovers that they created about 34 days ago.
But the identity under Brent Venables has been built around the defense. 47% of opponents' plays this year against Oklahoma have gone for 1 or fewer yards. Cole Kubelik reporting down on the field today. Cole, this Alabama offensive line has moved guys around throughout the course of the season. Today is no different. And the first time that these teams met, Alabama quarterback Ty Simpson got sacked 4 times.
They did not handle the pressures or the looks that this Oklahoma defense threw at them in round 1, Mike. And I talked to Ryan Grubb, the Alabama offensive coordinator, on the field before the game, and he said it was very uncharacteristic of one, Ty Simpson, two, Parker Brailsford, and the rest of that offensive line with how they allowed free runners at the quarterback and into the backfield. One of the things that they've really worked on, stressed in practice this week, is when to squeeze protections down, not to allow linebackers, DBs, defensive linemen to shoot through those A gaps in between the guard and tackle and in between the center and guard and have free shots at their quarterbacks or running backs. We'll see if that Alabama can alter enough to slow it down in this matchup tonight in round 2.
Cole, we've got, according to the weather report, 55 degrees, winds at 15 miles an hour. What does it feel like down on the field?
It's chilly down here. In the wind, you can feel it. It's a constant gust. You can see the flags above the top of the goalposts are swirling in different directions. It's absolutely football weather. It's not what Max Starks is used to up there in Pittsburgh, but it's definitely chilly, and I think it will affect the aerial attacks today.
Well, I will say this, Cole, I will take no snow on the ground for this affair, but you're right. I mean, and I think that's one of the other things is talking about the kicking games as well. Jake Bates is one of those guys that has struggled, but Tate Sandell, Lou Groza winner, should have a little bit of an easier time. So I think the specialists are going to be very busy tonight.
That is a huge advantage for Oklahoma with Tate Sandell, their kicker. He's made 23 field goals in a row. He missed his first of the year, has not missed since, and as long as 55 on the year. Will they try from 55 with this wind? Probably not.
No.
But it's 15 miles an hour out of the south-southwest. So for us, that's right to left, and that'll be the opening kickoff as well, with Alabama winning the toss, and they will kick it away to Oklahoma. Connor Talty with the ball on the tee, kicking from right to left, and Isaiah Satania, the wide receiver, back deep. The college football playoff is underway with a kick that is short of the end zone, but a fair catch taken by the Sooners wide receiver. And so it's Oklahoma coming up the field, left to right, 1st and 10 from its own 25-yard line. The Sooners, the number 8 seed in the college football playoff, 10-2 in the regular season, 6-2 in the SEC, scoring 26 points a game, 77th in the country. Their passing game, 61st in the country. Neither of these teams great running the ball. The Sooners, 107th in the country at 124 yards a game.
You're going to need to still press the ball to keep this game consistent. So let's see what they can do with this makeshift offensive line.
Quarterback John Mateer is in the shotgun. Ball is on the near side right hash. 4 down linemen for Alabama. He's got the snap, fakes a handoff. It's play action on 1st down. He's got plenty of time. Flushed out of the pocket, near side 20, into the 24, and dropped near the sideline. Xavier Brown, the sophomore cornerback out of Santa Ana, California, makes the stop. Maybe a loss of half a yard there. It'll be 2nd down, 10 to go for Oklahoma.
And I really thought on the deep route from the slot by Satania was wide open. He broke past the safety in the middle of the field, and at the last second, Mateer gets moved off of his block trying to change his launch point, and therefore has to choose the decision to tuck it.
Mateer is in the shotgun, 2nd and 10 from the 25-yard line. It's an inside give, and it's Torrey Blaylock sprinting ahead to the 29-yard line for a gain of 4, where he's met by the linebacker Justin Jefferson, the 2nd leading tackler for the Crimson Tide. Makes it 3rd and 5 for Oklahoma.
And if you want to have that consistency, this is what you have to get. You have to get in that 4 to 5 range. But I can tell you this, that defensive front for Alabama is not going to allow many opportunities for them to have those type of runs, so they have to be able to feast in those moments.
Alabama, a strong defense like Oklahoma, giving up just 17 points a game, 12th best in the country. 3rd and 5, Satania in motion to the near side. Mateer back to throw, and he fires toward the near sideline, a diving attempt at a grab, and that ball is caught at the 42-yard line by Deion Burks. A 13-yard catch, 1st down Oklahoma.
And this is just a beautiful job by Burks, sitting in the middle of the zone and just going for the ball. Ball thrown a little bit errant out to the outside, but Deion Burks jumps and goes full Superman to the sidelines to make the catch in the 1st down for the Sooners.
John Mateer, the Oklahoma quarterback, the redshirt junior out of Little Elm, Texas, in the DFW area, the 21-year-old, as you heard in the pregame show, transfer from Washington State. A season low 138 yards in the first matchup. Hands it off on 1st down and 10. A run to the near side all the way out to the 50-yard line as Justin Jefferson makes the tackle on the carry by Torrey Blaylock, the freshman whose yards have gone down as of late, just 11 yards a game over the last 5 as they've gone in favor of Xavier Robinson, but Torrey Blaylock stays in. 2nd and 4. Moyer with a pump fake to the near side, looks left, runs to the 45, now the 50, lunges forward across the Crimson OU logo at midfield, and 1 yard into Alabama territory, down at the 49, stopped by the linebacker Deontay Lawson to make it 3rd and short.
And it looked like the ball had come loose at the end of that, but Moyer going down. That is a questionable call there. I'm watching the replay right now, and before his elbow hits the ground, ball comes out, but he's able to secure it and keep possession for the Sooners.
He did, so they've got it 3rd and 2 at the Alabama 49-yard line. 3 minutes gone in the first quarter, no score between Alabama and Oklahoma. It's Moyer by himself in the gun, 2 receivers left, 3 to the near side right. Design quarterback keeper over right guard, over the 45, and it's a first down to the 43-yard line. 6-yard quarterback run, first down Oklahoma.
That was a beautifully designed play. Hey, Cole, did you see what they did down there with the right tackle?
I did. There's also a new formation, Max, almost like a wing T. He had 2 tight ends off the ball.
And now into the shotgun, 1st and 10, going left to right at the Alabama 44-yard line. 2 deep safeties here for the Crimson Tide with Moyer in the shotgun. Xavier Robinson, the running back, to his left. 3 receivers left, 1 to the near side right. Moyer with a rollout to the near side, immediately feels pressure, fires to the sideline, and the pass incomplete, going for Deion Burks again, who had the diving catch earlier on the drive, and good coverage from Xavier Brown.
Keon Keeley was coming off of the edge, hair on fire, and hits Moyer in the backfield. Luckily, he was able to get that ball off, but you have to think that this defense is going to start firing up the pressure because they've been very lax early on in this. So Coach Linguist and Coach Womack are going to be looking at how can they affect this Oklahoma offense because they've been doing a good job early.
2nd and 10, Oklahoma at the Alabama 44-yard line. Moyer from the shotgun and a 4-receiver look. It's Blaylock, the running back, who takes the handoff. He is stonewalled at the 45-yard line. London Simmons, the big 300-pound defensive tackle, stood up the freshman running back. 3rd down and 10 here for Oklahoma. And they get quickly back to the line. Max, you mentioned pressure from Alabama. They only blitz at the 6th lowest rate in the sport, 15% of the time, giving a lot of trust to their front 4. And they'll have 3rd and 10 here. 10:49 to go in the first quarter. Oklahoma with a long look to the near sideline, getting the play call set. 3 receivers right, including the tight end Kanek. Moyer back to throw against a 4-man rush from the pocket, and his pass to the near side is incomplete. Might have been altered at the line of scrimmage, looking for the running back Torrey Blaylock. 4th and 10 at the Alabama 44-yard line. Oklahoma's offense stalls out on a long first drive, and they bring on the special teams squad to punt it away.
And pressure from the right side, and I'm not sure if that was Edric Hill that came and gave that, or if that was Keeley again. It's tough to see from this angle. Just kind of distorted the view for Moyer trying to dump off to his running back off to the right edge.
Grayson Miller on to punt from left to right. First team All-SEC. Skies it down the field to the numbers far side, and a fair catch made by Cole Adams about the 11-12-yard line, and a punt of 32 yards executed nicely there by the first-year transfer from Central Oklahoma. So it'll be Alabama with the ball for the first time when we return here to Norman, Oklahoma. No score between the Sooners and the Crimson Tide. 10:30 to go in the first quarter. You're listening to the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Seattle's rainy season is here. Don't wait to replace your roof. Schedule your free estimate at 3treeroofing.com and get $500 off your roofing project. Our expert team creates a custom plan for your home, ensuring a smooth, worry-free installation even in the winter months. With material prices low and lead time short, now is the best time to act. Stop throwing money at costly repairs. Protect your home this winter with a new roof from your neighbors at 3Tree Roofing. Visit 3treeroofing.com today to secure your $500 discount. 3Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
The holidays aren't just about giving gifts. They're about giving memories.
I'm Diamond Dave, and nothing creates a memory like the sparkle of a diamond.
The Cantor family has helped families find the kind of gift that takes her breath away.
And the truth is, this isn't just about one holiday. It's about every holiday, every anniversary, every moment she looks at that diamond and remembers how she felt the first time.
That's why now is the time to do it. Whether it's a custom piece designed just for her or something perfect and ready today, you'll find it here.
Don't wait until the last minute. Come in, call, or DM us at Cantor Diamond. Let's make this season unforgettable.
From our family to yours, happy holidays.
Call Diamond Dave at 253-272-7007. That's 253-272-7007. That's 253-272-7007. Or follow them on Instagram at Cantor Diamond. That's at Kantor Diamond.
This is the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Back here at Memorial Stadium in Norman, Oklahoma. No score between the number 9 Alabama Crimson Tide and the number 8 Oklahoma Sooners. Mike Cousins, Max Starks up in the booth. Cole Kubelik is down on the field. Long drive there for Oklahoma to start the game, but no points to show for it as they move the ball left to right down the field. 9 plays, 31 yards, and no points. So it's Alabama led by Ty Simpson, the redshirt junior quarterback, 6'2", 208 pounds out of Martin, Tennessee, making the 14th start of his career. All of them this season after backing up Bryce Young and then Jalen Milroe. This offense, 31 points a game during the regular season, 1st and 10 from its own 12-yard line. In white jerseys tonight, Daniel Hill is the running back in the shotgun, takes the handoff and goes between the hashes, forward for just 1 yard before the defensive line crashes down on the sophomore running back. Mason Thomas there to make the tackle. That's a big guy to get back along the defensive line.
It's a major get for them to pair him along with Taylor Wine on the other side. Both these guys love to crash pressure and run with the bull rush up the field and try and constrict those quarterbacks and create that middle pressure for the linebackers to feast.
Simpson in the shotgun, 2nd down, about 9 to go here for Alabama, deep in its own territory. Hill, the running back, off to his left. Belly high snap, throw to the near side, and a catch made at the 17-yard line by Isaiah Horton. And he's quickly hit and down there. It'll be 3rd down and 9 coming up after the tackle by Kendall Daniels. Isaiah Horton, a big target for them on 3rd downs this year. Hill stays in at running back here on 3rd down, 5 to go from their own 17. 2 receivers out wide to the far side right. Ball is on the near side left hash. 2 receivers this way. Oklahoma, one of the stingiest defenses in the country. They rush 5. Alabama picks it up, throw to the near side is incomplete at the 23-yard line with the pass intended for Isaiah Horton. It hit him in the hands and then fell to the grass. Cortland Guillory there in coverage, and Alabama on its opening drive will go 3 and out.
The freshman cornerback, Cortland Guillory, freshman All-American, coming up and playing big in coverage and not allowing for the receiver to haul that ball in. This is one of the things that was going to be a big matchup, was watching how the freshman deals with this type of environment for him, just being so young on this defense.
Blake Dowd, the redshirt senior, is on to punt. He stands at the near side left hash, his own 3. Plenty of time to get the ball away. It's a wobbling kick. It crosses midfield, bounces at the 45, toward the middle of the field, and then takes an Alabama roll to the 41-yard line where the ball is dead. 42 yards on the kick. We've got 9:03 to go here in a scoreless first quarter in the college football playoff between Oklahoma and Alabama. This is the college football playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
With Eckrich, the official smoked sausage and deli meat of the college football playoff, it's super easy to score big flavor, even when you have no time between the laundry, your laundry list of responsibilities, and kickoff. You're still ready to go with perfectly seasoned smoked sausage you heat up and eat up. Whether it's Grandpa's famous chili dogs or your famous almost forgot the potluck deli sliders, Eckrich makes every game day taste and feel like a win. For extra delicious game days, just add Eckrich.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
Hi there. Surprise.
30 for 30 presents Booyah.
Can I get a witness from the congregation?
You can't stop authenticity.
Booyah!
Stuart was exactly like you saw him on camera, off camera. He dialed it up 10%.
Can you imagine the impact of young black boys and girls looking at that going, I feel seen?
He changed the culture. He changed sports.
Stream Booyah right now on the ESPN app. This is the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
It's a chilly and windy night to get the college football playoff underway this evening in Norman, Oklahoma. We've got 9:03 to go in the first quarter and no score between Oklahoma and Alabama. Up in the booth, I'm Mike Cousins along with Max Starks. Let's go down to the field and Cole Kubler.
A couple things that I picked up from the Alabama offense on that initial drive. I know it's not what the Crimson Tide wanted, fellas, but picked up that blitz on third down. It was incomplete, but that was a very similar pressure to what allowed free runners to get at Ty Simpson the first time these two teams met. Also, the muddle huddle, the quick huddle, coming up, getting the play, and then quickly dispersing those individuals out into the formation and going out and trying to run the play before Oklahoma's defense can get set.
Oh, the first meeting was won by Oklahoma just about a month ago, a 2-point victory for the Sooners. So you'd expect to see some things different here and not running back exactly like Alabama did the first time. A season-high 3 turnovers for the Crimson Tide in that game as well. For Oklahoma, crimson helmets, crimson jerseys, cream numbers, white pants. And for Alabama, they've got crimson helmets, white jerseys, crimson numbers, and white pants. Oklahoma taking its time to break the huddle here. They've got 1st and 10 coming left to right, similar to what Alabama just did and what Cole talked about. And from the 41-yard line, it's Torrey Blaylock, the running back to the near side. He gets to about the 43 before he's edged out by Nakai Hill-Green, the transfer by way of Michigan, Charlotte, and Colorado. That's a gain of 2 on first down.
The outside toss zone is one that you want to try and make sure that you can hone in, because I think Oklahoma can beat them with the foot speed to the outside, but you've got to lock up those edges and you've got to pin those defenders inside out.
2nd down, 8 to go. Oklahoma at its own 43. One of the hallmarks of that first meeting against Alabama was their excellent starting field position. Moyer takes the shotgun snap, fakes the handoff, stands tall in the pocket. Pass ball down the middle is caught in Alabama territory and all the way down to about the 35-yard line. Jermichael Carter with the grab, a gain of 21. He caught 6 passes, Max, during the regular season, and 3 of them were against the Crimson Tide.
And the delayed blitz by Bama, just waiting, and Moyer just waited for that linebacker to come up and fill, and then threw it right over the top. So you're always taught as a quarterback, right? Replace where they go. So if a guy fills on a blitz, that's the open area you're looking for first, and Moyer spotted that immediately.
Line of scrimmage is the Alabama 36, with Oklahoma looking to score the game's first points. 1st and 10, Moyer from the shotgun. Long fake of the handoff, looks around, fires numbers far side, and missed a touchdown. An incomplete pass. He was going for Giovanni Gibson, who had everybody beat. If he makes the grab, it is a 10-yard skip into the end zone.
And John Moyer, I know, wishes he could have that back. Gibson had about 3 yards in each direction, just wide open, and he just kind of winged it a little bit and just sailed on him about 2 yards over the receiver's head.
2nd down and 10, Oklahoma. 7:39 in the first quarter. Ball is at the Alabama 36, going left to right. Moyer is in the shotgun. He's got 3 receivers to the near side right, 2 to the left. Design run. He goes off to the left side to the 35, hash of the 30, and falls forward between the hash and the numbers at the 25-yard line. He gains 11 yards, needed 10, first down Sooners.
Quarterback counter. I love Caden Helms, the tight end, coming around for the wrap block to lead, and Moyer following him and then jutting out to the left. And a nice physical run at the point. We said Moyer's legs were going to be one of the difference makers right there. It makes a difference in getting the Sooners close to the red zone.
The 224-pound quarterback, their 3rd leading rusher this year, behind Xavier Robinson and Torrey Blaylock. It is Blaylock, the freshman, to his right in the shotgun on 1st and 10. They give it to Blaylock, and he is quadruple teamed at the line of scrimmage, goes nowhere, back to the 25, and push back Keon Keeley along the line. One of the first on the scene there. 2nd and 10 coming up for OU.
And also Tim Keenan, number 96, was definitely another big part. He is what we would like to call a boulder at 6'2", 320.
320!
He's a massive man in the middle of that defensive line.
We'll see him soon at the Senior Bowl coming up. 6.5 to go first quarter, no score. 2nd and 10, Oklahoma deep in Alabama territory. Mateer on a rollout near side, throws it a little bit too long. That was immediate pressure there that forced him out of the pocket.
And pressure coming from all around. Keon Keeley was one of the first guys there in the face of Mateer, not allowing him to go. And then Red Morgan coming in from the safety position, also pressuring at the line of scrimmage. We talked about OU's going to have to move this pocket. They can't stay stationary because of that very thing that Alabama will fire on it.
Line of scrimmage, the Alabama 25. It's 3rd and 10 for Oklahoma. Mateer is in the shotgun. He's got a shoulder-high snap. Pocket holds, floats it over the middle. Caught by Robinson, the running back at the 20. He's to the 15, sideline 10, and tiptoes out of bounds at the 8-yard line. Great patience there from Mateer to let that develop for 17 yards and make it 1st and goal, Oklahoma.
And when Xavier Robinson just kind of skates out to the right, just runs a little hookup check down right in the middle of the defense, and as everybody starts to kind of clear out, he just takes that ball and takes it north and south and gets to the sidelines. I guess north and south for us. He went he went vertical a little bit late once he got to the sideline, but a great job there by Oklahoma and that offensive line.
Sooners 1st and goal, going left to right at the Alabama 9. Robinson, the running back, to the left of Mateer. Quarterback run, he's up the middle, he's to the 5, he jukes a defender, and he's into the end zone. Touchdown, Oklahoma! John Mateer with an 8-yard quarterback scramble to the right hash and into the end zone, makes it 6-0 Sooners here in Norman.
Don't sweat the technique, John Mateer. Beautiful job running the out play. So they pulled their right guard, pulled him out left to get the influence, to get the eyes for the linebackers going the opposite direction. Mateer goes right and beats Xavier Brown at the line, just gives him a quick juke move to the outside, goes unabated into the end zone for the Sooners' first score.
Tate Sandell for the extra point on a windy night here in Oklahoma, and he nails it. 33 for 33 on points after this season. So Oklahoma on its 2nd drive of the game capitalizes, and it is 7-0 Sooners with 5:29 to go here in the first quarter with their lead over the Alabama Crimson Tide. This is the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Are you ready to unleash the beast?
Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice-cold Monster and dominate your competition. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Grab yours today.
This college football moment is brought to you by Serve Pro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on October 2nd, 1993, when the University of California faced a 30-0 halftime deficit to Oregon. Cal went on a remarkable 42-11 run in the second half to capture a 42-41 victory, one of the largest comebacks in college football history.
Serve Pro, like it never even happened.
We expect our information in real time. US Med carries continuous glucose monitors, which provide real-time readings of blood glucose levels. US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 500 private insurers. So call 888-665-0696 today for a free insurance and Medicare benefits check as easy as... That's 888-665-0696.
This is the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Oklahoma is on the board first, a 7-0 Sooner lead over the Alabama Crimson Tide. 8 plays, 59 yards. and an 8-yard quarterback run by John Mateer to give OU the lead. My cousins, Max Starks, up here in the booth. The guy with the best view, Cole Kubelik, down on the field. What did you see on that last drive?
I'll tell you, the thing that's sticking out to me, Mike, for the Oklahoma offense is the patience of quarterback John Mateer. He is riding his fakes until the very last second and then pulling that ball out, either finding an open receiver, keeping the football, and when he does keep the football for a designed quarterback run, pressing the line of scrimmage, pressing his blocks, allowing his blockers to help make defenders wrong when he chooses which lane he's going to try to rush the football in. Keep in mind, last season, what Jackson Arnold and this Oklahoma offense did to Alabama on the ground at that position, we're starting to see some shades of that here tonight.
Well, we couldn't have a better game to talk about offensive line play with Cole, who was a captain at Auburn, Max at Florida, and then with the Pittsburgh Steelers, a 2-time Super Bowl champion. There's been some great combo blocks there from that offensive line, too, to open up holes for running backs and for Mateer.
Well, and you're talking about guys shifting, getting back into this offense. For Oklahoma, you go with Jake Eichler is out again, so you shift over Fabechi Wiwu, and you bring in Ryan Foji to be the right guard, and Derek Simmons, so doing a great job by those guys in communication.
Lazier Brooks takes the kickoff at the 1. He is spun to the ground at the 15-yard line along the near side between the hash and the numbers. Would have been much better served going with a fair catch there. Would have had 10 more yards on the play. And so it sets up the second Alabama drive of the game after the tackle by Tristan Haynes sprinting downfield for the stop.
Not great field position starting for Alabama for their second drive. Let's see this time around if they can handle the pressure, if they can get something going on the ground. We've seen Oklahoma start with a nice ground game and being able to be balanced. Let's see if Alabama can pick that up as well.
First drive, they had 3 plays for just 5 yards. 1st and 10 officially from their own 14-yard line. Here comes the blitz, and they get there. It's a sack back at the 5-yard line. Kip Lewis from the blind side, and Ty Simpson didn't see it until the very last second.
Men coming free off of the edge. You have to be able to watch that. Kip Lewis, playing the Will Backer position, is sitting off in a slot coverage, and at the last second, Ty Simpson kind of turns his eyes to the right on the snap. Kip Lewis blitz, unabated straight to the quarterback.
A loss of 9. So Ty Simpson in the shotgun, 1 step backward, will be in the end zone. 2nd and 19 from the gun. Daniel Hill, the running back, to his left. Claps his hands, takes a thigh-high snap, throws to his right. Ball is caught by the tight end, Josh Cuevas. He's tackled at the original line of scrimmage back at the 14-yard line. Robert Spears-Jennings was the first man there. Josh Cuevas, they said before the game, as Kalen DeBoer, the head coach, talked to Holly Rowe, maybe 20 to 25 snaps for him, playing for the first time since the first matchup between these teams back on November 15th.
And he's a guy that you like what he does. He's a very sure-handed guy and a nice, capable target for Ty Simpson. So the fact that you can get him out there and get him involved in this game early is a good sign.
4:10 first quarter. Alabama down 7-0 against Oklahoma. It's 3rd and 10 for the Crimson Tide, going right to left at its own 14. Late check at the line, and Ty Simpson calls timeout for Alabama. Play clock was about to expire. He went up to talk to the center, Parker Brailsford.
Alabama, first charge of the half.
And the Crimson Tide clock stoppage comes with 4 minutes to go here in the first quarter. It is Oklahoma with a 7-0 lead over Alabama, and Cole, they'll have a 3rd and 10 coming up.
First thing I'm noticing about this Oklahoma defense, not as much emphasis on pressures up the middle, more pressure off the edge. And it's not just the guys that are getting the pressure for Oklahoma, Mike. On that sack for Ty Simpson a couple of downs ago, got to give credit to Marvin Jones Jr., who saw the screen early, ran laterally with the screen. Ty Simpson couldn't get rid of that football. Kip Lewis obviously takes him down in the backfield. This defense is on point early.
Cole, everybody knows how good of a defensive coordinator Brent Venables is from his long stint at Clemson in the national championships there and what he's done with this Oklahoma unit. How much does the pre-snap movement that they do create chaos for the offensive line?
Well, I think the problem with it is they give you the pre-snap movement, and we've seen Alabama a couple of times now. They came out early, straight from the huddle, tried to snap the football quickly. Now they're back to Ty Simpson, taking his time, trying to direct traffic, repointing a Mike linebacker, trying to reset things, and then they'll move again, or they'll walk another backer up, or they'll drop a defensive end out. So everything that you reset for, Mike, you'll get another wave of movement after that, and you just don't have the time to reset one more time, hence why Ty Simpson had to take the time out there.
It's 4 minutes to go here in the first quarter. The first game of the college football playoff with 3 more tomorrow on ESPN Radio. Number 9, Alabama on the road, and number 8, Oklahoma with a 7-0 lead. John Moyer capping off the Sooners' last drive with an 8-yard quarterback keeper into the end zone. Mike Cousins, Max Starks, Cole Kubelik down on the field. I want to keep talking about the offensive line play because it's going to be important, Max, throughout the course of the game. When you see those shifts by the defense, how does that change the communication with the guy next to you?
Well, it's tough, especially when you're talking about like anything on the edge, because now your tackle has to then communicate to the guard to then communicate back to the center if there's any type of re-mic IDs. You're still waiting for Ty, the quarterback, to make that decision if they're going to re-mic it because of where the strength is, off of whether it's a slot or whether it's a safety dropping down into the box. And by that time is running out. You only get 25 seconds, and for Ty Simpson, he's trying to create and make the perfect play, and it's just not coming to fruition. Sometimes you just have to run and you have to live with the hot route on those calls. You can't block up every protection.
Second meeting of the year between Oklahoma and Alabama, November 15th in Tuscaloosa. It was Oklahoma 23, Alabama 21. The strangest part about that game is that if you look at the box score, Alabama outgained Oklahoma by nearly 200 yards, held the ball for nearly 10 more minutes. Has not been the case thus far. Alabama is about to run its 6th offensive play, and they have a total of 5 yards.
And -7 rushing on top of that early on. We talked about the woes of the rushing game, but right now, very pronounced, especially when you saw what Oklahoma did on this last drive with the quarterback and running back run game.
3rd and 10 for the Tide from their own 14-yard line. They're taking a long time to break the huddle as they come right to left. And Alabama standing in amoebic fashion, waiting for the offense to spread out. They show a 2-safety look. Simpson is in the shotgun, 3rd down and 10. 3 down linemen, and running back Hill spread out wide to the right in a wing position. So a 3-receiver set. Snap is back. It's a deep drop, an even deeper one into the end zone. Simpson on the run, a desperation throw to the near sideline is incomplete. If he didn't let it go, he would have taken a safety. Pass intended for Lazier Brooks and Owen Heineke, the linebacker. Well, Ty Simpson, let's say he could probably smell his breath with how close he was.
He got super close, and Heineke walked up into the line of scrimmage into the opposite A-gap, or the right side of the offensive line A-gap, and then waited for the twist to occur on the left side, and then he just moved right around it. We used to call that the slappy dog, down, down, and around. And Owen Heineke was right there in Ty Simpson's face. He did everything in his power to get that ball away and get that ball downfield harmlessly out of bounds.
The punt is just kicked by Blake Dowd, nearly blocked, and it comes down shy of the 50-yard line where Isaiah Satania was ready to receive it. So that was kicking with the wind, and that was a millisecond away from the ball being blocked. And remember, in game number 1, just a 32-yard punt there, the end of the first half, Connor Talty for Alabama was going to kick a game-tying field goal, and that was altered along the line too. Not a block in the traditional sense that it was swatted back, but certainly somebody got their fingerprints on it.
Yeah, there was some DNA left on that ball, and Taylor Wine was a guy that could be traced back to, and you just think about just the nature of this game, the nature of way Oklahoma's lathered up, the home crowd, and Alabama has to try and weather this storm and get through it. But right now, giving up excellent field position to the Sooners.
Oklahoma 1st and 10 at the Alabama 46, a 7-0 lead. Lots of time for Moyer. Slings it crossfield. Caught by Kennick, the tight end, inside the 40. Tackled at the 38-yard line. A gain of 8 on 1st down. And he's taken down by Justin Jefferson at the linebacker spot.
Kennick, 41st catch on the season for Kennick, the senior out of Hays, Kansas. Just running a nice little shallow crosser across the middle of Moyer, going through his progression, finds Kennick and puts him up there for a nice gain for 1st down.
Moyer 4 of 8 for 60 yards, completed 62% during the regular season. 2nd and 2, handoff straight ahead. Torrey Blaylock running between the hashes. His forward progress gets him to the 35. That's a gain of 3 on 2nd and 2. 1st down Oklahoma, as they have more or less moved the ball at will here. coming with 3 minutes to go in the first quarter and looking to build on a 7-0 lead over Alabama.
It's come at ease, and they're running that muddle huddle, so Alabama not able to shift or really sub out personnel. They kind of have to deal with what they have on the field because of the way Oklahoma's keeping things at the line of scrimmage.
1st and 10 Sooners. 2:37 first quarter at the Alabama 35. It's a handoff. It goes to Torrey Blaylock coming to the near side from the slot left. He is upended at the 30-yard line, and he picks up 5 yards there before he's flipped on his helmet by Jordan Renaud, the defensive end who started the SEC title game and tonight in place of the injured LT Overton.
On schedule, I think is the best way to describe this Oklahoma offense right now. It's just moving on schedule. It's getting those 4 or 5 yards plus on first down that puts you in second medium, keeps the playbook open for you, and then allows you to have, if you're going to have a 3rd and short, to be able to convert in those moments.
2 minutes to go first quarter. Oklahoma with a 7-0 lead over Alabama. 2nd and 5 at the Bama 30. Toss to the short side of the field. It's the near side. Blaylock is wrapped up inside the 30-yard line. Late flag comes in from the near side, scraping the stars with how high that flag was thrown. And they'll mark him down. See exactly where the line of scrimmage will be here. There's officials milling about all along the near sideline, as we'll get ready to hear from Cole Knipple, our referee tonight here in Norman, Oklahoma, with the first penalty of the game coming here late in the first quarter. Flag is down at the near side 24-yard line.
After the play was over, unsportsmanlike conduct, number 55 of the offense, 15-yard penalty from the dead ball spot. Down counts, 3rd down. That's number 55's first toward disqualification.
A little bit of extra there by left guard Eddie Pierre-Louis on the play, and it's right at the end of it. And I'm watching the replay. I guess because he stood over Red Morgan after he shoved him to the sideline, but the whistle hadn't blown. But Brent Venables, watching his vernacular on the TV, I don't think it was nice words that were being said.
So it's 3rd and 18 now for Oklahoma at the Alabama 43-yard line. Snap back to Mateer. Fastball out to the far side. Caught at the 45 by Satania. Bounces off one tackler, then another. Surpasses the 35, gets to the 33.5-yard line, a little bit past the original line of scrimmage. Linebacker Justin Jefferson ends the catch and run, a gain of 10, and because of how good their kicker Tate Sandell is, they're going to try for the field goal here with the ball at the 33, so approximately a 50-yarder.
Into the wind as well. This is going to be one of those, but Sandell has been excellent from 50 and beyond, and also has a really powerful leg.
Officially 51 from left to right for the left-footed kicker, who has made 23 in a row. From the far side left hash, 50 seconds to go first quarter. Snap, hold, and the kick is low, going from left to right, and the kick is good. The 2025 Lou Groza Award winner just simply does not miss. And he makes it 10-0 Oklahoma over Alabama. 45 seconds to play first quarter.
8 for 8 on the season beyond 50 yards. 24th consecutive kick for Tate Sandell, and none bigger in that moment. You want to get points, you had the plus side of the field, you needed to come away with something if you're Oklahoma, and that something was taken by Tate Sandell.
Tate Sandell obviously has been incredible for this Oklahoma special teams today and the entire season, but this Oklahoma offense, love the way that they're spreading the football around, trying to find different ways to create explosives. The blocking on the perimeter has been fantastic. Keontez Lewis, number 9, out wide for Oklahoma. 2 big blocks so far in this game. One that got them into scoring position, another that allowed them on that 3rd and 18 to get into field goal range to add 3 points to their lead.
And one note there for Tate Sandell, continuing a record-setting season. He is now 8 of 8 from 50 or more this year. It ties the FBS record set in 1982 by Fuad Reveiz at the University of Tennessee. Went on to a 10-year NFL career as well. And Sandell will have plenty more time to try and break that record. His kickoff from left to right with an Oklahoma 10-0 lead is taken at the near side 6-yard line by Lazier Brooks, wisely this time calling for the fair catch, and that will give Alabama the ball down 10-0, first and 10 at its own 25-yard line. So Max, the question is now, what does Alabama need to do differently here after going 3 and out on its first 2 drives for a collective 2 minutes or 3 minutes and 7 seconds?
So outside of just possess the ball and actually get positive yardage in this moment, okay, no,
that's
just
step A.
But I think the biggest thing is they have to settle down. They have to settle down, and you can't sit there and find the perfect play. You just got to block the play and let your offensive line block the D-line.
Jam Miller in at running back. He takes a carry around the left side, gets to the 25, and then gets thrown forward by one of his teammates along the offensive line. Parker Brailsford just took him by the underarms and said, "Come on, you're with me," and got about 7 yards.
Listen, the old heave-ho has never failed in those moments. And for Alabama, trying to get something positive going in the running game, get every yard you can get in that type of moment with less than 20 seconds left to go in this quarter.
Well, they just more than doubled their yardage total from their first 2 drives. They went from 5 yards total to 12 yards total. They break the huddle with 8 seconds to go in the first quarter. Go I formation here on 2nd down and 3, and they hand it off. It's Miller off the left side. He's hit at the line of scrimmage by Cortland Guillory. And it'll be 3rd down and 3 for Alabama when we return. A hard-fought first quarter is in the books here in Norman, Oklahoma, and it's going the home team's way. The Oklahoma Sooners with a 10-0 lead over the Alabama Crimson Tide at the end of 1. This is the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
With Eckrich, the official smoked sausage and deli meat of the college football playoff, it's super easy to score big flavor, even when you have no time between the laundry, your laundry list of responsibilities, and kickoff. You're still ready to go with perfectly seasoned smoked sausage you heat up and eat up. Whether it's Grandpa's famous chili dogs or your famous almost forgot the potluck deli sliders, Eckrich makes every game day taste and feel like a win. For extra delicious game days, just add Eckrich.
The best mornings
in the morning light.
Start with Wrangler.
Pull on my jeans and I feel all right.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started on the right foot.
I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on.
Good mornings make for better days.
I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on.
Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Talk about stepping up. It's time to level up your game. Introducing the all-new ESPN app. All of ESPN, all in one place. Your home for the most live sports and the best championship moments.
The electricity is palpable.
Step up your game with no annual contract required. It's the ultimate fan experience. Level up for more on the ESPN app or at stream.espn.com. Sign up now.
This is the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
With 1 quarter in the books here in Norman, Oklahoma, it's the Sooners of OU with a 10-0 lead over the Alabama Crimson Tide, with the winner to the Rose Bowl on January 1st to take on #1 Indiana. But that's another concern for another day. So a 10-0 lead, Alabama coming up with a 3rd and 3 here to start the second. Mike Cousins, Max Starks, Cole Kubelik. Cole, you talked to Bama offensive coordinator Ryan Grubb before the game, and he affirmed a hunch you had.
He said, we have to go right at this defense, because I asked him, do you need to go directly north and south to try to slow down all that movement, slow down all the commotion that Oklahoma's going to give you? He said there's absolutely no doubt. Thought they had some success with it first time around. Did not convert on that type play last time, Mike.
So 3rd and 3 at their own 32, going left to right against a 5-man defensive front here. From the gun, Simpson looks left, throws left, incomplete. Pass intended for Isaiah Horton, and Cortland Guillory, who has been everywhere at cornerback today, gets credit there with the incomplete pass. One thing of note, too, coming off of the SEC championship game, they had -3 rushing yards. Now, that does take into account sack yardage because of the way college football runs that number relative to the NFL. The last 5 quarters of football for Alabama, net 0 rushing yards. That is not a way to win games.
That is super tough right there.
So the Crimson Tide punting. Blake Dowd stands in the far hash and kicks it away from his own 21. It's a wobbling ball across the 40 and takes a hop to about the 35 on the far sideline and out of bounds, where Isaiah Satania just let it go for the Sooners. It seems as though punting here on this windy night has been a little bit challenging. That went 31 yards.
And we're talking about punting for Alabama, right? Because we haven't seen that. No, I'm playing. No, Oklahoma has just been doing a great job, but now you have the Alabama team going into that wind. Remember, the wind is going from our perspective left to right for the most part. There is a swirl in the stadium, but for Oklahoma, obviously Tate Sandell, strong leg, didn't have an issue with it, so something to definitely monitor throughout this game as the temperature changes, as it gets colder.
Oklahoma 1st and 10 with a 10-0 lead at their own 37-yard line. Empty backfield for John Mateer. He takes a short drop, looks right, fires over the middle. Incomplete pass, tipped away and defended excellently by Deshaun Jones. In the secondary, swatting it away with his reaching right hand, denying Isaiah Satania a reception.
And Deshaun Jones ran that route for Satania. A little bit of a hand on the back of the shoulder, but still excellent position by Jones to come across and bat that ball away.
2nd and 10, Oklahoma. Again from its own 37-yard line, going right to left in crimson jerseys and helmets that shine under the lights here tonight. It's a handoff out of the shotgun. Xavier Robinson goes right side between the hash and the numbers. Picks up about 2 yards, gets to the 39-yard line, stopped by the 297-pounder James Smith. 3rd down, 8 to go for Oklahoma, which has scored on each of its last 2 drives. And they hurry it up here, getting back to the line. 3rd and 8 at their own 39-yard line. Alabama shows blitz with a rush toward the line, and now Mateer at quarterback moves up closer to the offensive line, looks to the left, barks out a command to his center, and now off to the right side as well, reassuming his position in the shotgun. Running back Robinson to his right, 3 receivers left, 1 to the far side right. Snap is back, just a 3-man Alabama rush. Mateer flushed out of the pocket right, throws on the run, and that pass along the far sideline for Deion Burks is caught. The officials came over to converge, have a conversation along that far sideline. 1st down, Oklahoma to the Alabama 46.
And let me tell you something, Deion Burks, I don't know where he got his Stretch Armstrong hands, but he had 2 feet in, NFL-worthy toe tap magic on the sideline.
And now we may get a replay review from upstairs as the play was blown dead with the Sooners rushing to the line.
Field was a completed pass. The play is under further review.
That's the voice of Cole Kneppel, the referee tonight here in Norman, Oklahoma. We are just a minute and 12 seconds into the 2nd quarter. 13:48 to play, and it's Oklahoma with a 10-0 lead over Alabama, significantly outgaining the Crimson Tide right now, 136-12. Mike Cousins, Max Starks up in the booth, Cole Kubelik down on the field, and a replay review initiated by the booth on what was a catch by Deion Burks. Crowd likes what they're seeing, Max, on the video board. What do you say?
I like what they're saying. This is toe tap magic on the sidelines. This reminds me of Super Bowl 43, Santonio Holmes in the back corner of the end zone action, where you've got 2 feet down as you're falling out of bounds, and he is gripping that.
The ruling of catch is upheld. 1st and 10.
So that's 2 catches for Deion Burks, and they've both been diving grabs. One in the 1st quarter to the near sideline, this one to the far sideline for a 1st down.
Superman doesn't have to wear a cape every time, but right now Deion Burks is stretching out like he's doing a Superman pose on both of those catches.
Burks, 2nd year at Oklahoma after playing 3 at Purdue. Boy, what a change of fortune going from West Lafayette and no chance of the playoff to here in Norman and into the playoff, Oklahoma with its 5th appearance. A 10-0 Sooner lead, 1st and 10, going right to left at the Alabama 46. Moyer by himself in the gun, takes a toss left, all sorts of time, lets it go over the middle. It's Burks again, his 3rd catch of the day, and it's all the way to the Alabama 27-yard line, an 18-yard sliding and tumbling catch between the hashes.
This Oklahoma offensive line, I got to give them kudos. They're doing a great job of defending against the pass rush of Alabama. I know they don't blitz that often, but Alabama has thrown a lot of different fronts at them, and they've been blocking it up and giving John Moyer plenty of time to throw in the pocket.
1st and 10 from the 28. Moyer hands it off, gives to Robinson coming to the near side. He is pile-driven back at the 30-yard line. So a loss of 2, tackled by Justin Jefferson. Let's go down to Cole on the field because this is exactly the type of game Oklahoma wanted.
Think about what we were looking at right here. We thought this could be a rock fight. Field position has been massive. Alabama can't get past the 50. Oklahoma getting a little bit of ground game going, not having to be high risk offensively, letting their defense tee off on this Alabama offense. This is the exact style fight that Brent Venables and his Oklahoma football team wanted tonight.
Sooners, after a loss of 2, have 2nd and 12 at the Alabama 30. Moyer sidearms it to the far side. Burks, his 4th catch of the day, and he fights his way through Xavier Brown out of bounds around the 24, now to the 23-yard line, so 7 yards there. Nice pickup from Burks to regain some of the yardage from 1st down and make it a much more manageable 3rd and 5. And you look at the first game, Oklahoma won that game courtesy in large part of 3 Alabama turnovers. They were held to a season-low 212 yards. They're almost at 160 already here, and we've got 12 minutes to go in the 2nd quarter. John Moyer is in the shotgun. 3 receivers and the tight end, Kanak left, 2 to the right. Alabama with a 4-man rush. Moyer has all sorts of time. Lets it go over the middle. Caught at the 10-yard line. It'll be 1st and goal on a completion up the right side hash. And a gain of 16 yards for Oklahoma. Moyer had all day to make that throw. And he made the hook up downfield with with Jacob Jordan. So 1st and goal at the 7-yard line. It's 10-0. Oklahoma with the lead over Alabama. 11 minutes to go here in the 2nd quarter. Tight end Kanak is wing left. Moyer has run for a touchdown. It was from 8 yards in the 1st quarter. Here at 7 yards out. He wants to run, now throws into the end zone. Caught! Isaiah Satania between the A and H in Oklahoma. And it is all Oklahoma here in the 2nd quarter. A 16-0 Sooner lead over Alabama in the 1st round of the college football playoff.
8th touchdown on the season for Satania. And we talked about the threat of the run with John Moyer in his legs. He just steps up a little bit. The safety's caught peeking. He steps up. Red Morgan thinks he's going to run, and Satania just slips right behind him, right standing in the middle of the end zone behind the post, and makes a diving grab and falls right down his back for the touchdown.
Tate Sandel's extra point through the left side uprights is good. Oklahoma 17, Alabama nothing, and 51 to go in the 2nd quarter. Crimson Tide will get the ball and hope to improve on their 12 total yards when we return here to Norman. You're listening to the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Seattle Sports. Download the Seattle Sports app.
Mariners tickets for 2026 are on sale now.
Number 60! A catcher has hit 60 home runs!
Cal Raleigh and your AL West champs will be back in action before you know it. And now's a great time to lock in your seats for the biggest games. We'll be celebrating our 50th season all year long, from opening day on March 26th to epic events like Randy Johnson's number retirement. Plus, don't miss marquee matchups against the Yankees, Phillies, and more. Go to Mariners.com to get your tickets today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2025. Last chance! Donate now for a 2025 tax deduction.
This is the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
We now pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
10:51 to go, second quarter, and Alabama has a red flashing light for a status indicator right now. Crimson Tide down 17-0 against the Oklahoma Sooners. Mike Cousins, Max Starks up in the booth, and Cole Kubelik with an eye on the Alabama offensive staff down on the sideline.
The red flashing light. I saw a red flushed face from Kalen DeBoer coming over to Ty Simpson, Alabama starting quarterback, just before this kickoff was going to be attempted. And then previous to that, when the Alabama offense came off the field, Nick Sheridan, co-offensive coordinator, quarterback coach, and offensive line coach Chris Kapilovich, get into a little bit of a discussion, heated argument about maybe who's supposed to be picking up who, why this offense can't find its footing against an elite Oklahoma defense tonight. Well, so back and forth between those coaches, Mike, on the Alabama sideline.
Cole, if red is the color, my face is flush red with nervousness right now because this building is literally shaking with the crowd jumping around here, getting ready for the Oklahoma kickoff. Here it comes, Tate Sandell with an end-over-end kick, and a fair catch called for and made by Lazier Brooks. So max 12 total yards for Alabama. They're coming down the field here, 1st and 10 from their own 25-yard line. Their first 3 drives have gone 3 and out, and a total of 12 yards.
And for Alabama, weathering this storm is going to be tough, but they've got to be able to get something generated, whether it is getting the off coverage and trying to hit, Bernard or Williams. Neither one of these guys have really been thrown to in this game because the pressure's been so sudden with Oklahoma.
Empty backfield for Ty Simpson from the far side hash. Oklahoma showing blitz. Owen Heineke, the linebacker, and they bring it. He's flushed out of the pocket. 20, far side. Sidearm throw is incomplete. On the move, had to throw it across his body. Was looking for the sophomore Ryan Williams and couldn't find him. 2nd and 10 coming up, 10:45 second quarter.
Well, at least we know he's on the field because on that throw. But the pressure by Oklahoma up the middle, flushing Ty Simpson out to his left, and just not having any time to plant his feet and throw the football.
2nd down and 10. Ryan Williams, who was a star last year in the postseason, under 50 receiving yards the last 5 games. Play action, quick throw, caught him near side hash at the 30-yard line. The grab on the outside by Lazier Brooks, the freshman, who's caught a pass in every game save for the opener against Florida State. One of the 3 Alabama losses this year. That's no way to move up the field, though. On short plays like that, they need something to open it up. 3rd down, 5 to go from their own 30-yard line, looking to avoid going 3 and out for a 4th consecutive drive, trailing Oklahoma 17-0. Simpson in the shotgun, a back to either side, 2 receivers to the far side left of the field. Tight end Cuevas, tight right. Now he sends a man out far to the left side. 3 receivers that way. Clap of the hands. Blitz comes. Throw off the back foot. Far side across the 50. And that ball is caught. Lazier Brooks with a stumbling grab. They mark him down at the Oklahoma 44-yard line. That's the big pickup they needed. 27 yards to the freshman from New Jersey.
Something had to break for Alabama, and they ran the trip route with the interior slot, and that's where Lazier Brooks was. And he just takes a nice sideline route to the back corner pylon and comes off of the coverage, and you had Jaden Hardy in trail, and Ty Simpson just put the ball right on Brooks.
So Alabama is in Oklahoma territory, 1st and 10 at the OU 41-yard line. Simpson claps his hands, gets a belt-high snap. He drops beyond midfield, flushed out of the pocket, and throws it away to the far sideline. A diving attempt at an interception. It's an incomplete pass. Owen Heineke, the linebacker, was trying to scoop that ball, and R. Mason Thomas was one of several crimson-clad defenders in pursuit of the Alabama quarterback.
This is a four-man rush by Oklahoma, and they are getting pressure on Simpson. He's getting hit a lot. Had a little bit to say after the play as he was in the face of Dominic Williams, but this Sooner defensive line generating a lot of pressure, and Owen Heineke able to do what he wants in the backside. 2nd and 10 at the Oklahoma 41. Simpson holds his hands shoulder high. Jeremy Bernard, the receiver, in motion from the near side to the far in a 3-receiver set. Snap is back to his left. Simpson, clean drop, throws over the middle, caught by the tight end, Cuevas. He's inside the 20-yard line and tackled at the 18-yard line. He missed the last 3 games, was their leading receiver in the first matchup, and gets 23 yards to put Alabama in the red zone. Oklahoma playing a soft zone. Cuevas just ran straight from the line of scrimmage, just ran a straight seam route up the middle, and Ty Simpson hit him in stride. 8:40 to go before the half. Alabama down 17-0, but the Crimson Tide with a 1st and 10 at the Oklahoma 18. Between the hashes, Simpson has the ball in the pocket, looks left, throws left, and it is dropped to the 12-yard line. Was looking for the tight end, Cuevas, needed to lead him to the sideline, and instead the throw was a little behind. And pressure was getting around Ty Simpson. Feet got a little bit hurried up, a little pitter-patter as he was trying to release that football, and almost hit as he released, forced the ball to go inside and down and to the right of where his intended receiver was. He needed to go up and out to the left from our perspective. Simpson, dancing in the pocket, was slapping the football as he looked around from receiver to receiver, hitting the ball like it was a bongo drum. 5 for 11 for the redshirt junior QB. 2nd and 10 at the Oklahoma 18-yard line. Bernard in motion. It's a handoff to the left side. Jam Miller looking for space. Gets to the line of scrimmage and hit out of bounds across the 15-yard line to about the 14-yard line. Gain of 4 yards on 2nd down. It'll be 3rd and 6. Alabama down 17-0. 8:15 to go in the first half. And when you think about things not really going well in points in the running game, that's a good run for them to make this 3rd medium instead of the 3rd and long it could have been, as the ball got strung out to the sideline. Those are their first positive rushing yards of the day. 4 rushing yards, 69 through the air for the Tide. 3rd and 6. Simpson quickly goes up to the line, barks something to his center, Parker Brailsford. Alabama has the ball on the move, throw to the 10-yard line, and a diving catch made by Jeremy Bernard. That's his first catch of the day, but it is short of the line to gain. Tackle by Peyton Bowen, the junior safety, and 4th and about 3. Best field position that they're going to have all day for Alabama, so you got to press it here, down 17 points, and you've actually crossed the 50-yard line threshold this deep into Sooner territory, so a big play here for Alabama. Well, history does not favor the Tide. The largest comeback in playoff history is 17 points. 4th and 3 from the Oklahoma 11. Simpson by himself in the gun. Ball is on the near right hash. He's got the ball looking left, throws left, caught at the 6, and it's a struggle, a fight ahead, and a touchdown. Lazier Brooks, stop and go on the catch, an 11-yard scramble to the end zone, and the freshman with the first touchdown of his career comes here in the college football playoff and gives Alabama an answer it desperately needed. It's Oklahoma 17, Alabama 6 with 6:52 to go in the second. And tremendous effort by Lazier Brooks, running a tight bunch to the left. He's on the outside of that triangle, comes inside, allows a clear out to go left. He comes to the inside and beats Peyton Bowen and then corkscrews into the end zone for the touchdown. Connor Talty's extra point is good, but a yellow penalty marker lays just inside the red painted end zone to our right. Ty Simpson, the Alabama quarterback on that drive, 5 of 8.
Holding. Defense number 70. That penalty is declined. Try for point is good.
So signs of life from the Alabama offense as they wake up here later than they would have liked but still with plenty of time to work with. It's Oklahoma 17 and Alabama 7 with 6:52 to go in the second quarter here at Memorial Stadium in Norman. This is the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the weather first, before wearing face paint to the game.
Bro, your Go Cats is dripping into your nachos.
Oh, and now paint is in my eyes.
Interception! Did you see that?
No!
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Tire care shouldn't come with extra costs or surprise fees, and it should be simple, straightforward, and stress-free. So at Midas, they're rolling out the limited lifetime tire guarantee. Included with every tire purchase with paid installation, you'll pay nothing for flat repairs, nada for flat replacements, zilch for tire rotations every 5,000 miles, and zero for other preventative maintenance. So with this limited lifetime tire guarantee, you'll pay a whole lot of nothing compared to what the other guys charge for tire care. That's a limited lifetime tire guarantee only at Midas.
This college football season, show your school spirit every time you pay. Introducing college-branded Venmo debit cards. Rep your team on and off the field with custom school designs that let everyone know who you root for. Whether you're tailgating, grabbing snacks for the watch party, or celebrating a win, you can unlock 15% cash back at ESPN. 1 free year of Perplexity Pro and more. This college football season, score more with the Venmo debit card. Get yours now in the Venmo app. Learn more at venmo.com/collegecard.
Max cashback varies. Terms apply. The Venmo MasterCard is issued by the Bancorp Bank, N.A.
You're listening to the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Alabama right back in it with a 9-play, 75-yard touchdown drive. Its first points of the day. And with 6:52 to go in the second quarter here in Norman, Oklahoma, it's the Sooners of OU 17 and the Crimson Tide of Alabama 7. Mike Cousins, Max Starks up in the booth, Cole Kubelik down on the field. We just saw Lazier Brooks, the freshman, get the first touchdown of his college career.
Well, if you guys recall, Ryan Williams, a concussion earlier in the season against Florida State, and we had Kalen DeBoer from my TV crew that next week, and Kalen told us Lazier Brooks was somebody they were going to have to rely upon. The one thing he said that stood out in camp, elite acceleration. He catches a little comeback ball there, able to make a move, run past 2 defenders, and then barrel roll into the end zone for the Crimson Tide. Also clocked at 23 miles per hour in camp on the GPS as well.
That'll rate you as one of the fastest players in the country at that type of speed.
I mean, if you're in a kid's school zone, you're getting a ticket immediately. So,
and points.
Yeah, and points on the license.
And Brooks got 6 there for the Crimson Tide. The kickoff is into the end zone, and it goes for a touchback as Oklahoma gets the ball, and they'll come up the field from right to left with their 5th drive of the game. Sooners on their first drive went 9 plays, 31 yards, and punted. Their last 3 drives, they've gone touchdown, field goal, touchdown, and we'll see what they do here with 6:52 to go in the second quarter.
And for Oklahoma, let's see if you can answer now the counter punch that has been delivered by the Crimson Tide.
John Moyer, their quarterback, 10 of 15 for 132 yards, almost exceeding what he did in the first matchup in total, which was a season-low 138 just about a month ago. 1st and 10 from the 25. Throw it near side. Deion Burks with a catch. He's across the 35, dances his way to the 40 through a double-team tackle, gets 15 yards there on first down. And what a day Deion Burks is having. It's not even the end of the first half, and Burks already has 5 catches.
And Burks running a play very similar to what Alabama had with the trips bunched to one side, and Burks coming in underneath the 2 clear-out routes to run that play up the middle.
Out of the shotgun, Blaylock is the running back to the right of Moyer, who slows it down, walking to the offensive line, and now looking to the near sideline to the offensive coordinator, Ben Arbuckle. They've faked this before and done a direct snap to the running back, although it did seem to be some genuine confusion here. On first down, quarterback keeper, Moyer running right. He is hit and dropped at the 48.5-yard line. Gain of 3, maybe 4. Nice tackle there from Bray Hubbard, the junior safety.
Bray Hubbard came and filled immediately. They ran quarterback counter to the right, and they pulled Michael Fasusi off the edge. He had a nice clean block to the outside, but Hubbard filled quick. It did not allow Moyer to go really anywhere.
When we say balanced play calling, literally 16 runs, 16 passes in the first 32 plays for the Sooners. 17-7 lead, 5.5 minutes to go in the first half. Here in the first round of the college football playoff, winner to the Rose Bowl. Snap back to Moyer. The blitz is on. He rolls out right at the 26, hits a crossing pattern, ball complete to about the 47-yard line to Giovanni Gibson. Damani Jackson, the cornerback, was just one step behind and makes the tackle. 3rd down and 3 with the line to gain, the 50-yard line for the Sooners, going right to left.
Moyer's legs gets him out of trouble. The Tide brings 6 on that right up the middle, and he's able to skirt out to the right and find Gibson in trail on the shallow crosser.
4:50 to go in the first half. Oklahoma by 10, looking to win its first game ever in its 5th trip to the college football playoff. 2 tight ends, tight right, 2 receivers wide to the left. Moyer has the ball. Blitz is coming. He steps up, gets away from it, runs to the near side, lots of space. He flings it downfield, and it's dropped. It is dropped at the 20-yard line. Xavier Robinson, the running back, was coming to the near sideline, had the ball touch his fingertips, and could not bring it in. So he drops the ball, Max. It's 4th down, but do you think Moyer could have just run for the first down on 3rd and 3?
I felt like he should have ran in that moment. Blitz came off the edge, coming from Justin Hill, and he escapes it. He has about 20 yards around him because the nearest defender was actually Deontay Lawson, who was off in coverage with the tight end, so he could have easily gotten that first down instead of firing it downfield on the deep pass.
So it is Oklahoma lined up to punt here. 4th and 3. Line of scrimmage is their own 47. 17-7 Oklahoma in the lead. And we've got whistles. A flag is down.
Kicking team, 5-yard penalty. Still 4th down.
Delay of game there on Oklahoma. So they'll be backed up 5 yards to their own 42-yard line. This is a significant spot in the game right here. With 4:29 to go in the first half, Alabama won the toss. If they can get the ball here, come back down the field, put even 3 points on the board, that makes it a 1-score game before halftime.
Yeah, the vaunted double score opportunity is in play for Alabama.
Grayson Miller dropped the ball, and Alabama falls on it inside the 30-yard line. Turnovers were the story of the first game, and this time Alabama converts. Tim Keenan, the defensive tackle, all over it, and it's going to be a short field for the Crimson Tide.
Tide defense running punt safe on that one, so they had their defensive line in. And Tim Keenan, the big man, 320 pounds, gets into the inside. Ball falls down. For whatever reason, they dropped the ball, and that was Grayson Miller, and then he tried to pick it back up, and Tim Keenan up the middle, belly and all, gets the block, and a belly celly for 96.
A possible momentum-changing play for Alabama. They break the huddle coming left to right. 1st and 10 at the Oklahoma 30, down by 10. I formation. Cuevas is the fullback. It's play action. Simpson throws over the middle. Ball is caught at the 16-yard line. That's an Alabama first down on an absolute laser beam to Isaiah Horton, a gain of 14 yards.
Tight coverage, and for this Alabama offensive line who's been giving up pressure all day, nice job protecting and sliding to the right to pick up the blitz off the edge from Oklahoma.
Simpson at quarterback went under center, now spreads it out 5 wide in the shotgun from the 16-yard line. 2 to his left, 3 to the near side right against a 4-man Oklahoma front. Clap of the hands, belt high snap, looks left, blitz is on, he's demolished back at the 25-yard line. Marvin Jones with a blindside blitz and a shoulder to the sternum of Ty Simpson.
And this is the problem. You had the call right if you just say man with the Mike ID. In that moment, you set off the edge. They bring an extra guy. It's 2 for 1 on the backside. So for the tackle, he has to make a decision. Wilkin Formby has to take the inside most dangerous guy, leaves Marvin Jones off the edge, but the acceleration of Jones just absolutely tattooed Ty Simpson.
Alabama 2nd and 17 at the Oklahoma 23. Sooners lead by 10, late second quarter. Simpson back to throw, looks near side, throws, ball is caught, Isaiah Horton between the hashes, and it takes 3 Sooners to stop him. down between the 17 and 18-yard lines. Peyton Bowen and Reggie Powers combine on the stop. So they gain back almost all of the sack yardage there. Officially, 3rd down, 12 to go at the 18-yard line. But again here, this possession started with a short field, a dropped punt by Oklahoma punter Grayson Miller will give Alabama, at worst here, barring a turnover, a chance to get 3 points on the board. Simpson stands in the gun. Jeremy Bernard, the receiver, to his right. 2 to the left, and now 2 to the near side right. Simpson's got the snap, 5-step drop, sees pressure, floats it over the middle, and it's incomplete. Nobody particularly close to that ball. It bounced between the hash and the numbers at about the 10-yard line. Looking for Dre Washington, one of their reserve running backs. So it's 4th down and 11, and they will bring on Connor Talty for a short field goal here to try and get them within 7 with 2:11 to go in the first half.
Yeah, they were trying to set up a middle screen up the middle, but Marvin Jones looped to the inside and knocked off Dre Washington from his spot. 35-yard field goal. It's into about a 15-mile-an-hour wind with the kick going left to right. Talty, 65% on the year. The right-footed kicker boots it away, and his kick is good. So Alabama does not get the touchdown that it coveted, but they do get an important 3 points, and they make it a 1-possession game. First 17 points were scored by Oklahoma, the last 10 by Alabama. And it's the Sooners with a 17-10 lead with 2:08 to go in the second quarter here in Norman, Oklahoma. This is the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
At AT&T, we guarantee our network so you can talk college football with your BFF while taking Buster to the vet.
Hey, yeah, I can't believe he ate the whole thing of chicken wings.
And I can't believe we're staging a comeback. Touchdown! Yes!
Staying connected matters. That's why in the rare event of a network outage, you'll automatically get a bill credit for a full day's service. For wireless downtime lasting 60 minutes or more caused by a single incident impacting 10 or more towers, must be connected to impacted tower at onset of outage. Restrictions and exclusions apply. See att.com/guarantee for full details.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
This is the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Here in a cold, windy night in Norman, Oklahoma. It is a one-score game once again. Oklahoma 17 and Alabama 10 with 2:08 to go before the half. We just saw an Alabama field goal from Connor Talty after a muffed punt. Not on the reception, but on the snap back, Max Starks. Cole Kubelik down on the field. What went wrong on that punt?
It was a muffed attempt because the kicker, like you said, Grayson Miller, had the ball, took the first step, dropped it a little bit awkwardly too soon. I think he misstepped and then tried to pick it back up, which allowed for Tim Keenan, 320 pounds, to get in there and block on the second attempt at the kick, which is what caused a great field position and, of course, the eventual field goal attempt by Bama.
It was 17-0 Oklahoma, now 10 unanswered by Alabama. The Crimson Tide has not come back after trailing by 17 or more points in almost a decade. September 17th, 2016, against then number 19 Mississippi, Alabama was down 21 and came back to win that game. Kickoff is out of the end zone from left to right. So we'll get likely one more play here before the 2-minute timeout with Oklahoma going back on offense. And just as we said a couple of minutes ago, for Alabama to score, it's equally as important for Oklahoma to respond here and not go into the half having given up 10 unanswered.
And I think the biggest thing was just goes to show you how finite the opportunity is. One bad series by Oklahoma has now turned this game completely back into a one-score contest.
1st and 10 for the Crimson Tide from their own 25-yard line. They went 5 wide, now shift to 1 receiver to the far side right, make it 2, with Isaiah Sategna in motion to the slot right. Moyer takes the snap, handoff. No, he kept it and went up the middle for a gain of about 2 on the keeper. What's been a pretty good rushing day for Moyer. He is their leading rusher, 7 carries for 32 yards. And that brings us to the 2-minute timeout here in Norman, Oklahoma. Second meeting of the season between Oklahoma and Alabama. The first was November 15th in Tuscaloosa. Oklahoma 23, Alabama 21. 3 Alabama turnovers in that game helped turn the tide, if you will, and somewhat gift Oklahoma a victory. Now we just saw a turnover really help Alabama in that situation to make it 17-10. I'm Mike Cousins along with Max Starks, Cole Kubelik down on the field. And Cole, what's your thought here with 2 minutes to go in the second quarter of what the messaging is going to be heading into the half?
I think if you're Kalen DeBoer and you can keep Oklahoma off the scoreboard in the final 2 minutes of this first half, you're going in there saying, guys, we played some of the worst football we've played this entire season. We're down 7 points, 1 touchdown. Go find some life, find a way to get back in this football game. I think you can get your players to buy into that a lot easier than the way this game feels. This game feels like it's 31-0 down on the field. It feels like Oklahoma has had all the momentum, and Oklahoma has moved the ball at will, only to 17 points to Alabama's 10. So I don't think it'll be a very difficult message from Kalen DeBoer at halftime. I wonder about Brent Venables, though. He's got to go into the locker room and say, fellas, if we don't put our foot on the ground, if we don't finish this game, there's a good chance we're not going to move on in this college football playoff.
I completely agree. I think for Brent Venables, you look at it, 5 series, 5 drives for this offense, stopped 2 times. The first one of the game, and then, of course, on this last drive. But the 10-point swing with the missed opportunity on the punt, turning it over. And so just sloppy special teams play. Defense has been after them, but like you said, on the back half, giving up some big plays to them. You're seeing Lazir Brooks have a really nice game, and he's the one that really opened up the big field position that got Alabama for their first drive that led to the touchdown across the 50-yard line, and of course starting plus 50 for the second drive. So you see the momentum shifts here, 17 unanswered to 10 unanswered. So if you're Oklahoma, you've got to stem the tide. You've got to figure out a way in these 2 minutes to put some points on the board so you don't go in down knowing that Alabama's getting the ball with momentum on their side.
The stadium for the moment here in the 2-minute timeout as they play Toby Keith is perfumed by the smell of fireworks smoke. You might get a whiff blown right into your face with this swirling wind here tonight. It has been a festive atmosphere in the first half. The stadium literally was shaking at one point after an Oklahoma score earlier. It was 17-0 Sooners. Now it is 17-10 in favor of Oklahoma. And worth noting, because of the race car fast start that the Sooners got out to, the largest comeback in the history of the college football playoff is 17 points. It was Oklahoma that blew a 31-14 lead against Georgia in a 2018 college football playoff semifinal. Still a lot of ball to be played here tonight.
The then Big 12 Oklahoma team, now SEC Oklahoma team. Let's see if they can change that history being in the same conference now.
They were 6-2 in the SEC this year with Alabama at 7-1, and the Tide lost to Georgia in the SEC title game. 2-minute timeout is done. 2nd and 8. Oklahoma going from right to left at its own 27-yard line. Moyer takes the shotgun snap. It's a 4-man rush. With time, fires deep over the middle, caught at midfield. Falling backwards, Jermichael Carter, all 6'2", with a leaping grab at the interlocking OU at midfield, 23 yards on a beautiful pass.
Beautiful post route up the middle, cover 2 zone by Bama, and he just splits the middle of the 2 safeties to make that grab.
So 1:50 to go in the first half. They mark him 1 yard shy of the 50. Line of scrimmage for Oklahoma is its own 49-yard line, right between the hash marks, where the O meets the U on the logo. Moyer with a right shoulder snap. Steps up. Ball is tucked in. He's at the 45 and ripped down by the shoulder pads back at his own 46-yard line. That's a loss of 3. As the room to operate for Moyer closed down quickly. Timeout, Alabama, here with 1:26 to go.
Second charge of the half, 30 seconds.
And I'll say with this, the late add by Nakai Hill-Green is what forced John Mateer to step up into the pocket where the pressure came right up into him. So they forced him right into a vice grip, and he had nowhere to do but try and tuck it, and ends up going down for the sack in that moment. So expertly timed dog by the Alabama Crimson Tide.
Cole Kubelik down on the field. The Alabama front right now is making life a lot more difficult for John Mateer than it did earlier.
It's one of the big questions that came to Wyman had when I talked to him earlier this week. Would he have to dedicate more than 4 to be able to get to the quarterback? Guys, he ran drop 8 32 times against LSU earlier this season, something he's become a lot more comfortable with because the pass rush has picked up later in the year.
John Mateer, the Oklahoma QB, 13 of 19, 172 yards. He's thrown for a touchdown and run for 1 as well. Second down and 13. Fires to the near side, intercepted! Alabama with a takeaway. Xavier Brown to the 20, the 10, he's gone! Touchdown! Once down 17. Alabama is down by just 1. 17-16, a minute 18 to go before the half, and a 50-yard pick 6 for Xavier Brown.
Cole, you just called it, bud. Drop 8. They had 8 on the line of scrimmage. They only rushed 3. Xavier Brown playing press, jumps the route on the sideline. It was a foot race, and he beat John Mateer all the way into the end zone. And my goodness, we might be witnessing a similar effect of a 17-point comeback, soon to be tied up, and we have a minute 18 left.
Extra point is good, and we are tied. Wow. Defense changes everything, and it seems cliche because there is infinite time during the course of a week to talk about what's going to decide a game, and it always sounds cliche to say, well, special teams and turnovers, but we've seen a turnover on special teams, and now a pick 6.
Yes, offense wins games, but defense wins championships is the old axiom, and right there, defense came up big. And in the words of Ron Burgundy, boy, that escalated quickly. And this Bama team is right back in this game. And like you said, possession coming out of the half. So a minute 18 left. Yes, Oklahoma will get the ball and an opportunity to try and move the ball upfield. They still have 3 timeouts. But, man, how do you have to stem the tide, literally, of the Crimson Tide really coming on. 17 unanswered points since the first 17 points were scored by Oklahoma.
Kickoff from left to right, and it bounces between the L and A in Oklahoma. Well, this seems familiar for the Sooners. First and 10 at the 25-yard line, looking to come down the field, except this time, instead of a 17-10 lead, we are tied at 17. And oh, don't forget, the first team to possess the ball in the third quarter will be Alabama.
Yeah, this is a big moment for Oklahoma. They've got to move the ball, and they've got to get into scoring position here. And they're going to be running that hurry-up 2-minute drill to try and get down the field, 75 yards.
So Mateer intercepted for the 11th time this season. First and 10, he's in the shotgun. He looks right, feels pressure, throws inside, tipped to the line of scrimmage, incomplete. They were trying to set up a screen for Isaiah Satania, and the 6'3", 300-pound defensive tackle James Smith swatted it away like a volleyball.
Tried to run a throwback screen, and James Smith just gets that big bear paw up in the air and swats the ball away from the intended receiver.
First-year starter from Montgomery, Alabama, for these Crimson Tide, playing in their record 9th college football playoff and looking for their 4th college football playoff championship. Second and 10 from the 25 for Oklahoma. Mateer zings it near side. Ball is caught. Keontez Lewis stopped at the 29.5-yard line. Domani Jackson, who started 8 games this year at cornerback, wraps him up. Short gain. Clock continues to run. Now under 1 minute to go in the first half. Alabama, Oklahoma locked up at 17.
And weird decision here by Oklahoma to stop, take a true huddle here as the clock is winding down. So it looks like they're not going to be in that attack type of formation. You expect to be hurry up, get to the line, try and get the ball, work the sidelines. Not the case right now for Oklahoma.
Mateer stands with his right toe just behind his 25-yard line on the near side left hash. He motions the running back Blaylock out wide to the right. Design quarterback run up the middle. He's across the 30 and then gang tackled at the 32-yard line, well shy of the line to gain. Justin Jefferson, the linebacker, their leading tackler today. 7 tackles for him, joined by Yanze Pierre. And we'll get a timeout here with 22 seconds to go on what'll be a 4th and 3 for the Sooners.
And Kalen DeBoer and Bama called that timeout just now. Like, hey, they didn't move the ball at all. Let's see if we can get a return here.
They didn't even have to on the last punt.
No.
As Grayson Miller dropped the ball. You can hear Roll Tide breaking out here in Norman. Cole, what do you see?
Kalen DeBoer is actually running down, talking to his kicker, who's a little bit further down the sideline.
Sideline interference, Alabama. That's a 15-yard penalty from the dead ball spot. Automatic first down.
So, Cole, who was Kalen DeBoer talking to?
There's 2 special teamers that are down at the end of the coach's box. Maybe 3 now. And he was down there in their face, letting them have it. First time he ran down, it was almost as if he was asking, were you out towards the playing surface? Then the next time went down there, just absolutely furious. And he's down there with him again as we speak.
Now, it may not be...
charge of the half.
It may not be a game-changing penalty. There's only so much time, 22 seconds, and the ball is still shy of midfield here for Oklahoma as they take their first time out of the half. It'll be 1st and 10 right between the hash marks from their own 47-yard line, but it does make scoring a lot more realistic because they have the best kicker in college football, Tate Sandell, the winner of the Lou Groza Award this year.
And they have 2 timeouts on their side, so they can actually utilize the middle of the field. They don't have to work the sidelines because you have 2 timeouts, 22 seconds. So really it takes one big play to put you in kicking range. You're probably figuring you need to get them somewhere around the 35-yard line, so you need about a 15 to 17-yard completion here, and now it becomes a scoring opportunity for Oklahoma potentially, and that's a lot of time with 2 timeouts to really work the middle of the field to try and get into that opportunity.
Sandell's long this year is 55, so you're looking at the 37-yard line to get to the edge of his field goal range. 17-17 our score here in the college football playoff between Oklahoma and Alabama. 22 seconds left in the first half. Oklahoma 1st and 10 at its own 47-yard line going right to left. Alabama stacks the defensive line. Let's see how many they bring. Snap is back. The blitz is on. Throw to the far sideline is caught at the 50-yard line by Jermichael Carter, who's been a frequent target today. They pick up 3 yards there, which leaves them still about 13 yards shy of field goal range. 19 seconds to go and 2 timeouts.
Yeah, it only took 3 seconds off the clock. So Alabama playing off coverage, so those flare routes or those now routes are going to be available to Oklahoma. They're trying to protect against anything deep.
4-receiver look, Satania, their best in the slot to the near side left. Moyer takes off to run and trips back at the original line of scrimmage at the 47-yard line. Yanze Pierre, who's 6 sacks for the best on the Bama defense this year, brings him down behind the line, back to 3rd and 10, and we go down to Cole Kubler.
Well, I just got word from Corey Reamer, who's a former Alabama linebacker who now does sideline for the radio broadcast, and he said that Cole Beasley, who is number 7 for Alabama, that Kalen DeBoer made a beeline for after the penalty was called, he said he's kind of notorious for hanging out in the white, warming up before he goes out there for a punt return. He said most likely that's what he figured that it was. I don't know if the Oklahoma sideline maybe pointed it out, if the official saw it from earlier in the game, but Corey Reamer telling me that he would probably believe that's where that came from.
Well, when exuberance leads to malfeasance, that's where the head coach has the right to be angry. 3rd down and 10 to go here coming out of the Oklahoma timeout. They've got one, Alabama has one, and just 14 seconds left in the second quarter. We're tied at 17, and Oklahoma on its own side of midfield at the 47-yard line. Moyer from the gun. It's a deep drop. He throws to his right. Ball is caught at their own 48-yard line. Torrey Blaylock, the running back, pushes forward to the Alabama 47-yard line. Still well beyond field goal range. 1 second left on the clock, and now 0. And we are at the half here in Norman, a game that was once 17-0 Oklahoma, and we are tied at 17 between the Sooners and the Crimson Tide.
We've got a football game, and this is what the college football playoffs looks like. This is the most points that Oklahoma has given up in any quarter this season, and we've got a good second half on the way after halftime.
And remember, the largest comeback in the history of the college football playoff, 17 points. So it's Oklahoma and Alabama tied at 17. First time they met this year was just a 2-point game as well in Tuscaloosa. We hope you'll stay with us for the second half as well. But now we go back to the studio, the Home Depot halftime report. Here's Jim Basquill.
All right, Mike, thanks so much. You mentioned that first matchup. Alabama nearly 200 more total yards, but lost the turnover battle 3-0. Thus, an Oklahoma win. Tonight, it's the Sooners 236-100 in total yards, but a miscue on special teams and a pick six has leveled the playing field for the Tide, tied at 17 at the break. Coming up next in the Home Depot halftime report, we'll spotlight Miami, Texas A&M, joined by Ian Fitzsimmons. This is College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
This college football moment is brought to you by Serve Pro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on September 24, 2016, when Tulsa found themselves down 31-0 to Fresno State with 10 minutes left in the second quarter. Tulsa fought back to tie the game at 41. And then won 48-41 in double overtime.
Serve Pro, like it never even happened.
Paying extra for tire care is BS. You know, bad service. So at Midas, we're rolling out our BS-free tire guarantee, included with paid installation and tax on every purchase. You'll pay nothing for flat replacements, nada for flat repairs, and zilch for tire rotations every 5,000 miles. That's $0 for all that. So with this limited lifetime tire guarantee, you'll pay a whole lot of nothing compared to what the other guys charge for tire care. That's the BS-free tire guarantee, only at Midas.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check if they're going for it on 4th down, before going to the concession stand.
Yeah, give me 3 hot dogs, 2 jumbo touchdown, baby! What?
Hey, buddy, you want cheese with those?
Yeah, checking first is smart.
No.
So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
And we're out, back in 60.
Hey, what are you eating?
Chimichurri filet mignon. It's a Factor meal.
Oh, nice. Wait, they let you eat like that in the pros?
Oh, they insist on it. A pro's work starts on the plate.
Oh, man, that does look good. Let me have a taste?
Get your own.
All right. Where do I find this? Is it factormeals.com?
Yep, and they've got a deal going on.
Oh, love a deal. I am so in.
Smart move. Pro move.
All right. Factor. Eat like a pro.
This is the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Jim Basquill back on College Football Live. We're halfway through. The Tide and Sooners are even at 17. Bama from 17-0 down to tied, no pun intended, at 17. Tomorrow brings a trio of college football playoff games. It starts with Miami and Texas A&M. Coverage comes your way here on ESPN Radio at 11:30 a.m. Eastern. The call from Mark Kestecher, Kelly Stauffer, and Ian Fitzsimmons, who joins us now. Ian, first off, let's start about your impressions of this first half in Norman.
Well, I said this to our entire crew who was watching the game together, and Mark Kestecher, our play-by-play guy, Kelly Stauffer, obviously former first-round pick for the Seattle Seahawks, our color analyst. We're all watching it together going 17-zip. Man, if Bama doesn't get points before the half, this thing is church. It's over. And not only did they get points before the half, but that throw that Ty Simpson made up the left seam on 3rd down was massive. And then they go on 4th and 2, get the touchdown. Then, Miller, by the way, is one of the best punters in all of college football, the punter for Oklahoma. It's a clean snap. And, Jim, I've never seen this before, man. It just kind of falls out of his hands. And then so Bama gets, plus territory. They get 3 out of that and the pick 6. And now, don't you love you some college football, folks, because now we got a tie ball game on campus. First round college football playoff. It doesn't get much better.
No doubt. Let's spotlight your game, Canes and Aggies. Carson Beck seeking his 35th FBS win in a 3-season span. He's played on this stage, Ian. How does that benefit the Canes?
Well, it should, but here's one thing about Carson Beck. If he has a clean pocket, he is exceptional. It gets dirty, then that's where good quarterbacks become great quarterbacks. And I haven't seen that from him, whether it was Georgia or at Miami. And I talk to the same 4 NFL scouts every single week, and they're all over the place on Carson Beck. Some have him as a 4th-round pick.
Right.
Some have him as an early 2nd-round pick. So when it comes to Carson Beck, you got to get the ball to Malachi Tony.
Mm-hmm.
Tony is 17 years old, Jim. He should be in Christmas break right now as a high school senior, and this young man has had 109 targets. You know how many drops he has?
How many?
Zero.
That's shorthands.
One. They line him up at quarterback. They line him up in wildcat. They'll get him the ball as a running back. He is an exceptional athlete. So, Carson Beck, your number one job, get the ball to Malachi Tony.
How about the importance, Ian, of 3rd down for Mario Cristobal's team?
It doesn't get much bigger. I talked to one ACC head coach who played Miami, and this is a very interesting tidbit he gave me. He said because Texas A&M has the best 3rd down defense in all of college football. They've got alphas at every level. Cassius Howell as an edge, Torian York as their captain and linebacker, Will Lee as one of the best cover corners in all of college football. Here's the kicker. They are, again, one of the best, if not the best, 3rd down defense in all of college football. If Miami, this head coach told me, is only attempting 10 to 12 3rd down conversions, Miami wins the game. If they are put in 3rd down in stressful situations 18 to 20 times in this game, Texas A&M wins the game. And another thing he said, Marcel Reed has got to use his legs against that blitz. Miami will bring at least 5 damn near every single play. Reed's legs are also going to be critical, but keep an eye on 3rd down.
Yeah, Reed's thrown for nearly 3,000 yards, 25 scoring strikes this year. This team 11-1, most wins in a season since 2012. What is the home field environment going to be like at College Station?
This whole town is cannibalistic right now, man. They're eating their young. It is insane. And I don't care that it's an 11 a.m. Central Time kick. They've torn the roof off Bryan, Texas, and College Station. Bryan is a town that is next to College Station. So it is going to be absolutely medieval tomorrow, and I can't wait to watch it. And I'm going to tell you right now also, Jim, everyone talks about skill guys, Casey Concepcion, Marcel Reed, Carson Beck, Malachi Tony. To me, this is a line of scrimmage game. There's NFL talent up and down both offensive and defensive lines for this team. That's where this game is truly going to be decided. I know it sounds cliche, but that's where it's going to be. But when it comes to atmosphere and home field, partner, it's going to get nasty with Kyle Field, 110,000, first college football playoff ever. Come on, man. I can't wait to see it. I cannot. We're getting there at 7:45 tomorrow morning just to soak it all in. Can't wait.
We got about a minute left, Ian. You see what both teams have done this season. Which team is better equipped to challenge Ohio State in the Cotton Bowl?
Well, that's a great question. Texas A&M has not played the marquee of the marquee in the SEC.
Yep.
In the last time that Miami was really tested on the road, besides Pitt, because they beat number 22 Pittsburgh soundly at Pittsburgh. But you go back to SMU, right? And what Rhett Lashley did, he said after the first quarter, go back and watch that tape. He said, man, if we can't run the ball, heck with it. We're just going to chuck it all over the place and let Kevin Jennings, our quarterback, do what he does. And they ended up winning and beating Miami in overtime. And part of that is also on time management with Mario Cristobal. But you look at the talent of both these teams, man, to answer that question, that's a tough question to answer. But I would say probably when it comes to being equipped, I go Mike Elko and Texas A&M. But I tell you this, it's going to be a tough task to get past Miami. This one's going to go to the wire. I promise you, this thing is going to the last 2 minutes tomorrow. Guaranteed.
Easy. And Fitzsimmons will be on the call for Miami and Texas A&M right here on ESPN Radio with Mark Kestecher and Kelly Stauffer. Ian, we appreciate the insight.
Hey, by the way, Jim, I dropped $139 at Buc-ee's on the way down here just to feed our crew. We got beaver nuggets, we got yogurt-covered pretzels, brisket, barbecue. Kesty's Hotel Suite, smells like a barbecue pit. It's amazing.
You guys will sleep well tonight
with
with bellies full. No doubt about it. Ian, appreciate the time. Coming up next in the College Football Halftime Report, Tulane Ole Miss. We put the spotlight on that matchup with Mark Schleybaugh joining us. You're listening to College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app.
Seattle Sports. When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. At Bail Arm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bailarm.com today.
Ready for your next chapter? At Edmonds Village, discover independent living that's truly exceptional. Premium apartments, all-inclusive chef-prepared dining, and a vibrant community in beautiful Edmonds, Washington. Call to learn about Edmonds Village end-of-year incentives. It's time to say yes to more connection, more adventures, more you. Tour today, reserve your spot, and start living fully on your terms at Edmonds Village. Call now, 425-534-5100 to learn more. There is so much to love at Edmonds Village.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Guys, leave weight gain, low T, and ED in 2025. For a limited time, Revive Men's Health Washington is offering free full diagnostic panels, a $400 value. Claim your free panel today. Call 206-529-1111 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
This Mark Schleybaugh covering this game for ESPN. And Mark, the Green Wave looking to avenge a loss in Week 4. Rebels have won 14 straight against them. Pete Golding will become the first head coach ever to make his FBS head coaching debut in a college football playoff or BCS title game on the heels of Lane Kiffin's departure. Characterize the difference in atmosphere around this team heading into the game.
Yeah, I think if you talk to the Ole Miss players and coaches, I think they're just happy to play a football game after the circus really the past month and a half with all the attention on Lane Kiffin. Will he go to LSU? Will he go to Florida? Is he going to stay at Ole Miss? I think they're just happy to get back on the field in a playoff. And Pete Golding has really tried to sell them that it's not about the person, it's about the mission. It's not about me. It's not about Lane Kiffin. Let's go out and beat Tulane and prove we're a CFP team.
You know, Mark, it's an interesting dynamic here because Tulane's coach, John Summerall, is out the door as well, headed for Florida. The relationship with the school and coach much better as he stays to coach the Green Wave. How would you say him staying will impact the team on the field with perhaps a win this for the coach mentality?
Yeah, I think you look at John Summerall, class act, the way you would hope that most coaches would handle departures. Obviously, it's a little bit different going from Tulane to Florida instead of from Ole Miss to LSU, one of Ole Miss's biggest rivals. But
he's a guy that wanted to stay and kept his coaching staff intact. He even donated $100,000 to Tulane's NIL efforts.
That's right.
To help the program going forward. So, I think if there's a blueprint for how you handle leaving a team in a CFP run, Summerall probably showed you how to do it.
This is a second matchup this season for Tulane and Ole Miss. Ole Miss won 45-10 in Week 4. How does tomorrow become a more competitive game?
They get more out of their quarterback. He didn't show up on campus until July, talking about Tulane, after transferring from BYU and wasn't familiar with his receivers, wasn't comfortable yet. I don't think he even completed a pass, really, John, until late in the first half. So I think it's a different ball club. Their star left tackle was out, but they rank about 121st in the FBS in pass defense. Trinidad Chambliss was making only his second start back in September and threw for over 300 yards, ran for over 100, so really a breakout game for him. I just think when you look at Tulane against Ole Miss and SEC teams, just obviously a huge personnel advantage to the Rebels.
Tulane, James Madison are both looking to become the first group of 5 teams to win a college football playoff game. Coming up next on College Football Live Halftime Report, we'll hear from both head coaches in a game that's square at 17, and then it's the second half from Norman. This is the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
At AT&T, we guarantee our network so you can talk college football with your BFF while taking Buster to the vet.
Hey, yeah, I can't believe he ate the whole thing of chicken wings.
And I can't believe we're staging a comeback. Touchdown! Yes!
Staying connected matters. That's why in the rare event of a network outage, you'll automatically get a bill credit for a full day's service. For wireless downtime lasting 60 minutes or more caused by a single incident impacting 10 or more towers, must be connected to impacted tower at onset of outage. Restrictions and exclusions apply. See att.com/guarantee for full details.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
This college football season, show your school spirit every time you pay. Introducing college-branded Venmo debit cards. Rep your team on and off the field with custom school designs that let everyone know who you root for. Whether you're tailgating, grabbing snacks for the watch party, or celebrating a win, you can unlock 15% cash back at ESPN. 1 free year of Perplexity Pro and more. This college football season, score more with the Venmo debit card. Get yours now in the Venmo app. Learn more at venmo.com/collegecard.
Max cashback varies. Terms apply. The Venmo MasterCard is issued by the Bancorp Bank, N.A.
The NBA is happening Christmas Day. 5 games, 1 unforgettable lineup.
That's what Christmas is all about.
Buckets for breakfast, breakaways for dessert. It's the holiday tradition.
Christmas all day.
With star power from across the globe.
The stars, they are going to be out.
The best gift, you don't even have to unwrap it.
We want to say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year!
NBA Christmas Day begins at noon Eastern on ABC and ESPN.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as 1 day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
This is the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Second down and 13. Fires to the near side, intercepted! Alabama with a takeaway. Xavier Brown to the 20, the 10, he's gone! Touchdown! Once down 17. Alabama is down by just one. 17-16, a minute 18 to go before the half, and a 50-yard pick six for Xavier Brown.
Xavier Brown, half 100 on that pick six, ties the game for the tie. That's your Good Hands Moment of the Week, brought to you by Allstate. Some people just know they can save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Visit allstate.com or call a local agent for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
From 17-0 to even at 17, both coaches, Hallie Rowe with Kalen DeBoer, Laura Rutledge with Brent Venables.
Coach, the pick six ties this game up. What's your reaction to the way this half ended?
Yeah, we had a couple of critical mistakes, and you make those mistakes, they got great magnitude. So, but we'll be okay. They drop the punt, goes for three, and then the pick six. So they got some momentum there. Got to respond. Our guys will respond. They fought and overcome all season long.
And what can you say about your quarterback, John Mateer's performance?
Yeah, he's had a great, other than that, one poor decision, he's had a fantastic night. We'll get him going again here in the second half.
All right, thank you, Coach.
I appreciate it.
Here's Holly with Kalen DeBoer.
Well, Coach DeBoer, you're down by 17, a crucial call to go for it on fourth down. What went through your mind in that consideration? And the play then goes to a freshman at that who scores.
I mean, you just, in that moment, you got to go with your gut. And, we've been aggressive all year in those moments. And your guys went and made a play. You got to trust them.
What started to unleash with your offense? Because you're moving the ball much more effectively right now.
We just made some plays. We got some passes that could be caught, and we can throw it a little bit better here and there, and protection starting to shore up a little bit, comfortable with the speed of everything, and so guys just made plays.
A&M miscues have helped level the playing field for the Tide, which was the reverse of that first matchup in Tuscaloosa. We're even at 17, start of the third quarter from Norman with our team of Cole Kubelik, Max Starks, and Mike Cousins.
Jam, thank you so much. We welcome you back here to Norman, where the temperature has dipped. It's now in the low 50s. Wind continues to whip at about 15 miles an hour. It feels like 43. I know when we get down to Cole, he'll be able to attest to that. Max, talk about Oklahoma. You look at the numbers. They've outgained Alabama by 136 yards. 8 more first downs, 44 plays to 22 plays, and held the ball for almost 20 of 30 minutes in that first half. But a lesson learned from game number 1 in this series of this year: you turn the ball over, you are likely to lose the game.
And 2 turnovers right now for the Alabama side. The turnover on the punt as well as the pick six by Xavier Brown has been the difference. And you look at it the first time around, that's exactly what Oklahoma took advantage of on Alabama. So Alabama taking a page out of Oklahoma's playbook, and Oklahoma's going to have to come out here early to try and reestablish themselves in their dominance in this third quarter.
Cole Kubelik braving the elements down on the field, caught up with Crimson Tide head coach Kalen DeBoer. What'd you learn, Cole?
Well, I learned first that it feels a lot colder than 40, whatever you said it was down here, because the wind is whipping on the field. I talked to Kalen DeBoer coming out from halftime. He said, ask about protection. What needs to happen? What can you change schematically or individually? And he said point blank, Ty Simpson has to know which defender is not going to be blocked. So Kalen DeBoer putting a lot of the emphasis on the quarterback, not necessarily picking up those protections or having the understanding of where the free runner was going to be. Said he doesn't think it's going to be too much of a problem in the second half. Also asked him about the gap scheme runs that had a little success. He said we definitely need to lean on that in the second half as well.
Well, we saw the couple times that he got sacked, he got hit from the blind side and never really knew that that free rusher was coming. The first time that these two teams played about a month ago, he got sacked 4 times, and one of those was a strip sack.
It was a strip sack, and that's what you're trying to avoid when you have those free rushers. That you go full slide left or right, which he's been doing. He's been looking for those known rushers off on the secondary level and trying to shift the protection that way. But the problem is Oklahoma's so good, they will flip-flop and have that guy they think is going to rush drop and cover in the curl flat on the opposite side and bring the free rush guy off the edge.
A long-awaited game to get the college football playoff underway here in the 2025 season. All 3 games tomorrow will be on ESPN Radio as well. Alabama, their 9th appearance in the playoff in its 12 years. And for Oklahoma, their 5th time in the playoff Alabama's won it all 3 times in the playoff era. Oklahoma has never won a game in the playoff. Alabama won the opening toss, and so it's Oklahoma kicking away. Tate Sandell strikes the ball end over end with his left foot to the near sideline. A fair catch at the 5 along the near side by Lazir Brooks. So Alabama will have the ball first and 10, its own 25-yard line. 100 yards of total offense in the first half. Most jarring, -3 yards rushing. Nevertheless, 2 turnovers turned into 10 points. Alabama's first 3 drives, 9 plays, 12 yards. In their next 13 plays, 88 yards, 17 points. Here we are tied at 17 to start the third.
And for Ty Simpson, started the game 2 for 6. Now has the last 17, 7 of 10 with that touchdown catch you talked about.
And for the first time, the Tide quarterback goes under center. First and 10 from the 25-yard line. It's play action, rolls to his right, immediate pressure, gets it away. Jeremy Bernard with the catch, across the 30, between the hashes, hit from behind to the 35, ahead to the 37-yard line. The ball came loose, but after he was marked down, and a gain of 12 to their leading receiver during the regular season.
And Alabama coming away with a nice little bit of trickery early, faking the pass and rolling out back to the right, running what we would call a naked. So everybody going left, Tyson's rolling back to the right, shallow crosser by Jeremy Brown coming left to right, catching the ball in stride to get the first down.
It's an empty backfield on another first down and 10, this time from their own 37-yard line. Daniel Hill, the running back, comes into the backfield, fake the handoff to him, throw it to the far side. Isaiah Horton the catch, tiptoes out of bounds to a friendly Crimson Tide sideline, angled out by Eli Bowen, who came up big in the first game they played for Oklahoma. Had a pick 6 in that game. Today, that favor was returned by Xavier Brown. 2nd and 6 after a gain of 4. Alabama at its own 41-yard line. Daniel Hill, the running back to the left of Simpson. Crimson Tide quarterback, 11 of 18 for 119 yards through the air. Some pre-snap reconfiguration. The tight end, Caleb Edwards, goes tight left. Snap is back to Simpson. The blitz is on. He steps up in the pocket, unloads, too tall, incomplete at the numbers far side, looking for the 6'4" Isaiah Horton. Goes probably about 7'4" in the air. It'll be 3rd and 6 for Alabama.
Yeah, that play was better suited for the Alabama basketball team, but the pressure coming around on the right side, and then Ty Simpson steps up and is about to take a big hit from the defensive tackle in the middle of that Sooners defense, Dominic Williams, but gets the ball out just at the last second to avoid the sack.
Well, Nate Oates and the Alabama basketball team play a lot faster than Kalen DeBoer's Crimson Tide football team does. 3rd and 6 for DeBoer's squad. 13:37 third quarter at their own 41-yard line. Simpson approaches the line in the crouch, quickly backpedals into the shotgun. There's a flag along the line. Simpson's got a free play, and now the play is blown dead. Thought it might have been offsides, but now the signal is that it's going to go backwards.
False start, offense, number 74, 5-yard penalty, still 3rd down.
The rare mistake from all-everything left tackle, Caden Proctor.
Yeah, Caden Proctor seeing a lot of the motion going on the left side. Here's the snap of the quarterback, and I don't know if it was Brailsford who kind of hits for a second before releasing it, but Caden Proctor, I felt, was right in time with the actual heel clip, which I don't know how he heard that all the way up here, looking down there in this crowd. But yeah, that was a tough one to take, and especially in that critical moment.
Better than 80,000 strong here in Norman. Sold out every game since 1999. 3rd and 11, deep drop, heavy blitz. Simpson unloads, far sideline, incomplete at the Oklahoma 45-yard line. Going for the sophomore Ryan Williams. And on the first drive of the second half in a tie game, Alabama will punt it away.
Devin Jordan looked like he had a scythe in the field. As Ryan Williams went up, he just cut him and sent him toppling head over heels to the ground. That ball was thrown in a great place, but Ryan Williams actually missed that catch because it hit his right shoulder in between both of his hands on the out route.
Blake down to punt. And with the wind at his back, he unleashed a sidewinding ball between the hashes, and it's fair caught around the 25-yard line by Isaiah Satania. 38 yards on the punt, and Oklahoma possesses the ball on offense for the first time in the second half when we return to Norman. 13-22 third quarter. Oklahoma 17 and Alabama 17. You're listening to the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Dave Wyman joined by Dr. Daniel Landis. He's on the Swedish CyberKnife team treating prostate cancer. Dr. Landis, how do patients feel about their experience?
Patients overall tell me that their experience was really amazing. They had minimal disruption of their lives. They didn't have to take time off work. And they tell me it's like Star Trek, where you push a button and the cancer can go away.
If you're diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider treatment with Swedish CyberKnife. Go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Golf at 1 Eastern on ESPN Radio. This is the College Football Playoff on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Early third quarter here in Norman, Oklahoma, and it's the Sooners and the Crimson Tide of Alabama tied at 17. Mike Cousins, Max Starks up in the booth. We just saw Cole Kubelik down on the field that drive end on a drop by Alabama wide receiver Ryan Williams. He led Power Conference players with 9 drops this year.
There's a couple of things that he's been trying to do to help catch the football better, try to improve on some of the drops that he's had. Strobe goggles are one of them. Basically glasses that turn black, kind of blackout glasses, and then turn clear again. And it has different paces that will go black and then clear. Also a game called Vision Edge. It's essentially an app on your phone that shows different dots. You have to spot the different dots on your phone at different sizes. Then has lines, different shapes that you have to sign. So using a lot of things visually to try to help cut the football. One thing that I notice about him on a lot of his drops, everything gets to his body. Not a lot of the balls are caught away from his body, and obviously, if you're on the move, if your body's torqued in a different position, it's going to be tough to catch it when it gets on you the way that it has him.
That last one was on his shoulder. He's the rare 19-year-old who's increasing his screen time. Everybody else is trying to have less. 13-22 third quarter. Oklahoma's first possession of the second half starts at its own 25-yard line, going left to right, and out of the shotgun, handoff to Torrey Blaylock. He rides up the right hash to the 29 for a gain of 4. Hit by linebacker Deontay Lawson, the redshirt senior out of Mobile, Alabama. Focus on John Moyer, the quarterback, first-year transfer from Washington State. First half, Max, he threw for 186 yards after averaging 204 passing yards against SEC competition this year. So all in all, a good first half, save for the pick 6.
And for Moyer, that hand looks a lot better. We see him moving the ball, feeling comfortable, and throwing with some accuracy. Like you said, outside of the pick 6, he's been really accurate and patient with throwing the football.
16 of 24 passing for the redshirt junior. He's back to throw here on 2nd and 6. A fastball over the middle is bobbled, dropped by Deion Burks, who was their leading receiver in the first half with 5 catches for 68 yards. Good coverage there by the 6th-year linebacker, Nikai Hill-Green. And all of a sudden, Oklahoma staring down a 3-and-out on its first possession of the third quarter.
And after getting an on-schedule run on first down, it puts you in 2nd and 6. Now you're sitting at 3rd and 6. This is an area that in the first half didn't have a lot of these mediums, had more short third downs that they were converting when they were moving the football up and down the field.
Play clock is at 10. Oklahoma made a substitution. They brought in the receiver Keontez Lewis. Alabama subbed 5 to get the snap away. Moyer by himself in the shotgun. 3-step drop. Feels the heat. Throws with a jump pass. It's bobbled and dropped by Isaiah Satania at the 35-yard line. That would have been a first down catch. Nikai Hill-Green again jarred it loose from the redshirt junior wide receiver. And Grayson Miller's coming on to punt for Oklahoma. with just 12:28 to play in the third quarter.
And Satania, the sure-handed receiver for Oklahoma, coming across the middle and a crosser. Ball gets a little bit low, but still within the framework of the body to make the catch. Just bobbles it and pops.